Gabriel do? A boss is borders. There's winning. He has the ball in hand. Gabriel!
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
I'm not yet.
Combat onto a Morgan. Is that enough? She dance. Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Bolton.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the wish cash when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know it's over.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Bonjour and welcome, trainers, to Day 2 of the Pokémon Go Regional Championships in Lille, France. We have 16 phenomenal trainers fresh off the market who are competing and trying to win it all and call themselves Pokémon Masters. And we are going to guide you through this beautiful Sunday. We are, of course, myself, Koning Lionheart, Count Xevious, Inadequence, and Landberger. How are you guys feeling about today?
Oh man, I'm absolutely hyped to see the bracket. Did you see the bracket? It's so many stacked players, such skill, and it's going to be a hype games today.
Leo, I cannot contain my excitement. It's gonna be so good.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. There's so many good battles that are going to be going on today, and there's so many newcomers, but so many old faces that are like tried and true within this Pokemon Go Championship Series.
Yeah, and before we get deeper into the trainers that are going to compete today, we're going to give you guys a brief overview of how you're qualifying for World Championships and such, and about the tournaments that are going to come up next.
I mean, though we are just at the beginning of the season, trainers are gearing up. They're getting ready for their journey here. We are here in Lille, but look how many more just in Europe alone we have for regional competitions. We have Gdansk and Stuttgart within this season. Of course, trainers may be going over to the Latin America International Championships in Sao Paulo. Then in the new season year 2025, we have Birmingham, Stockholm, Sevilla, Utrecht, Bologna as our special events and regionals. But of course, the international championships, which award more championship points. We have London for the EUIC, New Orleans for NAIC, and all the road leads to Anaheim, California for the World Championships.
The World Championships, indeed, it's where all these tournaments culminate. So how do you get there? You participate in each and every one of these tournaments, and in every one of these tournaments, good finishes get you championship points, and these championship points slowly and steadily add up for you to qualify. First placements in these tournaments get you 350 points, second gets you 325, third, fourth, 300, so on and so forth. And the amounts of competitors that qualify in the US and Canada, the top 75 players qualify for World Championship, Europe top 50, Latin America top 50, Oceania 10, and Middle East and South Africa 5.
Yeah, and don't forget that you can also participate in local tournaments like Cups and Challenges that also will award you with championship points. And also you can play some of those here in the venues of the regional championships if you didn't do too hot on day one. But talking about day one, Martijn, what was your favorite moment?
My favorite moment was definitely Sir Corey versus Kokshak, where the alignment looked so bad for Sir Corey, and he managed to flip, I believe it was like his Toxapex on our Registeel. Chad, if you played that matchup, that's not winnable. But Sir Corey somehow got there in the end in that matchup, and we saw so much Ariados. It's Spider season, and Ariados was top usage. I believe we had 31% on day one, and many of those made it to day two as well.
Yeah, you just mentioned two Pokemon like Toxapex and Ariados, and those two are pretty bad versus Registeel, so I think maybe Arrow in Louisville was right. This might be a great pick. But behind the stage, we just saw some trainers walk around, and I think that it's time to show you the bracket of day two, to show you at least the winner's bracket of who is going to participate today.
Yeah, day two we're going to have in the winner's bracket Tomahawk going up against ThoTechtical, two well-decorated trainers, well-known trainers as well. And next up is Boom, the new face. It's his first tournament already. I think he speed ran through that day one. He was in day two already at 11 a.m. going up against LurganRocket, and then followed by Colin 6 going up against Galaxica Bolton, two previous Lille champions going up against each other. And last but not the least, it's Polasha going up against Tonton.
What I really like about this, just a couple of things to point out on the bracket. Boom 20 and LurganRocket both have not lost a single battle in day one, so they will be facing off against each other. Guaranteed one of them is going to be knocked down to the loser's bracket. And like you pointed out as well, Abby, Colin 6 versus Galaxica Bolton, two previous Lille regional champions duking it out on stage.
I'm super excited to see how this is gonna go. LurganRocket brought a Shadow Magnezone, and it's looking really good into many of these poison type teams. So it's gonna look really exciting to see how Boom is going to handle that. He's a new player in this circuit, but very well known in grassroots format. So not gonna be easy for LurganRocket.
Yeah, talking about Boom, we have had some caster predictions ourselves, our own little game, our fantasy draft, and maybe we can take a look at that, because yesterday every one of us said basically 3 names of trainers in the tournament and said they are going to do, well, let's see who is still in the tournament.
Well, I have one name in the tournament, and I think that's a good name to have on your side, and that's Tomahawk Lundberger. You seem to have 2, all of you seem to have 2. I'm the only one who didn't get my predictions through.
Yeah, for me, I'm looking, sitting pretty here. We got Polasha, very strong, and like we talked about, Boom 20, new face thing. You maybe saw yesterday, he had a little Pikachu silhouette. Definitely not now, because they have his photo taken, and people are going to remember not only his name, but also that face.
And for me, that is fellow Dutchman ThoTechtical also on that winner's side, and we saw the Gengar like push through that losers finals yesterday, also still in there.
Yeah, and I, of course, went with Tonton, who's the French powerhouse who's bringing Greninja to the top cut. And it looked so incredible yesterday. And also the previous Lille regional champion who went into the grand finals and then won it all. Galaxica Bolton has to be on there for me. All right. Those were our predictions. Make sure that if you have made some great predictions, let us know on the socials. Also, if you have anything that you want to share with us, make sure to post it on X and add the hashtag #PlayPokemon. You can also do that on other socials as well. If we really like your posts, given that we have seen them before, then we're making sure to get them on stream and share your thoughts and actions with the community as well. Also, make sure to follow all of these channels. So, I think it is time to get this party started. We have 2 casters here who will have to run back to the caster's desk while you guys are enjoying day 1 impressions.
Welcome, trainers. What a way to kickstart day 2.
Yeah, we had to run
to
here.
make a run for it, right? We made a sprint and we got here, and I'm glad all of you are here too to enjoy this tournament. I am Count Zevius, and joining me is my friend and wonderful co-caster, Lundberger.
I'm so excited for this event. You talked about a sprint. We had a sprint, but this is more of a marathon for a lot of these trainers, especially these day 2 competitors. They're here. They've gone so far day number 1, making some really incredible gameplays, but day 2 is really where it matters, right? This is where the rubber meets the road. This is where we crown a new champion.
This is where we crown a new champion indeed, and all of these trainers are champion material as well. So it's difficult. It's going to be a very, very difficult road for these trainers to overcome, and we are here to watch them do it.
We saw a little bit yesterday about all of the different Pokemon that have been used. It seems like though this meta is quite new, it keeps shaking up at every different regional competition. We have the usage for day 2. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. Day 1, we had Azumarill sitting at the top. Azumarill's been around since basically the beginning of Pokemon PvP, and now it is back here for the max out meta. Of course, we have the staples here so far: Clodsire, Shadow for Alligator, but then there are some new Pokemon creeping up, like the Malamar and the Ariados.
Yeah, the Malamar and the Ariados, but a Pokemon that I think that's done a lot of impact is that Malamar, but we didn't see a lot of it in day 1, but we saw every time that it was used, it did so much work. So I'm wondering how day 2 will look like for us, because that is going to be an interesting graph. Day 2 usage, we have the Galarian Moltres going all the way to the top there with 44%, followed by Dugong. Dugong has been the perfect springboard Pokemon. It's a Pokemon to set up the rest of your Pokemon to get energy and go through the opponent's team. Followed by Dugong, it's going to be that Toxapex and Spider Season indeed. It's going to be that Ariados.
One thing that kind of jumps to my screen, catching my eye here, is that Shadow Marowak as well, since Lyle Jeffs and Nighttime Clasher both used it in Louisville, making it into that top 3. I think we saw a lot of play from it yesterday, including from ThoTechtical, who made it onto day 2 on the winner's side of the bracket. I wonder how much Shadow Marowak play we're going to see today.
It's going to be great, right? It has a lot of fast attack pressure, followed by that great charge attack. But one Pokemon that's standing out here, and a Pokemon that we have to mention, we've been forced to mention in a way, is that Gastrodon. It's slowly and steadily creeping up that usage shot in day number 2.
I think that Lou maybe is a little bit upset that this is actually the event that Gastrodon has come to shine, but a lot of Mudslap Pokemon, like that Marowak, now that Gastrodon as well, they're really seeing a place in this meta. I'm very interested to see how it will continue to shake up. Sorry, once again, I just keep looking at that Galarian Moltres sitting in the top spot.
Another Pokemon that I think is slowly and steadily creeping into the meta is that Alolan Sandslash. We didn't see a lot of it earlier, but now in day 2, it's 25%, so it's a lot of usage for a Pokemon that we did not see a lot of in the previous tournaments.
Yeah, that is a really good point. Ice has a definite place in the meta. Dugong, as you can see, sitting right up there at the very top, but I'm interested to see how many actual Shadow Alolan Sandslash there are and versus how many regular Alolan Sandslash. We'll have to see as the trainers kind of take to the stage.
Yeah, we can only see it when the trainers start playing, and we are ready for it, right? It's going to be a great day 2, fully stacked Lille Regionals, and I just can't wait. We need to get this started, Amanda. We really need to make it.
Yeah, we are starting on the winner's side of the bracket, so that means these trainers have come in from day 1, not losing any of their actual rounds. In a double elimination tournament, that means they still have some chances. The players have already taken to the stage 2 very well-known names within our community. We have Tomahawk UK on the left-hand side versus ThoTechtical on the right. 2 titans of PvP. I'm getting very excited to see how they will do.
What a perfect way to start day 2 of Originals with these 2 decorated battlers. They have made their teams. So ThoTechtical is bringing that Shadow Walrein. We have not seen Walrein in a long time now. It was the meta for it, but let's see what these trainers have cooked up, and I'm ready to watch them.
Yeah, it looks like they are ready to jump into the battles here. We're going to see on the left-hand side, we got that Marowak up against Drapion. Great lead there for ThoTechtical. We'll see if Tomahawk wants to actually do some chip damage or straight away pivot out of matchup. Looks like he's going straight for that Feraligatr here. Meanwhile, ThoTechtical content to stay in for a little bit, gain some energy before swapping to the Moltres.
Yes, he's content to stay in because he knows that the charge attacks from that Feraligatr is only going to come after those 5 Shadow Claws. Does some huge mud shot damage damage and immediately going into this Galarian Moltres. Galarian Moltres with that buffed Sucker Punch is going to slowly and steadily chip away at this HP of this Feraligatr.
Look at this, 2 Hydro Cannons already loaded, the first one going through, but since this is not a shadow, it's not hitting quite as hard. ThoTechtical could comfortably shield up 1, and I think he might have, no, not even going to go for that fast attack farm down, going to throw and force Tomahawk UK to make a decision. Is he going to let it shield? Is he going to let it go? He lets it go down. We'll see what comes back in. It's going to be that Drapion to gain some energy.
Yeah, Drapion comes back in, but ThoTechtical has made it a perfect farm, almost going for that full Brave Bird, full sending it. If unshielded, it's going to knock out the Drapion, but Tomahawk knows this and pulls up that Protect Shield.
That's what the shields are there for, protecting the big attacks. The defense has dropped, getting a little more energy on Tomahawk's side, but that Marowak should be coming right back. And no, going for the Azumarill here, knowing that neither one of the attacks of the Drapion is going to be doing that much. This is actually quite neutral, but the Azumarill has a lead already at a play rough. Gonna connect with the Stugong.
What this move does for ThoTechtical is he just opened up a win condition for Tomahawk. You saw what Tomahawk did. He banked 2 charge attacks on that Drapion before going into this Dugong. That just means that this Shadow Marowak, when it comes, it's going to be greeted with these 2 moves. He needs to find a way to preserve this Azumarill to go into that Drapion and do a little bit more damage.
That drill run coming through onto the Azumarill. Azumarill still healthy, still in the green, but so is that Dugong. Play rough looks like it is about to connect. Tomahawk UK using that Dugong as more of like a 3rd shield right now. I think he's just going to go ahead and try to do as much chip damage as possible onto the Azumarill here. And we're basically at 2 drill runs. He said waited to turn to making sure he wasn't going to catch. This is going onto the Azumarill. Still no Protect Shield on Tomahawk or on ThoTechtical
Still no
side.
Protect Shield indeed. What I want to point out is that Tomahawk is always going up to more back-to-back moves, just so that in case the Kanto Marowak comes in, he will have a move stored for it. But now he has to throw the Zul run to get rid of these Azumarill. No, it survives with 1 HP and an immediate swap into the Marowak. Oh man, this Drapion with so much energy is going to do a ton of work against his Alolan Marowak.
Drapion there, going with the Aqua Tails, connecting. Look at that, super effective damage, knocking it down so low. Already at another one. ThoTechtical's last Protect Shield is used at this moment, but those Mud Slaps are just slapping away the health of the Drapion as well. Going for one more. No, Aqua Tail already ready. No Protect Shields remaining. Marowak is about to go back into his little ball.
Yeah, Marowak is knocked out, and it's going to just take a few Poison Sting to send this Azumarill back as well. 1 Poison Sting is all it takes. What a game by Tomahawk. Very bad lead. Drapion into that Marowak, but bringing it back with amazing play with that Dugong.
I think one of the things that the Tomahawk UK is known for is having interesting team compositions while still recognizing like the fact that, you know, there's certain Pokemon that are meta and they're meta for a reason. He's had discussions in the past when he said, is there really a hard counter for Drapion in this meta? And it doesn't even look like it, right? If this is one of the worst leads, if you have an energy advantage, it really just goes to show how well you can end up playing those batches out.
Yeah, I think it all came down to the fact that I think ThoTechtical made a team read that didn't really work out for him. He could have come in with the Azumarill onto the Drapion, but he decided to go with a Galarian Moltres, which is in a way a better counter, just because he did a lot of those Mud Slap damage on it already. But then what happened is he force swapped into that Azumarill that gave Tomahawk an opening to get back into the game with energy on that Drapion. He knew that this Azumarill is going to take a long time to get to that play rough, so he did exactly what he had to do. He got a ton of energy, charged all the way up, and then goes to the Dugong, and the Dugong was just there to get that Azumarill down to the red, and that was it. That's how the cookie crumbled.
You can't give Tomahawk an inch because he will take a mile from it as well. He's a very well-known trainer. ThoTechtical, on the other hand, also so well-known within his community. I would argue probably one of the first most popular content creators and streamers. He's well-known for being a very, very good battler. Another fun thing I want to point out, if you think about the difference between these two in their play style and their team compositions, Tomahawk UK is very proud of the fact that he builds his own teams, while ThoTechtical basically says he just takes a team off of a teammate or friend. Another great lead for him. Let's see if he's able to play this out a little bit differently and gain that matchup. A quick swap out, looks like second verse, same as the first. here, but going ahead and going to further Azumarill instead. There's so much help on this for Alligator here, but this for Alligator is also running Crunch rather than Ice Beam, still opting to go for the Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, Hydro Cannon 1 comes in here and unshielded by ThoTechtical. Azumarill is a water-type Pokemon, so this does not very effective damage. Azumarill will get to that player off. I guess ThoTechtical will want to throw one more bubble before throwing that player off to get rid of this Feraligatr. If unshielded, this player off will do a ton of damage.
Like, while this looks really good on paper for the Azumarill, Azumarill's pacing is just quite slow. If Tomahawk chooses to use a shield here, which he doesn't, he could easily end up flipping that matchup, but at this point I think ThoTechtical can just bubble down, even though another Hydro Cannon is coming in, getting a little extra chip damage, maybe coming in for an aggressive farm down once again with that Drapion as soon as that Feraligatr goes.
Yeah, the Feraligatr is gone, but the Drapion will probably come in. But the point is, we see that endgame matchup. We see that Dugong back there hiding, and it's going to have a great time against the Galarian Moltres and that Shadow Marowak. I'm really interested to see how ThoTechtical maneuvers around this. First player up goes in immediate swap into this Marowak. Unfortunately, the Drapion had some energy saved.
Tomahawk too quick, recognizing that this goes back in, throwing the Aqua Tail, which is super effective, getting that Protect Shield off of ThoTechtical here, and now the swap into the Dugong begins. There's quite a bit of energy on the Marowak, and going for the Bone Club bait. Does Tomahawk UK want to use his first Protect Shield here? Does he know that this is a bait? It looks like he might be content to let it go!
No, he does not. He pulls up the shield in the very last second, and this is great for ThoTechtical. Goes for the charge attack tie as well and wins it.
This is very funny. A double bait here with only one Protect Shield remaining, no Protect Shields remaining, a double bait on ThoTechtical's side. But this Icy Wind is going through a complete undercharge by Tomahawk UK. It looks like he doesn't want to knock out that Marowak. He wants to be able to get a little bit of energy for what's in the back.
Yes, and that's exactly what happens. The Marowak is not going to get to another charge attack, so this is a great position to be in. He has to come in with that Moltres and hoping for a very aggressive farm down here. First Icy Wind coming in, debuffing the Moltres' attack. Immediate Protect Shield drawn up by ThoTechtical.
Now Devil Nose is super effective. It's lowering that attack. He's now not going to do as much damage, but with no Protect Shields remaining, he will outpace, going and trying to catch here, it looks like on Tomahawk UK's side, but he's going to go ahead and take an Ancient Power. The real question is, will this be enough to knock it out? An undercharge by ThoTechtical. I think he wants to get one more Sucker Punch in if possible.
Ooh, I think he gets two maybe even. Oh, but not before the Drapion gets to this Aqua Tail. Aqua Tail will do a lot of damage to this Moltres. It's gonna put it deep into the red. Does it have enough HP to survive what this Dugong can throw? Oh, what a patience from Tomahawk to not throw that move into the Galarian Moltres, but the Moltres does have this Ancient Power Stone charge attack tie.
I love this play by ThoTechtical. Built up to the Ancient Power, swapped out to clear his debuff. Now coming back in, knowing he wins that charge attack priority, connecting, taking game number 2.
It was both the same teams, right? Both these trainers locked in the same strategy for game 1 and 2. ThoTechtical learning from his mistake in game 1, saying, maybe I don't really need my Azumarill for the backline. I'm just going to use it into the Feraligatr, because the Feraligatr it's not a Shadow, number 1. It's not running any coverage moves, so its only damage on the Azumarill is that Shadow Claw. But since it's not a Shadow Pokemon, it's not going to do enough Shadow Claw damage.
I have to wonder at this point if Tomahawk UK is regretting not shielding up the Feraligatr in that, knowing that he had a bad matchup in the lead, and then choosing to kind of let the Feraligatr go to lose the alignment that he was looking for. Even still, he was able to take game number 1 with a certain team composition. ThoTechtical was able to take game number 2. This is a best of 3 scenario, so this is going to be the moment. Who will stay in the winner's side of the bracket in this round 1?
Just looking at these two team comps that's been used, I'm really wondering if ThoTechtical should look at the potential of using the Shadow Walrein there. It has a good matchup. It has a good matchup against Dugong, and also a good matchup against the Drapion. All you need to do is go back-to-back Icicle Spears to knock that Drapion out in the Zero Shield scenario. So it's close, right? If that Walrein gets locked in against a Pokemon like Feraligatr, it's going to be a huge springboard for it. So I'm really wondering if he wants to bring that Walrein, and if he does, will it be on the lead?
I think you're absolutely right. I mean, I'm looking at Tomahawk UK's team, and Walrein definitely has a lot of play. There are I think definitely using Marowak has proved very well for him, right? And with this Mud Slap damage, with the Shadow Mud Slap damage, it does so much, but there's also some targets that he completely wants to avoid with it. He's gotten some decent alignment, but it is kind of risky. Will he want to play that same way a 3rd time in a row?
Yeah. I'm not sure. Let's see how these two trainers want to play it out. I'm hoping to see that wall ride because it does have a lot of play. Or even a Cresselia at the backline, because Cresselia did have quite a bit of play into the Feraligatr and that Dugong. So all Cresselia has to do is to try and avoid the Ariados and the Drapion. We also know ThoTechtical's Cresselia is running Moonblast, so it's also having a super effective way to hit back at that Galarian Moltres. It's gonna be ThoTechtical. It's gonna be the same Pokemon, but this time around he did bring that wall ride.
Yeah, look, like an immediate swap out to the Feraligatr. Looks like we're gonna go for 1 or 2 months left. Now going back into the Azumarill, but though this game looks the same by this point, everyone, it doesn't mean they're gonna play it out like this. 2 Hydro Cannons already loaded on Tomahawk UK side. First one going through. I don't think we're gonna see any Protect Shields on ThoTechtical side at this point. Look how healthy this Azumarill is still gonna be. Content to just start bubbling away, gaining energy, and the Hydro Cannon from Tomahawk. Second one already coming through.
Yeah, second Hydro Cannon coming in again. A very comfortable no shield by the Azumarill and ThoTechtical. This is putting it in the yellow slowly and steadily. One more bubble. Oh, goes for another Hydro Cannon. This puts him in a position where he can potentially commit 2 shields and farm this Azumarill down. Let's see what he does here. Will he pull up that Protect Shield? Player of number 1 going in.
Going through here. Last time Tomahawk UK let it go. This time he also lets it go, but the Feraligatr is even lowered, so it might completely be knocked out at this point. Drapion coming back in, but as you can see, 1 bubble, 2 bubbles already at an attacker. Going for 1 more. That was risky by Thomas, but going ahead, going for this play rough instead. Will Tomahawk UK want to use a shield? No!
No shield again, but I think he's going to set up the full endgame. He thinks it's the Galarian Moltres at the back, but we know that ThoTechtical made a change. He made a tactical change, bringing that wall ride in, but we know it. Tho knows it, Tomahawk does not.
Yeah, ThoTechtical more like ThoTactical here, giving some good strategies in mind. Going for 1 more Mudslap. I love this play. This Aqua Tail is not enough to knock out, but Tomahawk wants to get as much damage off of this Marowak as possible. Let's see, he's already swapping into the Dugong, going for another Bone Club bait. This is the 3rd time that Tomahawk UK has fallen for this from ThoTechtical's side.
Yeah, at this point, you have to immediately swap in that wall ride, right? Oh, do you survive 1 more? Yes, you do. This, if Unshielded would put this Dugong into the range where a Shadow Earthquake from the wall ride would take it out, but you need to preserve this Marowak. But unfortunately, that is not going to be the case because this Dugong now can go to this Icy Wind.
Yeah, going for a chill run. There's quite a lot of energy on the Dugong stored. There is a potential play that he would maybe go for an Icy Wind to debuff the wall rain for good, but no, he wants to get as much damage off as possible. ThoTechtical correctly shielding up that drill run here, and now going for that heavy hitting attack himself. Tomahawk UK has fallen for so many baits within these two. Does he realize this is the real attack? No, yes, last second shield. That was big for Tomahawk.
Last second shield, the only win condition in this case, what I see for Tomahawk is that catch onto that Drapion that's hidden behind the switch timer. The first drill run comes in. This is going to put that wall run into the yellow. It is not in a range where another drill run would knock out, but this is still going to be close. Will a drill run plus a few poison stings be enough to knock this wall run out? It's going to be so close here.
Drill run connects. Wall run is deep into the red. The Earthquake is loaded. They're trying to wait a turn, not able to do it. ThoTechtical has all of his attacks loaded. Earthquake coming through on an unprotected Dugong.
Earthquake coming in through to that unprotected Dugong, and this should be enough to knock this Dugong out and sending ThoTechtical into the winners round 2. What a game, what an tactical identification by ThoTechtical, saying, his backline seems to be weak to that wall run. I'm going to bring it in game number 3, and he completely fooled the Tomahawk just because of the fact that, alright, it's the same lead Pokemon, is the same switch in, it's probably the Galarian bird at the back.
ThoTechtical has had very successful runs in Lille. He ended up losing to Colin in the finals of previous years. He lost to Colin last year as well, but looks like he is still in the winner's side of the bracket. He's been doing phenomenal. He is back in top form here.
Yeah, I would just like to point out, I guess we'll get another chance when it comes down to the replays as well to show this, is that Tomahawk had to wait a turn himself, because if he had thrown that ice shot, he would be in between the charge fast attack animation, and it would have given a great opportunity for ThoTechtical to throw that earthquake. But what Thomas also did, ThoTechtical also did, was that he also waited a turn to make sure that if Tomahawk goes for this play, he is well aware he can react on time and completely powder snow down the Drapion. We already have our replay, and we can take a quick look at it as well.
I'm so excited to look at these because those matches were incredibly close here. Game number 1 coming in. Tomahawk was very, very big in the driver's seat. Even though he ended up losing that lead, that did not lose him the game. With fantastic energy management on his part, he was able to take out the Shadow Marowak and the Azumarill, getting that game number 1. But game number 2, ThoTechtical, even though they had the same teams, made some slight modifications.
Yeah, he did perfect gameplay there, right? He came in with the Azumarill knowing that these ice shots are not going to do a lot of damage, and banked that ancient power. If he did not have that, this game would have gone completely different. Game 3, it's all about the wall ride, right? He shielded this Marowak knowing, I'm going to have to do some damage onto this Dugong so that I can get the Dugong into the earthquake range, and that's exactly what happened here. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Waiting a turn here, ThoTechtical not falling for it, doing that extra powder snow onto the Drapion and going for this earthquake, and that's sending Tomahawk into the loser's side of the bracket.
Yeah, and keeping ThoTechtical nice and healthy in that winner's side. Their sliver of health left on the wall rain, but lots of health left for him. Also, I just want to point out, ThoTechtical's name is Thomas, as most of us know, and Tomahawk UK is the username, so it got a little bit confusing, I think, for some of us at some points.
It was a bit of a tongue twister, right? Tomahawk, ThoTechtical,
They wanted to put us on hard mode at the very beginning of the day.
It's the best way to warm up, right?
Exactly. One fun point I want to point out about Tomahawk UK, he's been playing so consistently well, not only this season, but in the previous season. We were having a chat yesterday. Of the tournaments that he's done, he's actually top cut more times than he has not.
That is an impressive statistics. Another one is that this is his 5th consecutive tournament top cutting as well. So it's one of the reasons why he's one of the highest CP holders in Europe.
Yeah, and so it's going to be like really, really close. Definitely don't count him out. Once again, since we were on the winner's side of the bracket, that means he will be dropped down to the loser's side. Well, he'll still have a chance to possibly come back, regain this title. And if you think that this doesn't happen, then you haven't been watching Pokemon Go.
Yeah, exactly. You haven't been watching. Some of the greatest trainers have all made a loser's bracket run. But we have another thing in store for you guys, and that is the Halloween quiz as well. So it's gonna, I think at this point, Amanda needs to get a point, right?
Listen, I am horrible at this game, but I'm willing to try and get a little bit spooky. With a voice like a human child's, it cries out to lure adults deep into the forest, getting them lost among the trees.
I know this one. I know this one.
This is a team effort, Abby.
This is so easy.
This is a team.
I'm gonna let you guess. I know what it is, but you guess first.
Okay.
It's a grass type Pokemon.
It's a grass type Pokemon.
Yes.
It's a scary type grass Pokemon?
Yes, it's a scary grass type Pokemon.
Was it scary because it was in a trio of Noctowl and Lantern?
No, no.
Okay,
no.
it's not that. It's not.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
Trevenant?
Yeah. No, it's not.
Okay, well, what is it?
It's a Phantom.
It's a Phantom. Oh, okay, it is the little Trevenant.
No, you can't just say the other.
It's a Phantom.
It's a Phantom.
Everyone knows it's a Phantom.
Yeah, everybody knows.
Clearly,
yeah.
obviously a Phantom.
Yes, it is. Well, good job, Amanda.
Thanks.
I'm giving you a handshake. You gotta take it. Yeah.
All right, give us another. I'm ready. I'm ready to rely on Abby. Okay.
Ooh, I do not know.
This Pokemon is said to live in a world on the reverse side of ours, where common knowledge is distorted and strange.
Could be Inkay or Malamar.
Oh, because of the upside down?
Yeah.
It's like in the upside down.
Reverse side of ours. Reverse side of ours.
Or is it like maybe like a psychic type of like a, like...
It could be one of the Ultra Beasts as well.
Oh, it could be an Ultra Beast. All right.
You guess an Ultra Beast? I guess Malamar or Inkay?
Like a Xurkitree?
Yeah, could be.
Like,
or even Guzzlord, I don't know.
Okay, let's go. No, I don't know.
okay, I'm gonna guess like a Malamar or an Inkay.
Okay, I'm gonna go with them because we're a team.
Oh!
That
Okay,
makes sense.
but I would not have guessed that.
that makes sense, but pass.
Pass. Do we have another?
Okay.
All right.
Gazes at the stars to predict the future. It acts somewhat detached because it has seen the end of all existence. Oh my goodness, this poor Pokemon.
Predicts the future.
Okay, gazes at the stars. Chat, don't give us too hard of a time, okay? It's harder than it looks.
Definitely harder than it looks, at least for us.
Has seen the end of existence. So I think it's like a psychic type Pokemon, right?
It could be, yeah, it could be, for
So,
sure.
Are there any kind of scary psychic type Pokemon?
I mean, if it's seeing in the future, I think the Pokemon of kind of in a way time.
What about like a Hoopa?
The Pokemon for could be a Hoopa, but isn't the Pokemon for time like a Dialga?
Oh yeah, that could be, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh yeah, let's go
Is
with,
it spooky enough?
I'm gonna go with the Hoopa.
You're gonna go with the Hoopa? I just go with the Dialga.
Okay.
Let's see what happens.
Oh. All right.
We were close,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Well, if you combine a Hoopa and a Dialga together, it kind of looks like that.
Okay, if you get another...
I think they're just enjoying watching our suffering. The next one is like, they suffer on screen as they don't know the answer to any questions. I'm like, is it Lundberger?
and Count Xavier is probably right. Do we have another? I hope not.
I don't know. We go, one more or no more? Okay, one more. Let's go.
No more.
No more, guys. We're really failing at this game.
We're even failing at guessing the words.
I think production is just giving us a hard time at this point. They're like, yeah, since they're so bad at this, there's actually 8 more, but they don't want to watch us suffer.
All right, but that was a great game to kick off the tournament, and unfortunately, not so great way of us guessing haunted
Yeah,
Pokemon.
we're definitely not on the winner's side of the bracket, that's for sure. But the matches that are coming up are still there. We talked about it a little bit in the intro. We're going to have up LurganRocket against Boom 20, as you can see on the screen. And what I really love about this is multiple things. First of all, on the left-hand side, we have Boom, a Belgian trainer, and this is his very first tournament that he's ever competed in. While LurganRocket is actually our very first ever regional champion. He's so consistent. He knows how good he is. And actually, talking to them both last night, he also knows how good his matchup is against Boom as well. So I'm going to be very interested to see how these two are going to play it out.
Yeah, it's going to be, it's going to be a battle between 2 unbeaten trainers as well. An immovable force and unstoppable force versus an immovable object. They have not dropped a single game, but LurganRocket's Shadow Magnezone looks really good into Boom 20's team. In a way, he has a soft answer with the Dunsparce, but then again, the rollouts don't do enough damage. He has a soft answer with the Malamar with superpower, and his only hard answer is that Quagsire. It will take everything Boom has to try and align that Quagsire into that Magnezone.
But not only that, LurganRocket also has a Chestnut on his team, so what is basically the hardest counter for that Quagsire? It's going to be that Chestnut. Is it enough to scare away Magnezone's hardest counter, or is LurganRocket's Magnezone going to be able to run free? It's not a Pokemon that many were expecting, especially in a meta that's so, full of Clodsires, so full of Alligators, some ground-type Pokemon. You don't think that there's going to be much place for Magnezone, but LurganRocket has truly made it work. He hasn't dropped a single battle so far.
What I think completely went under the radar is that LurganRocket's Gastrodon is free. There's Ariados, but
Spooky.
Mudslaps slowly and steadily add up. So in the end, it's going to be Magnezone Gastrodon, and how are you going to beat it? And it looks really hard for Boom. It's a huge matchup advantage for LurganRocket, but if anybody can pick up this win, it's going to be Boom.
That's true. I think, though this is his first tournament, he's very well known within the grassroots scene, and a lot of trainers were even saying, oh, like our tournaments are seeded, so this means the more accolades you have to your name, the higher placements you end up getting in the tournament. Boom was actually the lowest placed tournament person in his bracket, but he's able to completely sweep everyone so far. I'm so anxious to see how he will be able to do in day 2. But, talking with him a little bit, he said, I'm just so happy. I would have been happy going 2-2 at my first tournament, but now that I've put on a little bit of a show, like now I want to start competing at more tournaments.
Yeah, it's how you do it, right? I think you practice your skills in GBL. I mean, there's always like a skill gap between different rankings, etc. But in the end, how you improve these skill gaps is coming to these tournaments and battling against the best, talking to them, saying, what could I have done better? Because there's one thing learning online, but it's a whole other learning experience when you're live in place, talking to them firsthand as well. That's why all these competitors come here.
I mean, that is such a good point. Talking with Boom, he said he was re-watching his matchups yesterday. Keep in mind, hadn't dropped a single battle, hadn't lost it all. He said, to see what I could have done better, to see if I made any mistakes. And I think that is a true sign of a champion, right? It's not that he just won these games. he's ready. Like he's saying, okay, now I want to know what I could even do even better. You guys, we are ready for this matchup. After this round, one of these two is not going to be undefeated anymore. We have the Ariados versus that Galarian Moltres in the sky. Let's see how these two trainers want to play it out.
It's going to be a really close matchup here, right? We know this Ariados survives the next Ancient Power, the second Ancient Power. Depends on the on how Boom has decided to make his Ariados. In comes his first launch. This is neutral because of the part Dark type of Galarian Moltres.
And I like this play a lot by Boom too, going straight away for the lunge because he's knowing that no matter what is thrown, it's going to be doing a little bit less. Getting that first Protect Shield, though, LurganRocket goes with the bait. It wouldn't have been enough to knock out the Ariados at this point, but Boom doesn't want to take any chances, just charging up a ton of extra energy here, throwing at Charge Attack priority. Look at this, LurganRocket not even bothering to throw there.
Yeah, I think at this point, Lurgan has to decide if he wants to shield this or not. He pulls up that Protect Shield, deciding to save this Moltres a little bit more because he wants a lot of energy and a catch onto this Azumarill, but we know what is up with this Azumarill at the back. This Ancient Power, of course, is going to do neutral damage, but then what comes after is what's going to be truly terrifying for Boom.
I mean, though the Moltres has such a bad matchup here, we saw this happen once other. They're going ahead, banking up a ton of energy on that Moltres before now coming into the Magnezone. The small problem with this is that though the Azumarill's Play Rough doesn't knock it out, the Magnezone is quite squishy in the Great League. Look at that, not very effective damage, already bringing the Magnezone down to the yellow.
Oh, this is still going to be really close indeed. Let's see what Lurgan goes. He goes immediately for this Wild Charge. If unshielded, this is going to take a few Azumarills out of the game, but Boom shields it up. One more bubble, and that could be great. Oh no, Lurgan is now forced to throw this Mirror Shot. Mirror Shot is going to do neutral damage because part of the water typing of Azumarill resists this. One more bubble will be all it takes. Oh no!
I think this is actually what LurganRocket was going for there. He got the attack ball with the Mirror Shot, which is not guaranteed, but now this Ice Beam or Play Rough, whatever Boom decided to throw, is not going to be doing as much damage. LurganRocket knows it, doesn't want to use his shield as he thinks this might not be the most impactful place for it, but there it looks like an almost combination play here, getting a little bit more energy. Boom is such a good counter. Did you notice that he threw right before, knowing that he wins Charge Attack priority against that Drapion?
Yeah, this is going to be a really, really close endgame because that Quagsire is going to have a ton of play at the back, but all it needs to do is avoid that Brave Bird from landing. It's so critical that Boomer runs down this switch clock right now, and it's close. Aqua Tail coming in, knocks out the Ariados. Let's see what Boom does. Will he come in with the Azumarill, or will he be forced to go into that Quagsire?
Quagsire is completely healthy, but keep in mind there's no Protect Shields left on either side. There's a lot of energy loaded here. Now it looks like the Brave Bird is coming through from the Galarian Moltres. The real question is how much damage does this do to an unprotected Shadow Quagsire? We're about to see as it connects.
Brave Bird connects, Quagsire still hanging on with a little bit HP. Oh, the switch clock comes in. Oh no, I think Boom could have tapped the switch clock to go into the Azumarill and saving this move, but this is so close here. Aqua Tail will knock out. He will be able to get one more Mudshot onto the Drapion, but the Drapion has so much energy. What amazing energy management by LurganRocket, going for this crunch to knock this Azumarill out. 1-0 for Lurgan.
1-0 and a cheeky wink to the camera as he's able to Poison Sting down this Quagsire, take the first win off of Boom 20 in this whole series in Lille. LurganRocket is very confident in this matchup. You can see it in his gameplay, you can see it in his face, but the real question is, can he keep up that momentum, or is Boom 20 here to stop it?
Yeah, I think it was really, really unfortunate in game number 1 where the Mirror Shot had an attack fall, and that had a huge impact on how this game turned out. And towards the end of the game, it was also that Quagsire. I think Boom didn't realize his switch clock was up. He went for the Aqua Tail thinking, oh no, I'm not going to make it. But if he had that switch clock, it would have been a Charge Attack tie for that Aqua Tail versus that Drapion. And also it would have been a few bubbles that the Azumarill could have done onto the Drapion. And that would have put the match really, really close there.
You saw how close that was. You saw it on Boom's face, but sometimes you just don't know, right? I mean, like, there are these scenarios where you're like, okay, this is the only thing I can do to win. That was his potential only win condition. Unfortunately for him, just recognizing it a sliver too late. With half-second turns, I mean, you really have to be quick on your feet here in Pokemon Go. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at that team of LurganRocket, because I would argue that he maybe has the spiciest team of the Day 2 competitors here. We got that Magnezone, we got that Chestnut. I was going to say Galarian Moltres, but guess what? That's no longer Spice. If it's the top used Pokemon in Day 2, that's not Spice at all.
It's 44%, it's in 44% of the teams. So yeah, but I'm really looking at the team. I think Boom maneuver around the Shadow Magnezone quite well, if you ask me. Only thing that could have gone, only thing that went wrong for him in that game on how he played it out was not under his control, and that was the mirror shot. So he could be like, all right, this worked out okay for me. Maybe I run it again and then see if I get the mirror shot buff or debuff or not.
Yeah, one thing that maybe could have been, I'm trying to think even better, was if LurganRocket maybe threw the Brave Bird. We'll have to see. Okay, we're going into game number 2 here. We still have the Ariados lead up against that Shadow Drapion. Ariados does win that charge attack priority. It will be able to throw first, but we've seen Colin throw the Aqua Tail first, and Boom looks like he knows it too. He's seen it happen yesterday, catching once again on this Azumarill, but with the Magnezone potentially in the back, this is such a dangerous play to repeat 2 games in a row. But guess what, Abby?
There is no Magnezone in the back. Boom now is like, where is the Magnezone? I want to find it. But unfortunately for Boom, there is no Magnezone, or even fortunately for Boom, there is no Magnezone. But Drapion opting to stay in this matchup, hoping for that first crunch debuff.
And let's see, will he be able to get it? No, he does not get that here. The Poison Stings are the main thing that's doing damage to the Azumarill at this point. Neither the Crunch or the Aqua Tail are going to be that effective. Going for the Ice Beam, not quite enough to knock out, but I think Boom knows as well, neither the Crunch or anything else would be. In comes that Gastrodon to be able to just start making some impactful damage. Mud slapping away. Azumarill goes for yet another Ice Beam. The Switch Timers are completely misaligned at this point because now as Boom's is switched up, he's coming back in. Trailblazing here, gonna boost his attack, getting that Protect Shield off of LurganRocket.
Yeah, Lurgan looks to be in a very tricky position. I think what Boom did here, he tried to eliminate all the Pokemon that he could worry about. We'll touch upon it a little later once this game is done. But Ariados, look at it, it's boosted. This Gastrodon needs to get rid of this Ariados because whatever comes in the back is gonna have a really tough time to get rid of this Ariados. First Body Slam goes in, Boom is already at another Trailblaze and he's potentially gonna click it. If unshielded, this will be enough to knock the Gastrodon out. Lurgan says, I need this Gastrodon, I need to protect it, but he more often he wants to get rid of this Ariados as fast as possible.
Yeah, going ahead, still patient as ever, maybe trying to go for a Mud Slap down, but not able to do so. And with no protection fields remaining, we have a triple now boosted Ariados here, but of course, look at the sliver of health left on it. He's at least able to maintain alignment, but I don't know, there's 2 shields left on Boom's side here. In comes that Shadow Quagsire.
In comes that Shadow Quagsire, but Boom has 2 shields. It will take some masterful play for LurganRocket. Oh, he catches that Stone Edge, but does this even matter? He still needs to get rid of 2 shields from Boom to win this matchup. Boom is laughing. He's like, all right, great catch, but what are you going to do now? I still have 2 shields. Yeah, LurganRocket at this point goes for that full sending that Brave, but he's like, all right, Boom's like, I have 2 shields. I might as well click it, right?
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's like, yeah, let's see if he's brave enough to not shield this. No, LurganRocket playing as well as he could in that scenario, and but not able to go through a second Stone Edge already loaded here. Boom tying up the series, making it so both of these trainers have now lost their first game, going into a decisive game number 3.
Oh man, both these trainers came in undefeated and both of them have taken 1 game losses each, and this cannot be any closer. What a gameplay there. I think what I wanted to touch up while the game was ongoing was that the Azumarill comes in, right? So if Azumarill comes in, you have 2 very valid counters from LurganRocket side, and that's the Magnezone and the Chestnut. None of these 2 came in. So Boom immediately thinks, all right, great, so this means whatever Pokemon that's in the back could be potentially weak to my Ariados, or my Quagsire is going to be free at the end. So he made that decision. All right, I'm just going to stay in here and I'm going to get my Azumarill as much energy as possible and do as much damage as possible. And that's exactly what happened. Getting that energy lead on the Ariados, catching that Aqua Tail on the Azumarill completely did a lot of work for him.
Yeah, and I think that we talked about Boom playing to his win conditions and not quite recognizing it in game number 1 with that switch timer being available for him. LurganRocket also on the flip side, he knew what his win condition was, right? He needed to be able to Mud Slap down with that Gastrodon to be able to throw whatever was in the back, but the Ariados just was able to pace a little bit too quickly. The Poison Stings were just a little too strong, and at that point, getting that 3rd Trailblaze was very, very impactful in that game, basically flipping it in basically a complete favor of Boom.
It's also one of these things that we always touch up about in the game is like the game sense for it. Like Azumarill comes in, all right, I don't see any counter subs, so he doesn't have Magnezone or Chestnut at the back. So whatever, my Quagsire could potentially be free. or because there was no Chestnut, so my Quagsire is free. So he just two shield protected the Quagsire, saying, all right, I know whatever you have in the back, you can't deal with my Quagsire. Thank you very much. I'm going to sweep you with it.
I also love the fact that now that this is a 50-second timer, it definitely makes the games much more dynamic because Boom recognized immediately when his switch timer was up, getting out of that matchup with the Azumarill, and that's what actually got him those extra couple Poison Sting advantage to be able to basically make as much damage as possible onto the Gastrodon. I'm so excited to see how these two trainers are going to play this out. This is basically the matchup that I had my eye on the most for the winner side of the bracket, just to see who's going to remain the winner out of these two that hadn't dropped a single match.
I think at this point, maybe Lurgan wants to bring Triple Strong to that Azumarill because it's been used in all these 3 games. Let's see, in the lead, we have Moltres against Azumarill from Boom. What a lead and a half here.
Well, what a good call from Boom. He's able to avoid a Magnezone that, again, is not even on the field here. Shadow Dropping is one of the best safe swaps in the game, but is it really that safe against an Azumarill when neither one of its attacks do that much? Already at an Ice Beam here, getting that first Protect Shield off of LurganRocket, and you can see him as well. He's taking some notes. He's marking down some energy because these are very impactful moments when switch timers become misaligned to recognize how much energy your opponent has on the Pokemon when they swap out.
This is going to be interesting as well. Let's see if the LurganRocket gets that much-needed crunch debuff, much-needed on this Azumarill, but he did not. In comes his Quagsire. Quagsire at this range will comfortably tank a crunch and then throw this Aqua Tail now to knock out this Drapion, or actually put it in a range where it can be a few Mud Shot farm down.
I mean, I think LurganRocket has not been very lucky so far on those crunch debuffs, but he has been pretty good on his energy front here. Throwing this Aqua Tail, still not quite enough to take out the Quagsire, and Quagsire oh my goodness, you see this patience, doesn't even bother to throw because he suspects that LurganRocket will be able to switch out of this, being able to throw this Aqua Tail now onto the Gastrodon, which will do a lot more damage than that Stone Edge.
Yeah, but this puts him in such a great position for the Ariados to ramp up the energy. It's gonna be Trailblaze after Trailblaze. Will this Ariados have enough to get Boom over the finish line?
No shield here. He knows the Body Slam is not enough to knock out, but look how much his Mud Slaps are doing too. The Ariados is getting really, really low at this point. Good timing by Boom. He doesn't want to let an extra Mud Slap go through. He doesn't want LurganRocket to get that energy or that health advantage off of the Ariados there. Being able to take it out, this is super effective damage. Its attack has rose. Not only is his attack rose, he's about to lower down the attack of that Galarian Moltres.
This is still going to be a really close game here. No shielding this Ariados could punish Boom at the back because Azumarill still has a lot of work to do here. You will have to call... perfect. Gets to the Ice Beam earlier, forcing LurganRocket to pull up his last Protect Shield. Azumarill comfortably hiding behind 2 Protect Shields.
There's 2 Protect Shields left on Boom 20's side. There is going for yet another Ancient Power bait. Boom doesn't want to take any risks here, saying, I've got 2 shields. I'm planning to use them at least in this matchup here. This Ancient Power does be protected up. Unfortunately for LurganRocket, also no boost here at another one. Going straight away, doesn't even bother to build up to a Brave Bird. If Boom is counting, and you know he is, he knows it's just an Ancient Power.
He does know it's an Ancient Power, but does that even matter? Because at this point, the Azumarill has a ton of energy and can potentially farm this Moltres all the way down, and that's exactly what happens. Drapion will come in here. Will Boom click that player off? And he does, and he takes his win. What looked like an insurmountable mountain was climbed by Boom. He goes into the winners round 2. What a gameplay. What amazing battles here.
You saw both of those trainers kind of stop playing. There was a pause in that moment as the comeback kid here looks like able to, even though he lost game 1, taking game 2 and 3 against one of our most veteran, one of our greatest trainers, LurganRocket. Boom 20, we said at the beginning, if you didn't know his name before, you definitely know it now.
Let's go, Boom!
Boom!
What a way to announce yourself in your first tournament, beating one of the veterans, beating one of the most decorated trainers in Europe, and going all the way, and I hope he goes all the way. This is the kind of players we want to see. We saw that how much of a disadvantage that matchup was. We were all looking at that Magnezone and Gastrodon and thinking, oh man, these 2 Pokemon are going to be so difficult to deal with for Boom, and he dealt with the best way possible by beating them.
I mean, honestly, the 2 trainers, they were talking last night, they were joking around, and Boom basically told LurganRocket that he was like, I don't think that I can do it, and LurganRocket was like, we'll have to see, you know, never say never, but it is definitely a harder matchup for you to do so. LurganRocket gracefully recognizing too, he's one of those trainers where he, you know, a lot of trainers almost use future sight, it seems, right? You know, they're watching a matchup and they can recognize, okay, if my opponent plays to perfection, if they don't make a mistake, it's almost impossible for me to come back from this point. And I think near the end, LurganRocket sort of realized that, recognized he didn't have any energy left on that Drapion, and there was just too much of Azumarill to go through there. You're absolutely right. Boom played it every game because that was his most valuable Pokemon.
All right, we still have some replays to go through to see some of the pivotal movement in these games. This is game number 1 where that Brave Bird barely knocked out the Quagsire. Unfortunately for Boom here, you can look at the switch clock. It's barely up. 1 mud shot, 2 mud shot. It's up. He could have clicked it, but he did not realize that it was going to be up, unfortunately. But in this game number 2, we saw this great catch here, getting rid of this energy from the Drapion onto this Azumarill and saying, all right, if you have a Magnezone, bring it in now, because if you don't, I'm going to run through your team with this Azumarill.
And running through the team is exactly what he did, because with no Azumarill on the other side, LurganRocket tries desperately to mud shot down, but with no Protect Shield remaining, another Trailblaze goes through to be able to knock out that Gastrodon, basically clearing the deal, clearing the way for Boom in this matchup. But the game 3 was really the most impactful moments, I think.
And this is also a funny moment from game number 2 where Lurgan made that amazing catch onto this Quagsire, onto his Drapion, but unfortunately for him, he was still too healthy of a Quagsire and too many shields to go through in game number 2. And this is game number 3 where we see the winning moment here. Azumarill beautifully, completely farmed down the Galarian Moltres, giving this player off on to the Drapion to proceed Boom onto the next round.
Yeah, all smiles on the side of Boom as he remains on the winner's side of the bracket. LurganRocket will be knocked down to the loser's side, but I mean, we just saw it earlier, Tomahawk UK being knocked down by ThoTechtical. There are so many good matches, and we're just beginning. The day has just started here, and our next matchup is going to be between the 2 previous Lille Regional Champions. So don't go anywhere, right? You want to be glued to the screen. Let us know who you think is going to be able to take that next matchup before we even go through it. We're going to have Colin 6, who was the 2023 winner, up against Galaxica Bolton, who was the 2024, using that Leaf Tornado Superior that he still brought this season.
He still bought that Leaf Tornado Superior, but the Pokemon that I'm really looking forward to watching on Galaxica Bolton's side is that Talonflame. We saw how it terrorized that Ariados in I think it was game 2 or in game 2, much earlier in the tournament. So if you're running an Ariados, there are 2 Pokemon that you really don't want to see. One is that Shadow type Lotion. The other one is that flying Talonflame.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, Galaxica Bolton has a really good read on this current meta that is in Lille. Talonflame was very popular at the first regional event in Baltimore, but then ever since then, it kind of took a backseat to Mandibuzz and to Galarian Moltres. While that is still true, the rise of the Ariados, the rise of the ground-type Pokemon that are doing the Mud Slap damage that can't really hit back to the Talonflame too hard, like the Gastrodons, like the Marowaks, my goodness. But we're getting ahead of ourselves here because there's been some fantastic plays that was just done between Boom and LurganRocket, and we have an interview with Boom.
Trainers, I am joined by Boom, who has had an explosive start to his Play Pokemon Regionals career. Boom, people have known you from grassroots, they know you're good, but did you expect to really do this well at your first ever regional?
No, never. I was hoping to go at least positive, right? Go 3-2 maybe 4-2. Like, the dream was to make day 2, but yeah, like my first day I went, just swept the group, didn't lose a single game. So my confidence was at an all-time high. But then I saw I was matched against Lurgan, which the Shadow Magnezone was really scary, but managed to pull it off. So I'm really happy with the win.
Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit. The Shadow Magnezone looked very strong into your team. How do you anticipate that?
Well, so yesterday I watched Lurgan play on stream, and he didn't bring the Magnezone against a team that was arguably even weaker to the Magnezone. So at some point I was even thinking he did not have the Magnezone. Maybe it was just like bench pressure, so he was just trying to like bait people into bringing counters and then just countering those. But yeah, unfortunately he did bring it because it was on my Azu the first game. I just called that he wouldn't like try to play the RPS game, and he would go neutral with picks like Drapion, Gastrodon and Moltres, which my Azu was really solid into, my Ariados was really solid into, and yeah, then Quagsire also pretty decent into those, so it was a bit of a risk because I went ABA quite a lot of times, but it paid off, so can't complain.
Yeah, I mean, in game 3, you know, you had the big alignment, you had Azumarill on the Moltres.
That was a good call.
And then when Lurgan swapped into the Shadow Drapion, you seemed quite hesitant. You didn't bring in Quagsire at first. What made you decide to bring in the Quagsire afterwards?
So, I wanted to force the shield first because I was afraid of the Magna Zone, right? Trying to bait out the Quagsire with the Drapion to potentially sweep with the Magna Zone in the back. And so once I forced the shield, I was like, yeah, I can switch now. Because with the shield advantage, like Aeridos, it's bad, but like 2 lunges do so much damage still. So I felt like it was at least playable. Yeah, so that's why I switched like after tanking a move on the Azu, because Azu really easily takes a crunch from Drapion. So then my Quag didn't have to worry about the energy.
That makes total sense to me. So I have one more question for you. You know, you're now in the field. Everyone knows your name now on the competitive Pokemon circuit. Are you going to play more of these events after this?
Yeah, it's the main issue is time and travel. But I'll see if like I can make anything work. I will definitely be there. But I haven't booked anything yet. But I'll definitely try to go to more events.
That's great to hear, and maybe you're already qualifying for Worlds at this very tournament, so that is also a goal that you could mention. Thank you so much for the interview, Boom, and I'm going to hand it over to the casters.
Thank you, Leo, and thank you, Boom, for those insights, right? It's really interesting when you see top level trainers. I mean, we can sit behind the desk and we can analyze why we think that people did what they did, but to really to hear it from themselves, the gameplay, the strategy behind leading certain Pokemon, I really laughed when they were like, oh, the Galarian Moltres on the Azu, and he was like, oh yeah, that was cool.
that was a good lead.
That was good.
Just brushing it off.
That was a good call.
Yeah, it's like 5-6 minutes of strategizing, thinking about what your opponent did in the previous games. It's like, yeah, I did okay with that one.
That was a good call. And it was a very fantastic call by Boom. I think that it's a very nice thing to see new players. You know what it kind of reminds me of is last season in Liverpool, Pato Man had his very first tournament, and he ended up getting 2nd place at this. I mean, I think Boom is definitely on a similar trajectory. He was someone that is well known within Go Battle League. He's someone that's well known within the grassroots, and then to being able to take that information, take those practice sessions, those different PvP times, and apply it where it really matters here in the tournament stage.
Yep. I mean, let's not take any credit away from Lurgan as well. I think he had a great team comp rate coming into Lille. I've talked to player trainers like earlier. I was with Boom and Tomahawk talking about like, all right, you know, if you eliminate Lurgan, it will be great because I don't have to deal with the Shadow Magnezone. There are so many trainers who are like 4 or 5 times weak to Shadow Magnezone, and it's a terrible Pokemon to be up against, right? Because once it gets ramping up, those wild charges, there's not a lot of Pokemon in the meta that can tank wild charges. If you don't have a ground type Pokemon on your team, you do not want to be messing with that with the Shadow Magnezone.
I mean, that's the point. With so many Gastrodons, with so many Marowaks, I mean, Clodsires, where have they gone? But with these Pokemon that are so popular in the meta, being able to use this type of Pokemon well is just a kudos to LurganRocket.
All right, definitely, but we have 2 decorated trainers again on this field. We have Colin 6 on the left and Galaxco Bolton on the right. We see Colin running that Kanto Marowak that we've been talking about. You just brought it up as well, but on Galaxco Bolton's side, he's running a Shadow Alolan Sandslash. He did say yesterday on the interview that, all right, it's always nice. The only good thing about a normal Sandslash is that it can take an Earthquake from Clodsire. But in the end, you always will have to throw 2 moves, and you will always have to pull up a Protect Shield. So why not have a Pokemon that can do a lot more damage? For example, we saw one game that was lost because the Ice Punch from the normal Sandslash was not enough to take on the Galarian Moltres. It was ThoTechtical's Galarian Moltres that survived with 3 or 4 HP to Sucker Punch down the Shadow Sandslash for the win.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, and it's going to be really interesting to see how they will be able to play out these different matchups. Colin 6 is very much on his form. A fun story about Colin is we were interviewing him this morning for a little side video that we're doing about, because he is going to LAIC, and we were saying he's our only 3-time European regional champion, and then I said, we should probably do a take where he says he's the only 4-time regional champion because Lille hasn't been completed yet, and if anyone can do it, it's someone who's like, we've already been calling the final boss.
Yeah, you've been calling Colin the final boss for a long time now. And I think he deserves the title, right? He's been to so many winners finals. He's also made runs where he's so confident. I think it was the last tournament where he won, where I think where the finals was against Tomahawk. I went to him after and was like, yeah, it was a tough matchup for you. And it was day 2 as well. And he said, don't worry about it, I'll be back. And he was in the grand finals. He flipped the grand finals and he won the title of the regional champion. champion. He's just so confident, and one of the things that I've been talking about Colin is that he plays the game in such a simplified way. It looks elegant. It's like, all right, he's doing so many things in his head, but it looks so effortless, and that takes a lot of practice, a lot of these tournaments, a lot of times on this hot seat, and that's how you build your regional experience.
Colin has a calmness to him when he plays. You can know that there's a lot of calculation behind it. Bolton, we don't see play as often, but when he does, he's so impressive. I'm so excited to get into this. We see the Alolan Sandslash right in the lead. Ice upon ice damage here. We know that this is a powder snow, so it's not going to be able to do much against his fast attacks, relying mostly on the drill runs on the side of Bolton.
Yeah, how this lead matchup goes on will dictate how the mid game goes. Colin waiting a turn here, immediately going into his Malamar afterwards to get rid of this Dugong. Malamar can do super effective damage with these superpowers, but not before the Dugong can put a little bit of dent on the attack of Malamar.
Yeah, Bolton playing ABA Ice, which I mean, I actually think that's not a bad strategy against Colin's team because nothing really hard counters it there. So he's able to just kind of come in with one ice, get a lot of energy, and now, though he's already done an Icy Wind here, this superpower is not going to be as impactful.
Yeah, at this point, you can potentially try to shield one and then charge attack type, but Colin banks that back-to-back superpower here and goes for the second one. Will this be enough to knock out this Dugong? It'll be really close. Oh, absolutely enough. Just enough to knock out the Dugong. Let's see what Bolton does. Does he come in with his own Sandslash? But no, goes for a very aggressive farm down with the Superior.
I mean, another superpower is loaded here, but with the attack now to basically double debuff two, this is the third superpower. Defense is also going down even more than Malamar. That just barely makes a chip, but a combination play here by Colin 6 coming back in with that Dugong, getting the Protect Shield from Bolton's side because this is Ice and this is a Grass-type Pokemon.
Ice is not nice for this Superior, but here comes this Leaf Tornado. Leaf Tornado has a potential to debuff. We've seen Bolton do so many of this in the last regional. Does he get a debuff? No, unfortunately for him, not.
He said last time I didn't get them, but let's see. He looks like he's actually going for his Frenzy Plant at this point. Also, just make a note, I'm having flashbacks to last year's Lille because look how he swipes those bubbles. It's a very aggressive style.
Yep, in comes this Icy Wind again. This, if unshielded, will knock out the Superior. Bolton has to make this call, pulls up the Protect Shield, and this puts him in such a strong position because we know it's the Azumarill at the back, but at this range, there is not enough HP for this Superior to maybe go through that Azumarill with one shield. The second Frenzy Plant comes in and it is shielded. He could potentially make a combo play here. No, goes for that Icy Wind immediately to take down the Superior.
You see on Colin's side, he's waiting a turn a couple times because he doesn't want an Icy Wind to get caught on anything else. But there's so much energy already loaded on this Alolan Sandslash. And guess what? This isn't the season for Hydro Pump Azumarill, which is going to be the thing that would be the most impactful, the thing that would be able to knock out this Alolan Sandslash. Alolan Sandslash already had one drill run done before, I mean, the Azumarill is even close to one charge attack. Yeah,
this Alolan Sandslash will have a huge uphill to climb here because it needs to get rid of this Azumarill. It needs to get rid of that Dugong with at least 40% HP, and also that Malamar drill run comes in here, puts that Azumarill in just one more drill run range. Colin, does this Azumarill survive this? Because if it's not, Bolton has a win condition opening for him.
I love this play. He's just going right away. He said, this is why I'm using Shadow. This is the damage that I need. He needs one more drill run for the Dugong. He needs to be very cautious that Malamar does not catch an attack. But Colin is not going to bring in that Malamar because that's just farm for the Alolan Sandslash. Will he be able to reach it? Looks like he does try to click it. He doesn't click it in time for the catch. This drill run will connect with the Dugong.
What a sweep by this Sandslash in the lead, negative lead, completely coming back to send all of Colin's team back into the Pokeball, winning 1-0. What a gameplay. Well, this is why, guys, this is why he's been running that Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
This was, I think, if anyone was wondering, saying maybe, you know, why would I end up switching to something that takes more damage? I guess Bolton has made a very, very good case for it at that point in time. And also, I want to highlight a couple other things. This game is very fast-paced, and maybe for a newer audience, they don't quite notice, but there's a lot of intricacies that happen within that game. Colin waited a turn many times because he didn't want to get caught on. They both waited a turn at the end. Unfortunately for Colin, he couldn't click into the Malamar in enough time, and that drill run connected with that Dugong.
Right, it's all training our mechanics as well, right? You both waited a turn, but it also takes some skill to wait a turn and continue waiting a turn. Because it's like, all right, I'm just going to wait here, but what if my opponent just clicks the move right now? What happens? Because if both of you wait, then there's this opportunity, because Colin did have that drill run stored, right? So
he was getting up to, but he was one off of it at that point.
He was one off it. So at that point, it made perfect sense for Bolton to just, calm down and say, it doesn't matter, even if it's in a scenario that he's never going to get to another move. So it made more sense. Bolton was in the driver's seat there. And one of the things that I really wanted to point out at the heads-up play there, he could have come in with the Sand Slash and aggressively farmed down the Malamar a lot quicker than what it would have happened, and taking less damage than what would have happened when he came in with the Serperior. But he kind of identified, maybe there are Pokemon at the back that can be weak to my Serperior, and he identified that it's probably going to be that Azumarill, and he completely, all that energy, all those Leaf Tornadoes, unfortunately, no debuffs.
Yeah, no debuffs, but he did end up getting both of the shields, and that proved vital at that moment. And with so much energy already on that Sand Slash, I mean, that was just an exciting game to watch. Looking at these different Pokemon, like I said, it's not the season of Hydro Pump. Ice Beam and Play Rough is what is typically common used on Azumarill there. Unfortunately for Colin, he didn't even get to let either one of those off in that matchup.
I think Colin could have thrown the Play Rough by waiting a turn or just going for it. Maybe at some point he did not realize that the Alolan Sand Slash was already at the drill run, because it's been in the game for so long. It was the lead type Pokemon. It did get some energy. It got some energy early game, got some energy mid game, and got some energy in the end game as well. So at this point, maybe you might have lost track of energy.
I mean, let's also talk about, we pointed it out at the beginning of the matchup, ABA Ice. What are you thinking of this strategy when you're looking at Colin's team? Because in my opinion, it looks pretty good.
Yeah, once you debuff a Malamar, then you can handle it. Oh, it's a Malamar into a Talonflame. This is a very interesting matchup to see, because this is going to be based on how much attack the Malamar has. Talonflame can slowly and steadily ramp up its damage, or it can just go straight for this Brave Bird. Colin saying, all right, I'm not going to wait for you to dictate the shield. I'm going to throw my move first.
Yeah, he goes ahead and throws this, and like you said, sometimes in that Zero Shield, the Psywave damage, if it's a higher attack Malamar, is enough to knock out. Catching now onto this Dugong. Great catch by Colin here, but it's still going to do a decent amount of damage. Bolton is nodding. He's only used that fly, so he has a little bit of energy stored up. Content to get one more. He's even going for 2 Incinerates here. He's saying, okay, this is fine. I'll actually just stay in this matchup.
Yeah, because the Ice Shots are doing neutral damage, because it's a part Flyer type Pokemon as well. At this point, it's great for Bolton, because he just comes in with his Dugong and can completely farm down Colin's Dugong. Of course, Dugong is double resist these Ice Shots because water and ice typing, but it does not matter. This energy,
you know what that means? That just means energy, Abby. Yeah, exactly.
That means energy, and ice against ice is one of the matchups that one of the only typings that Ice resists. It's actually the only typing that Ice resists.
One more Ice coming through. No, well, Colin 6 not even giving it a chance to. Wants to get a little bit more energy on that Malamar, but now the Bolton was just slightly ahead with that Ice Shard damage, being able to get this Icy Wind. Not enough to knock out the Malamar at this time. Malamar is at the superpower. Its attack is already debuffed. Throwing here, this still should be enough to knock out that Dugong.
This should definitely be enough to knock out the Dugong, but Bolton pulling up a shield here, potentially saying, all right, maybe you're still weak to Dugong, and whatever Pokemon you come in now is the Nightmare scenario, right? He's gonna get debuffed.
Yeah, spooky. And instead of an ABA strategy with Ice, Bolton is now went ABB with that Talonflame in the lead and both that Dugong and the Lowland Sandslash in the back here. The Drapion has come in. It will be debuffed with this no matter what. There's 2 Protect Shields remaining. Colin does still have a little bit of his own Dugong in the back for a potential catch or to clear, but Bolton says, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead already. I'm gonna come in. I'm gonna make you spend some of your energy now that you're debuffed. There's no Protect Shields remaining, able to tank this comfortably, even though, as you can see, it still does a lot of damage.
Yeah, it did a lot of damage, but at this point, he just wants to trickle the damage down. He wants to put this Drapion in a range where potentially he can incinerate down or Ice Shot down, and that's exactly what's happening here. This Drapion is going to be forced to throw energy, but it does not have any HP. Colin can farm as much energy as possible, but this is not enough. This is not enough to climb over the Talonflame or that Dugong at the back. Has Bolton done it? Did he just 2-0 the final boss?
We'll have to see. Dugong comes in. Dugong takes takes out that Drapion, takes out the other Dugong. Galaxka Bolton moves on in the winner's round, sweeping his bracket.
Yeah, what a way to go. This is how you assert dominance. It's like, all right, you are the second Lille champion, but I am the one who won it just before you. I am the reigning champion, I would say, right?
That's exactly true. The latest and greatest here with Galaxka Bolton wanting to keep that Gengar crown on his head at this point, saying, okay, I was here last year. I brought in something kind of crazy. I've even brought it to this matchup in the winner's round 1 of day 2. I am here to stay.
Oh man, that was such a good matchup. It was a lot of heads-up play from Galaxka Bolton as well. He went for that Icy Wind just to make sure, all right, this Drapion doesn't need to do as much damage to me. So he 2 shields up. Colin was like, thought he was in a very comfortable position, but that Drapion had so many things to do. It needed to get rid of the Dugong. It needed to get rid of the Talonflame, which was at 40% HP, and also needed to get rid of that Alolan Sandslash that came in at the end. It was too much for that one Pokemon. Yes, Drapion is so spammy, so great into this meta, but it doesn't have enough HP to go through all.
Even a 2-shielded Drapion at that point was not quite enough. Something that I really like that Galaxka Bolton did in that, we have this kind of saying within Pokemon Go, if you're battling PvP, it's a chip and dip strategy, where if someone swaps in a Pokemon or if they get a little bit of damage, then you swap out because, you know, already that Pokemon has taken a bit of damage. Galaxka Bolton, like, basically, he didn't chip and dip. He just chipped and kept chipping before he dipped. He put 2 flies into that Dugong, getting it so low. Then he swapped in, and he was able to completely farm down and get a ton of energy.
Yeah. We saw a moment of hesitation from Galaxka Bolton as well. Maybe we will see it in the replay, which is we have ready right now for game number 1. We see the superpower going into the Serperior, not doing enough, and then Galaxka and incoming with this Dugong going for that debuff after debuff, but unfortunately not enough because this Serperior is so bulky. And look at this. This is what I'm talking about. All that energy from that Sandslash, one after another. Drapion knocking this down, but again, the Pokemon at the back was just too big of an uphill climb here. Drapion knocks down the Sandslash. In comes that Dugong saying, here, catch an ice shot. Bye-bye. Who's coming next? Another Dugong. Here, take another one. Bye-bye.
Who wants to face this Dugong? Colin 6 puts down his phone at that point. Really well played by both opponents, but Galaxka Bolton with a double ice strategy. I'm wondering if other trainers are thinking that they might want to pick up something similar because a lot of people have opted for a Dugong. We've seen Shadow Wall Rain. You know, we've also seen Alolan Sandslash, but we haven't seen a combination by many trainers of more than one ice type on the same team.
Yeah, but I think it all comes down to coverage, right? I think the reason why he can run this double ice Pokemon is he can protect it with the Talonflame. We saw it in this game as well. He led the Talonflame and then he had 2 ice type Pokemon. He went for the tried and tested time, you know, for all over the start of time from PvP is the ABB strategy. He had the Talonflame, which is going to be strong against Pokemon that can potentially beat the 2 ice types he had at the back, and he could use 1 ice type to bait out a potential counter for the other ice type at the back, and that worked out perfectly for Galaxka Bolton in this game.
Yeah, I mean, he had so much analytical skill there. I mean, I just want to point out that, I mean, where was Galarian Moltres? It was nowhere to be found within that, right? Nowhere to be found within those matchups. Galarian Moltres is one of these Pokemon that it's like, they're kind of hard to come by because you need to be using your daily adventure incense to be able to get it. But even still, even if you get one under, you know, 1500
under 1500, you will have to find the right PvP IV for it. And that's where trades come in. We have a short video for you about what you can do in trades.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. My name is Martijn, aka Inadequance, and I'm here to tell you about specific Pokemon you could be training to use for your battles. We've seen Pokemon such as Cresselia, Giratina Origin, and Guzzlord dominate in the play Pokemon meta. These are legendary Pokemon and are not caught in the wild. So, how do you obtain these? Legendary Pokemon are obtained through raids. These appear on gyms and the species appearing rotate now and then, so keep an eye on the blog and news to see what is available. They may sometimes also be obtainable through timely special researches. But some of these legendary Pokemon are not eligible for Great League as they are over 1500 combat power when you catch them. If they are a little bit over 1500, however, you may be able to trade them with another trainer to get it under 1500 combat power, as the attack, defense and HP values are randomized upon a trade. The lower the friendship with the other trainer, the higher the odds that these stats are low, and thus the higher the odds that the Pokémon will be Great League eligible. This makes meeting up with your local community and other battlers at the Pokémon Go Championship tournaments the perfect opportunity to obtain these unique Pokémon for PvP. No idea which Pokémon you may be missing for PvP? We've got you covered. These are some of the competitive Pokémon that may require trading to become Great League eligible. Cresselia, Tapu Fini, Giratina Origin, Guzzlord, or Buzzwole. These Pokémon have been on many winning teams throughout the championships and are definitely worth obtaining. Usually, a Pokémon with a low attack and a high defense and HP performs better than a Pokémon with default stats. Pokémon obtained from X and raids always have default stats, so you may want to look into trading Pokémon like Mandibuzz, Berserker, Surfetch and such as well. Trading with your fellow trainers at local events or the championships is the perfect opportunity to obtain these Pokémon and expand your selection for competitive play. To find out more about events nearby you, check out pokemon.com/compete.
Those matches go hard so far, and we're not even through the first round of the winners bracket yet.
We're gonna have, I believe, Paula next, right? Paula versus Tonton Bateus. The winners round 1 looks like consists of people you could all pick for EUIC winners, for example. This is such a stacked tournament, it's crazy.
Almost everyone has been a regional finalist or IC finalist so far. I was going to say winner, but then we have ThoTechtical and Tomahawk UK as well. But the multiple finals appearances is also completely insane. Now we can take a look at the matchup. We said it in the beginning as well. Tonton Bateus with probably the craziest team up here. Skarmory, Greninja, Charjabug.
I don't think you got the memo about a new meta.
Yeah, I also don't think so.
Right, Skarmory, Charjabug, definitely prevalent from last season. But here we go into game number 1. We have the Shadow Marowak from Paula into the Greninja from Tonton Bateus. I would say this is a good lead for Tonton Bateus, but I believe the Muscle can be so oppressive that I would not be surprised if Marowak wins a 2-shield scenario here.
Yep, that works, but it is not really a 2-shield scenario because it is a 2-0 shield scenario. Because if you try to throw Bone Clubs, you're going to lose this matchup and get outpaced.
Right, because then a Water Shuriken sneaks through. Looks like Paula does want to pull a shield here. Maybe she doesn't intend on winning the matchup, but just getting the Greninja low so that it doesn't threaten the Drapion anymore, because the Drapion doesn't have a great matchup here either.
Yeah, I hope actually that my stats are right and that I'm not completely mistaken about this, because this looks like a lot of damage.
I feel like the next Nut Slap might take out. Let's see, Niceness coming through. Tonton Bateus knows that this won't knock out yet, but this is slightly less expensive in energy, so it might be able to get to another one. No, it doesn't! Paula takes down his Greninja just with Mustache from the Kanto Marowak.
I stand corrected, but now there's a Pokemon coming in that takes this energy really well. Immediate swap out from Paula, goes in with the Azumarill, but there is something waiting in the back, a creepy, crawly bug.
I don't know, maybe Tonton Bateus is expecting something else because he is not throwing his energy, he just refuses, waits for the Ice Beam to go through here, doesn't do as much damage. This matchup isn't like it was a few months ago because Steel Wing now generates less energy and does less damage. Now going into the charge, but keeping all that energy, that's indeed a tremendous play from Tonton Bateus because that Brave Bird, when shields are down, it just hits so hard on anything.
And also, Charjabug, yes, is an electric type, has a fully powerful fast attack, but Discharge doesn't knock out an Azumarill, and by softening it up with these Steel Wings, you're putting it in a good KO range with the Discharge. Actually, is this going to be enough? This is going to barely knock out, I assume?
I think it does. Oh, now she's able to swap just barely there, going for that Bone Club to knock out this Charjabug. I don't think we'll see a shield here, unless Tonton's making a prediction of the Doom, for example. And he does put up the shield. We know from yesterday that Charjabug wins Charge Attack Purity, and here we go. The X-Scissor comes through. This is looking very dire for Palasha because there's a Brave Bird loaded on the Skarmory, and in the back she has the Shadow Drapion, and it doesn't have a lot of bulk.
Yep, Shadow Drapion can take a Sky Attack for sure, but how much damage can it take from a Brave Bird? Is it going to be able to hang on with a few HP? We're going to see in a few seconds. But actually, okay, we're swapping in, and there's going to be the Brave Bird immediately loading up to full energy here. Brave Bird is going to connect.
Can we get a Zoof here?
Yes,
here we go.
Absolutely.
Brave Bird's coming through. Here we go, Brave Bird.
Zoof! And this deals a tremendous amount of damage, but Paula is actually going to get an Aqua Tail off, and that is going to KO here because the Tivensis severely fell.
The problem for Paula is she's very close to an attack on that Azumarill, but I believe it's one bubble off. I don't know if she gets there, trying to catch that Volt Switch on the Azumarill to get to the Aqua Tail, but no, Tonton has an attack loaded. Axis is coming through. Tonton takes game number 1.
Charger Bug is completely insane in this meta if it goes unchecked. Many trainers have shifted away from the Cloudsire. That was the biggest nightmare of Charger Bug to the Kanto Alolan, to the Kanto regular Shadow Marowak. Okay, now I got it. And this is actually not the worst matchup for the Charger Bug.
I think this is just a really good meta call from Tonton Bateus, right? On top of that, there are no, and by that I mean 0, Diggersby in day 2. Yep. Diggersby is another top threat for Charger Bug. No Clodsire, no Diggersby makes Charger Bug very viable. We saw that Axis still does deal very reasonable damage to the Shadow Marowak, and that makes it actually not. I'm not gonna say you should definitely keep your Charger Bug into a Shadow Marowak, but if you have energy, you may be able to pull some shields there because the Axis almost deals half. Like it brings the Marowak into half HP.
So what I didn't like about Charger Bug before when those Diggersby and those Clodsire were around is that maybe your opponent swaps in an Azumarill, you answer with your Charger Bug, you win this matchup, you get out with a little bit more energy, you're just giving your opponent a lot of farm on these ground types. Kanto Marowak doesn't get a lot of farm from that, and also doesn't even resist these X's. It deals a lot of damage, so your energy that you gain out of the previous matchup is actually still valuable, which it wasn't before.
I'm not gonna lie though, I feel like I'm kind of surprised that the Charger Bug even came out, because the Marowak is just so good kind of in Tonton Bateus' team. It can win when both Pokemon have 2 shields. Marowak can defeat Cresselia despite taking super effective Grass Knot. Yep. That's how impressive it can be. Here we go. We have game number 2. We have the Ariados into Skarmory. This is a great lead for Tonton Bateus.
Tonton Bateus is really going for it here. The Kanto Marowak is being swapped in here. And what do you do now? You have the Cresselia in the back, and by these Stillwings, you're softening up the Marowak so you can maybe take out with the Grass Knot.
Exactly, Leo. Good read. I think that's exactly what Tonton Bateus is doing here. The energy from the Skarmory is just so good everywhere. And then the Steelwing may have just put this into one Grass Knot range. I don't think it's one Grass Knot range just yet. But with the Psycho Cut adding up, I do think that a Grass Knot, it does like a little bit over 50% damage.
You are forcing the shields from Paulasha here, and when you're looking at the backline, there's Ariados and the Azumarill, and both of these do not want to take Brave Birds.
And we've seen the back, the Charger Bug as well, so Tonton Bateus is looking very strong here. Paula is the queen of PvP though, so maybe she can pull some strings. Has to throw on this attack here. The Cresselia sneaks that Psycho Cut through and has to put up the shield. I think that if Paula puts up another shield, she could eventually farms down. Is she going to try and catch? Not going to try and catch that attack. The problem is, if you fail the catch, Tonton Bateus doesn't have Moonblast on this Cresselia. He has Future Sight, and that would take out the Ariados in almost one attack. Goes into the Skarmory. Very aggressive play for Tonton Bateus, and in comes the Azumarill. This may give Paula some head start into taking it out. In comes a Sky Attack. This actually does deal more damage than it used to, but it also costs more energy.
The thing is, Tonton Bateus is putting so much work in with his Skarmory, but now Charger Bug in the back against Ariados, it is looking okay. It is a rather neutral matchup, but it's not as dominant as Skarmory is on the Ariados.
There's still a shield on Tonton Bateus' side though, and he hasn't decided on using it yet. Even though all these attacks do more than whatever the Marowak and the Ariados can throw into this. Oh, going for the Brave Bird. That makes the Skarmory very prone to a farm down from the Marowak.
But don't forget the 50-second timer. He's very close to swapping out. Paula is not waiting around, wants to deal so much damage.
Farm down, she gets down! Wow! You don't always see that ground type farms down a bug down. And in comes the Charger going for the bait. And no shielding! What a goal from Tonton Bateus!
Tonton is still going to take quite the damage here, as it is not resisted, it is neutral because of the electric typing here. There is going to be another Bone Club. You will have to shield one of those eventually. You can't just let all of your Pokemon take all the damage. He's actually falling it again. What is he doing? Does he want to take everything with the... Oh, he swaps into the Cresselia, wants to race to the future side. Is that the game plan?
Can he get to the attack? He gets to the launch. She gets to the launch. You gotta throw his launch, otherwise the future side will knock out. Does his future side knock out the Ariados, Leo?
I have no clue about this matchup. Does future side knock out? We're going to see. What noise do we make? What noise do we make, Martijn?
This is gonna be a classic, Leo. This is gonna be a classic one. Here we go. Future side being loaded, gonna be super effective. Future side comes through. Boom!
Does not knock out those switches into the Charger Bug. Does not take out with the Volt switches, and the Ariados of Polasha farms down!
Wow, Polasha being able to tie up the score there. That looked so bad, so dire for her this entire match, but the queen of PvP is able to tie up the score here. What a tremendous game. Leo, we need to give Tonton a name as well, right? He's one of the best French players. I know Vish is currently known for being the best French player, but Tonton is getting top cuts every single time. Tonton is like the Spice Master, maybe. How do you
Spice Master. I was gonna go with the Dragon Master because the Shadow Dragon that just stands out to me, but Spice Master is also really nice.
I do like that. Maybe like something French to it.
Master of Seasoning.
Master of Seasoning. I like this. Tonton Bateus, the Master of Seasoning. I love it. I love it. Yeah. Do you think we're gonna see the Pangoro?
I think Pangoro always kind of has play, because even if resisted, close combat is a heck of a move. But also the matchup versus the Kanto Shadow Marowak. Why is this so hard for me? It's not the best because Mud's levels are kind of oppressive. I like the Charger Bug Skarmory Greninja line because Skarmory is so good. The question is how well does Pangoro pair with the Skarmory?
And there's no fire type. There are almost no fire types in the day 2 at all. We saw one from Galaxy Bolton. That might be one of the very few. Polasha doesn't have that, so it does make that core of Skarmory and Charger Bug just really good. And I should say, Kanto Marowak just really strong as well. Here we go, Azumarill from Polasha into Skarmory again from Tonton Bateus. Tonton Bateus is really bringing his 3 reliable, and Polasha is really building on the Azumarill with the bulk and the Kanto Marowak with the offensive pressure. Let's see how this goes.
Do you think that Tonton Bateus is trying to aim for a catch on the Cresselia here at some point? Because yes, this is a rather neutral matchup. Skarmory is doing absolutely fine against the Azumarill. However, you can utilize this so much better than just throwing Sky Attacks into the bulkiest water type we have in Great League.
I think so too. I think this is a Brave Bird, Leo, going for the aggressive play. So Tonton Bateus has been playing so aggressive, going for massive damage here, and then swapping into the Charge Bug immediately. But this draws out the Charge Bug. Alignment is looking so good for Polasha here.
Yep, and also you said it before, Future Side Grass Knot on the Cresselia. What's it gonna do against the Drapion?
But look at this, Tonton Bateus at 2 X-Scissor now. He could throw back to back, and that may pull a shield from Polasha there, because X-Scissor is very efficient and does a good chunk on his Alola Marowak. Look at that. Oh, sorry, Kanto Marowak.
Yep, the thing is, even if you draw a shield, you can play 2 versus 0 shields in Future Side Cresselia versus Drapion. You're still not going to win this matchup.
Drapion walls Cresselia because it doesn't have Moonblast. Alignment's looking so good for Paula, but if Tonton Bateus brings in the Cresselia in this matchup, it actually may give him play because he can keep the Skarmory healthy. And it looks like he is bringing in that Cresselia. If he's expecting the Drapion, this is a great play.
He's going to sponge a little bit of damage here, going to take that Bone Club like a champ on the Cresselia, and is going to force another one out. Yes, immediately. Not the best timing, but you want to throw the charge attack before the Grass Knot.
Otherwise, Tonton Bateus will go for the Grass Knot, and you don't even get the attack off. This is such nice chip damage as well. Brings the Cresselia into 1 crunch range, maybe even into 1 player range for later. And at this point, Paula feels like Kanto Marowak has done its job. Yeah. It goes down, Shadow Marowak goes down, and now you have the Shadow Drapion. But Skarmory has no energy and is really slow. This is looking pretty tough for Tonton Bateus. Yeah. Keep in mind, he has a shield advantage.
Yep, the thing is we're already at 2 charge attacks, and being that low on HP is going to be costly for him eventually at some point, because Aqua Tail is being shielded, but I think it would almost knock out at this point together with maybe a bubble.
Going for the sky attack. Paula obviously shields that up. It's all in the hands of that Drapion. The Azumarill is so low. I believe it has an attack stored. So let's see how this is going to go. Do you go for another Aqua Tail here? I think Aqua Tail is almost going to knock out this. Skarmory has 2 Aqua Tail at this point. What is Tonton going to do? Do you shield? He no-shields his attack. Is this going to knock out the Skarmory?
He is going to call an Aqua Tail here, and it takes out the Skarmory. There is now Cresselia left against the world with the future sight. Paul Asher is nodding already. Is she going to beat the Master of Seasoning here in this winners round 1 on day 2? The Crunch is going to enter the shield, and now Tonton is going to be faced with a Play Rough on the Azumarill before he can throw the Grass Knot.
Play Rough is coming through for Paulasha. The queen of PvP is going through to the next round.
Takes out the Cresselia, and Paula is celebrating this. She's once again advancing to one of the higher rounds. This is incredible. Such consistency on all of these trainers here.
I was going to say that the matchup just looked really difficult for Paula after that first battle, where the Charge Bug and the Skarmory both look so good. Yeah. But she also just showed why Lyle Jeffs won last week with that Shadow Marowak, because it's just so oppressive and so good with the Mud Slap buff, Bone Club being an efficient charge stack, Rock Slide is important coverage. Marowak is one of the Pokemon to have right now. Paulasha shows us.
And I find it hilarious because, you know, some of the Pokemon, you know, Greninja throws water shurikens at you, Talonflame is incinerating you, he just throws mud at you. Marowak is relentless.
It does. Sometimes the mud goes even a little bit higher, as if it's throwing to the trainer.
Yeah.
You know,
take this.
We haven't seen the Greninja in game 2 and 3 from Tonton Bateus. I think maybe he felt like maybe he didn't have experience with that matchup with the Marowak and felt like, wait, maybe I need more bulk. If that Marowak is coming out, then maybe Greninja is not the answer that I should bring. Even though the Skarmory already does quite well, because all the Must-Up are resisted, it actually is a really close matchup where Marowak is, I believe, is able to win the scenario where both Pokemon have 1 shield.
Yeah, Marowak was farmed down by the Greninja, no, the other way around in game 1, but still, no, the Greninja, reset, Greninja did its job, even though it got farmed down by the Marowak in game 1 by getting out shields, putting down the Marowak into very low HP.
And then Skarmory swept.
Yeah, got a farm down and it swept. And I think in game 2 and 3, the Cresselia was a little bit of a liability because the future sight, especially after 1 debuff, does not knock out the Ariados, and that was what was desperately needed. And in game 3, of course, having it on the Drapion, there is no chance. And I find this future sight pick really interesting because, yes, we have so many good poison types in the meta, but we have also so many dark types.
Yeah, let's take a look at how these battles went. There we see that Drapion in game number 1, but Tonton Bateus had that energy. I believe this is actually, yeah, sorry, this is where she tried to catch the Volt Switch and was barely not able to get. Previously, the Skarmory went for the Brave Birds to knock out all those Pokemon after Greninja took 2 shields. So that led to Tonton Bateus' victory in game number 1 there.
Yeah, I think there was barely any win condition for Paula there, even if she made the catch. Yeah, it was really, really tough. And there you can see the Kanto Shadow Marowak throwing those Bone Clubs. And this was also a very interesting play by no-shielding this. Look at the HP on the Cresselia in the back. With what HP are you going to win the game?
The thing is, he kind of had to, otherwise she would get to a Rock Slide. And then we see the future side, which did so much damage. This was debuffed, by the way, so otherwise would have knocked out. And there, she barely has the Poison Sting down.
Poison Sting buff.
If the Ariados did knock out, then the Charge Bug had an attack for the Kanto Marowak, which it would win Charge Attack Purity. And here we see the closing attack in that final game. A lot happened in this battle. It looked so dire for Paula in this matchup based on alignment, but when Tonton Bateus swapped out, it just really put her in a decent spot.
Yep, she piloted this really well. Sometimes the plans that your opposing trainer are coming up with also can benefit you from time to time when you're like, okay, I was planning for something different. I had like an escape strategy for this bad situation, but now that you're going with another plan, I have a better backup plan, and this can sometimes help you as well.
So, Leo, I have a question for you.
Please.
What is your opinion on the Charge Bug after we have seen it? I believe 2 trainers got very far with it this tournament already. What is your opinion on the Bug Electric Pokemon now?
I like Charger Bug a lot. I mean, it was in my caster predictions. It has always been goofy. It's the little electric bug buzz, but it is so strong. We have Pokemon like Toxapex, Galarian Moltres, Azumarill, Dugong. Everything takes super effective damage from it. There are some neutral matchups I think that you kind of don't want to be in the Ariados matchup, to be honest, even though if there is no type or type advantage or disadvantage. But Ariados in neutral matchups is just so good. We have seen how well it performs in the Kanto Marowak matchup, even though Kanto Marowak is
like one of his worst matchups and still does quite well. Yeah.
So I think it is really, really strong. So many trainers have stopped bringing those hard answers. That's why it was pushed out of the meta in the first place. Clodsire, Diggersby. Those were the only two reasons. And maybe the absence of Cresselia also helped that Charjabug didn't really fulfill his role anymore.
There's one more, Leo.
Okay.
Malamar.
Yeah.
If you land an Axis on that, that is double super effective. But Leo, thanks for your thoughts. I would like to hear it from Paula as well. Amanda's ready for an interview here. Take it away, Amanda.
Thank you so much, Martijn and Leo. Yes, I'm here with Paula Shaw, the queen of PvP, as she's been crowned most recently. I have to ask, are you asking for another crown here in Lille?
I'm gonna try it. Right now I have to face Galaxco, I think, that has a talk team, and Hibit and Colin, that Colin is running exactly same team as me. So let's see.
Does that make you nervous at all, knowing that you have the exact same team? But I think you and Colin have very different play styles. I also want to, get an opinion here. There was someone in day 2 with a Shadow Magnezone, and it was not you.
Yeah, I wanted to play Magnezone, but everyone is running a ground type in his team, and I was like, okay, I don't want to be RPS against every single people. But yeah, I'm very proud that Lurgan is playing in Magnezone. I'm always cheering for him, but especially this time.
Yeah. So when you were playing up against the last matchup against Tonton, who is also a very well-known battler, and he had a Charjabug, which has a similar role-ish to Magnezone. Were you fearful at all of that Pokemon, or were there any Pokemon on his team that gave you some hesitation?
The worst Pokemon of his team against me was Skarmory, because I didn't really have a Skarmory counter, and I had to play like the most neutral possible with Raypion, because Raypion can easily outpace it. Because luckily with the Steel Wing nerf, it's not as spammer as it was. And yeah, a lot of things like Azu can deal with it. Kwak is better than expected.
Okay.
So yeah.
All right, that makes sense. I just have one kind of last comment and question for you. We joke around that you're the queen of PvP, and that is that's so true. I mean, you're one of the best battlers, I think, of the women, but you're also one of the best battlers just in general. What are your thoughts of competing in a field that is mostly male-dominated?
It's always hard, because normally you have to see some comments or some things, but luckily in this community, at least, I'm not feeling discriminated for being a woman. So yep, I'm very happy, I'm very proud. I'm always proud of being one representation of the girls community, and yep.
Yeah, well, it's been a pleasure to see you battle. Good luck on the rest of your future matches. We still have a lot of matches to go. Don't go anywhere, we're gonna kick it back to the casters.
I'm very happy that Paulasha feels welcome in this community and feels appreciated, because we definitely do appreciate her and her playstyle and all of the titles she got already.
There's a lot to learn from a player like Paula, and she is a role model for many players in the community, and especially those playing PvP. Even myself, I can also learn a lot. Like when I'm watching these battles, how she used that Magnezone, if I knew that for Lille, maybe I would have won too at the time.
True, yeah, you made 3rd place with the Shadow Magnezone and the Pelipper as well. I remember casting one of your games that you swapped in a Pelipper on a Thunderbolt.
But she won with it. Yeah. Let's take a look at where we are right now. We've had our first winners round, and now we're going to go into winners round 2. We're going to have really good battles here. Look at this, Leo. ThoTechtical versus Boom 20 and Galaxco Bolton versus Palasha. Thoughts?
All right, so ThoTechtical versus Boom 20. I would have to look at the matchup again. This is also going to be a head-to-head race. But with how Boom is performing so far in this tournament, I think he's gonna make it all the way. He's my prediction to win it now.
That would be crazy, right? Playing your first tournament ever and then making it all. He was already known in the grassroots circuit. If you haven't heard of Boom yet, you will. You will now. You will know him now. There's no other way. But ThoTechtical is also a household name, right? Has been around for many years, knows the game in perfection. It's going to be an interesting matchup between the ground types as well, because I believe ThoTechtical also has that Shadow Marowak, and then Boom has the Shadow Quagsire.
Yeah. So I think that also some people refer to ThoTechtical as the best Dutch battler. What do you think about that?
No comment.
All right.
He said it was Colin, so that was his answer.
I mean, I agreed, right? So there's also Galaxco Bolton versus Palasha in the other winner semi-finals. What do you think about that one? Because both of these trainers are champions.
Galaxco Bolton won, I believe, last season here, right?
Yeah.
Season before that was Colin. which was our matchup earlier, by the way. Colin versus Galactica Bolton, 2 Lille champions. And now Galactica Bolton is up against Paula. Paula hasn't won in Lille yet, so definitely some competition there. 2 players very familiar with winning that gold medal. And we have a pretty unique team from Galactica Bolton compared to other teams with the Leaf Tornado superior, but also the Talonflame. He has fire, and Ariados is one of the most common Pokemon in the meta currently. That makes Talonflame such an important Pokemon to use right now.
And one other Pokemon that he uses that is not really popular right now is the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, because most of the people, they go over to the regular Alolan Sandslash because
or the Dugong.
It takes an or the Dugong. It takes an Earthquake. But if you put shields on that Shadow Alolan Sandslash and bring it in a good position, this can win you games alone.
Exactly, that's what he's said as well. But first we take a look at ThoTechtical versus Boom 20. This is gonna be an extremely hype match. Let us know in the chat who you are rooting for, who you are predicting to win. ThoTechtical with a little bit of a less convenient team than Boom does with that Cresselia, this time with Moonblast, the Shadow Walrein, which we don't see a lot at all. The Galarian Moltres is quite spicy as well. And wait, what is that? This is the spiciest thing I've seen all day. Clodsire. Never thought the day would come that I would say that this meta.
Nobody is playing Clodsire anymore, but apparently it is pretty good with the Poison Sting buff.
And doesn't look bad into Boom's team as well. Here we go. Shadow Kanto Marowak into Azumarill. This is a great lead for Boom, but I gotta say, Kanto Marowak can actually win this in the 2-shoot scenario. Swapping into the Walrein immediately though, being answered by the Dunsparce. This is looking pretty good for Boom. He's making all the calls if you look at his backline, but I have no idea if Walrein can pull shields or flip the switch advantage here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I also am not too familiar with the Shadow Walrein matchups, but this is doing a big amount of damage, so if you pull a shield, then Boom is probably going to be able to farm this down. Your Icicle Crashes or Icicle Spears don't debuff you.
I think so too, here we go. That does a decent amount of damage. He's at another Icicle Spear now. If this goes through, could you flip the switch advantage as ThoTechtical? I'm not too sure. But you don't really want your Marowak on. Oh, let's it go. Can you get the rollout down as Boom? That'd be a huge play. No, he can't. He has to go for the... He goes for the drill on, actually. Interesting. Rock Slide is super effective. The time wasn't up, but just making sure that if it happens, it happens. And ThoTechtical is just letting it go, taking a Mudslap here instead, perhaps.
ThoTechtical is going for a little bit of energy advantage, and that is quite interesting, as we have seen the Azumarill in the lead against the Marowak. But as you have said earlier, if you use 2 shields, and now he kept 2 shields, you can actually win this matchup. Oh, trying to go for a catch on the Ice Beam with the Azumarill gets answered by an Ariados, and this is a position you never want to be in. Be locked with the Azumarill against the Ariados, because this is going to affect your other matchups as well, let me tell you.
So, I had a little bit of a smile there, but I think it was a smile that was more bittersweet, because Boom has all the answers and has read Tho perfectly. He has all the answers for the Pokemon Tho brought here. Ariados is so good into Azumarill with consistent poison and grass type damage output, and since it buffed its attack, the next Trailblaze will knock out. Boom going for perfect timing. This won't allow Tho to throw his next charge deck, but Tho's keeping his shield still. I think there's still maybe play for him.
Yeah, the thing is, he has no Pokemon to switch out anymore, and Boom is definitely going to reach, or is he? I think he might have to invest his shield here, but he is going to be able to debuff the Kanto Marowak, and I don't think that it's going to be able to win the scenarios against the Azumarill anymore with lower attack.
That's going to be tough indeed. Going for the Trailblaze, actually. Interesting play. Maybe predicting that Tho, maybe calling this. No, Tho is actually shielding this up. I don't know how this is going to go, because ThoTechtical has some energy here.
Oh, Boom has
so
some
much energy as well on the Azumarill. This is looking so tough for ThoTechtical now.
Yeah, he's definitely not happy about this. Boom is 3 bubbles away from taking game 1 from ThoTechtical. Does he have an idea? Actually, there is 2 Bone Club loaded up already. We're going to reach the Ice Beam charge attack priority. I doubt that this is going to knock out.
And Boom still has a shield. This is looking very tough. The Clodsire would have looked so good from ThoTechtical in this matchup, but he didn't bring it. Ice Beam is going to be super effective. Going to take out this Kanto Marowak. Boom, taking game number 1 very convincingly, making all the right calls and making the score 1-0.
You know what I like about Clodsire in this meta, apart from it being one of the most flexible Pokemon? Oh, it is hilarious. It's all Clodsire business, but this Pokemon, it is really strong, so people started adapting to it. You know, everyone started bringing all of these counters. Now that it shifts away from the meta, you basically have one of the best Pokemon, and nobody is really preparing for it hard anymore. Where's Diggersby?
Diggersby is just not there. That makes Clodsire such a good Pokemon. And maybe Tho was afraid that Boom would predict that he would counter the Clodsire. Because look at that. Sludge Bomb Clodsire, good into that Azumarill. It's decent into the Dunsparce as well. And it was so good into the Ariados. Clodsire would have been would have run through the team that Boom brought there.
Clodsire would have absolutely boomed through this entire team. Now let's take a look at the other Pokemon, because ThoTechtical has opted to run Moonblast over the future side that Tonton Batu's run. What do you think about Cresselia right now?
Well, the thing is, Moonblast allows you to fight back into Dark-type Pokemon.
Oh.
We saw against Paula that Future Sight had nothing on Drapion. Well, Moonblast could at least fight back a little bit. And as you can see here as well, we have a Dark-type. We have two Dark-types into Drapion and Malamar. Moonblast comes in really handy there, but it's also difficult to run into the Ariados, because since you're on the Future Sight, you have a pretty bad matchup here. Ariados is just going to deal super effective damage with the Lunge, and you only have Psycho Cut that's super effective back, but it doesn't do as much damage. What else are you going to throw? Moonblast?
What you're saying is you have to pick your poison.
All right, Leo, this is our last round.
All right, we're going. Okay, this is over now.
I'm kidding. But as you can see by this team, I think that Boom just really went with all three Pokemon that don't have much play or aren't as good into the Clodsire, right? Because he has the Quagsire and the Malamar that are decent into it, but he didn't bring both. And ThoTechtical doesn't really have a good core breaker into it. Here we go, game number 2. We have the Cresselia into the Azumarill. This is a great call from ThoTechtical.
Yeah, this is very last season of them. This is a grass damage. Immediate swap out into the Ariados, and ThoTechtical is not scared to bring the Clodsire. The players are laughing it off.
ThoTechtical is not having it. You have all the alignment against me in the previous game, now I get the alignment against you. This is where the Clodsire is very good, but Ariados is going to boost his attack tremendously in this matchup. The thing is that Cresselia doesn't really have bad matchups in the back, so even if you get the switch advantage here, I don't know if Boom really is going to need it.
Yep, Boom has one thing going for him as well, and that is no Stone Edge on the Clodsire, so it has to go for this super big energy costing Earthquake. And now the damage is actually ramping up. The next Trailblaze is going to be rather close to KOing, actually over-farming here. Wow. ThoTechtical going 2 shields down is incredible.
ThoTechtical tapping the Earthquake like Galaxy Bolton taps the Frenzy Plant. Earthquake is still being shielded here. Do you go for a lunge now? Boom will get 2 charge stacks before the next Earthquake. I think the next Earthquake may barely or barely not. No, still no shielding. But the thing is, the poison thing are double resistant. They still will knock out the Clodsire, I think. Oh my god, that gets so close though.
This
Look at that.
going to
get there.
Years. They actually do damage. A catch on the Earthquake, but this Ariados isn't boosted anymore. Also, you're 2 shields down. There is a Shadow Kanto Marowak that has 2 shield advantage.
There are 2. I love this play from ThoTechtical, because this allows him to switch out later. He's now no longer switch locked if the Azumarill comes back in after knocking out this Source. But ThoTechtical will take 2 Duron here if he wants. So he could decide to put a Protect Shield, but looks like he's still keeping them for the Cresselia. This is looking pretty decent there, but the problem is Boom is going to come in with the Azumarill here and not with the Ariados. So Ariados is going to be aligned to that Cresselia soon.
Yep, that is true, and there is basically nothing that Cresselia can do in this matchup. He's taking so much damage. Is maybe predicting? No, he knows that the Ariados is in the backline. He's going to actually, if it... Ooh, immediate swap out into the Azumarill. Now the Ariados is on the Cresselia. What are we doing here? Can Boom flip this actually? There's still 2 shields on ThoTechtical's side remaining. He's just not using them.
What was looking so good for ThoTechtical at first is now actually looking pretty decent for Boom. Yes, there are 2 shields, but this is a really good matchup for Ariados, especially when there's no future sight on this Cresselia. I think at this point, ThoTechtical needs to stall out the clock so much that he can take out the Ariados with the Rock Slide he has stored on that Marowak.
But I think the clocks are really, really well aligned together. Both trainers basically swapping out at the same time in this position. Look at this. This is very, very close.
Oh, the attack drop from the Moonblast!
Oh, that is huge. Lunge, you say I can Moonblast this. The next lunge is going to go shielded as well. There's still about 40% health on that Cresselia.
Leo, this is pretty good for Boom because, look, he swaps into the Azumarill, and oh no, ThoTechtical makes the wrong prediction. The Kanto Marowak goes down with all that energy. The problem for ThoTechtical was, even if he didn't do that, this Cresselia was so much debuffed. He had to swap out anyway.
Yep, you don't beat this Azumarill anymore, and then you have to put it in basically 1 Bone Club range. Boom is playing out of his mind right now, putting his opponent in a position where he basically has to lose the advantage of having 2 shields. Maybe he had to shield the Shadow Kanto Marowak.
I think so too, perhaps. problem is, just because he gave up switch advantage there, ThoTechtical didn't have the alignment he needed, and boom, advances to the next round!
Oh, this is winner's final for Boom in his first ever regional. That is absolutely insane. Top 3 guaranteed, I want to say.
That's crazy. He already has a medal to his name.
That's completely insane. Oh, this was such a great match. I thought that ThoTechtical actually had this. Getting 2 shield advantage in the Clodsire versus the Ariados matchup is crazy. A crucial catch on the side of Boom of the Earthquake. But then I think ThoTechtical, by not shielding the Shadow Cantameric, he put too much pressure on the Cresselia because he knows there was an Ariados in the back. He saw it. He played out the matchup for a minute.
What if you swapped in your Marowak into the Ariados instead? Because that can also force that switch advantage. And then you have your Clodsire and Dunsparce, which isn't as good, but it's not it's a decent matchup. Maybe with a shield down, Clodsire would lose that into the Dunsparce, but you have good play there, and then you still have the Cresselia. Perhaps that may have been the key for ThoTechtical to win that matchup. At the moment, I liked at first that he didn't swap out the Clodsire when the Dunsparce came in, so he could swap out immediately of the Marowak later on in the game. The problem was, you may have needed that Clodsire to clear the debuff, because now you had to do it on the Marowak, but the Marowak has so much energy. You don't want to bring it into Azumarill. You need that for the Ariados.
And it caught a bubble into the face immediately. That was really, really difficult. And also, he didn't really make use of that switch clock that he saved for himself, because he stood in that matchup anyway. So he basically played 50 seconds without a switch clock being up.
It's kind of a tough spot there, and Boom just played that so well. Double shooting that Ariados. He thought, man, if I don't get alignment here, maybe I can just cook a little bit if I switch around, dance around with my switches. Take a look at the replay here. Game number 1, we saw that Kanto Marowak just not being able to pull through near the very end. Boom had all the alignment in this game. That was just very difficult for ThoTechtical to come back from.
There was no shot he was going to take this game off of Boom, and now there you can see the Earthquake catch that probably won Boom the game. Genius.
Genius catch, I agree. The Earthquake does do good damage there, but at that point, just because the Ariados was so healthy, it was going to be a problem later. So many debuffs from that Ariados with the lunge on the Cresselia that even because the Azumarill came back in, and there it is, the swap was visible. ThoTechtical was waiting, but I don't think he looked very well. He says well played, but it was just unfortunate for ThoTechtical. Even when the Azumarill came back in, I think 3 Grass Knot might not even be enough when you're triple debuffed.
Yeah, absolutely not. This would have done no damage at all. I think the Grass Knot from Cresselia against Azumarill already does not do like impressive, super effective damage. But if you're triple debuff, it tickles the Azumarill.
And what if you shield the Clodsire in that matchup? What if you shield the... Yeah, that's pretty pin. What if you shield the Clodsire in that matchup versus Ariados and keep switch advantage that way? Keep the Clodsire healthy. It could even put in work into the Azumarill later from Boom, because that's Slash Bomb.
I mean, you had switch advantage even without shielding it. You basically, if the Earthquake connected, you would win the 0 versus...
I guess, but if you kept the Clodsire hanging around, right? Because that last Trailblaze did a lot of damage. It's like 40% after doing, like 35% maybe. But it did so much damage after double boosted Trailblaze, right? That the Clodsire at that point just had no use anymore, even though that played into the whole team. ThoTechtical basically let his most important asset go very easily.
I think actually... not shielding this was a correct choice, but I think that he should have put the shields on the Kanto Marowak, because this is such an important Pokemon for him. This one needs the shields. Cresselia likes to take damage. Most players use it as a damage sponge sometimes, knowing, hey, this has a very decent amount of bulk. And Shadow Kanto Marowak, it has a decent amount of bulk, but not that much. And it had so much energy in the end. Could have easily taken a bubble.
I disagree with you, Leo, and here's why. If you shield the Marowak, Azumarill gonna come back in. ThoTechtical would switch into the Cresselia, and Ariados comes back in. In fact, Ariados will get to 3 lunge and bring the Cresselia so low that it will be hardly viable into that Azumarill. So I do think that at that point, the correct shield play was using it on Cresselia, but maybe it was better to do that more mid-game. But Boom, also his strategy was just crazy, right? He just made this, he did the same team again, and he did that in his previous matchup into LurganRocket as well, where he basically just maintained the same team, even though it was like weak to one particular Pokemon. Against ThoTechtical was a Clodsire. Against LurganRocket was the Magnezone. He just kept the same strategy.
There's so many different factors on how to play a great game of Pokemon Go. So you have the timing where you want to throw those charge attacks. You have to have the reactions to basically prevent your opponent from catching, waiting turns, so many mechanics. But this is something that is very hard to learn. The strategy of saying, hey, okay, I lost the lead here. I'm going to go 2 shields down, which is something that you never want to do, basically. It's a very uncomfortable position. Swap out my triple buffed Pokemon afterwards with a catch, knowing that I have still one bad matchup in the back there, but I can force my opponent to not play that matchup. That is crazy. Who sees that coming?
We can talk all day about this matchup, but Boom is going to the winners finals and gets a lot of championship points. And you know what another way is to get championship points? It's through local tournaments as well. You get them at regional championships, at international championships, but also at local tournaments. Let's take a look at a video about these local championships nearby you.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Martijn, do you know what I enjoy the most at these local tournaments, apart from playing the game against great trainers?
Tell me.
Spending time with you.
Okay, that's cool, I guess.
Wow! Wow! Leave me hanging, okay?
It's actually fun, right? We sometimes have German trainers coming over to the Dutch locals as well. If you scan this code, you can see local championships nearby you. That can be in Pokemon Go, but can also be in the training card and the video game. So definitely check it out. It's a lot of fun. I can tell from my own experience.
Yeah, we have matched up multiple times at those local tournaments. That is, sometimes there are so many great trainers at these tournaments. You get to learn so incredibly much, and it's not all day that you're playing versus the best in the world sometimes, and then you get their feedback on your gameplay. You're like, okay, I might have lost this, maybe you even won this, and you can ask them, hey, what could I have done better? And they will most likely give you feedback, and that is extremely valuable. Information is power.
Exactly. Now, let's take a look at our next matchup, Leo. I can't wait for this one. It's going to be the 2024 Lille champion, Galaxy Bolton on the left, and the 2024 Stockholm champion, Paulasha on the right side. It's going to be a really good matchup. And I think that Talonflame from Galaxy Bolton looks so good here. Paula has nearly no answers, and combined with the Shadow Alone Sandslash, I know that Galaxy Bolton doesn't fear the Shadow Marowak as much with his Alone Sandslash, because he can take 2 shields if he wants to. And we saw in that matchup with Tonton where he used Skarmory. You know what attack Skarmory has? It's Brave Bird. You know what other Pokemon has that attack? Talonflame. So if you can pull shields, Galaxy Bolton might have that strategy already.
And Talonflame has definitely higher attack than a Skarmory, so those Brave Birds, they deal a lot of damage. But what else is there? We see a Toxapex. That is something that we don't see all day in those winners brackets. So how is that looking like? There is the Ariados, which is a bit of a difficult matchup. However, your bulk is giving you a little bit of an advantage. And of course, Poison Jab, even though it is resisted, still deals decent amount of damage. You don't want to have it aligned on the Marowak though, but Azumarill is a really good target for it. Malamar depends on the attack of the Malamar. Dugong is also not the best, so I don't think that this is going to be something that Galaxy Bolton will use as a safe switch or something.
I think so too. Toxapex, actually, we've hardly seen any in the winners brackets. It has top usage. I believe it was on 44% of the teams on day 2, shared with Galarian Moltres and Dugong. But I believe they're on the loser bracket. This is the only one we have in the winners bracket from Galaxy Bolton, and it is looking very good to check that Azumarill. Toxapex plus Talonflame could be a really good core in this match, but do keep in mind that the Shadow Marowak has access to Rock Slide. And Rock Slide is not appreciated by Talonflame. It is double super effective. It's super effective from fire and flying.
Yep, and this is, I think, where Galaxy Bolton wants to put his shields, if he has...
Absolutely, if you have them. If you have them at that point.
Which is also an easy bait for Paulasha. You cannot forget about that. She can throw a Bone Club, farming up to the Rock Slide, and therefore threatening a one-hit knockout. However, saving some energy by throwing the Bone Club and drawing out a shield.
Chad, I want to know from you, who are you rooting for? Who are you predicting is going to win this matchup between 2 absolute titans? I can tell you one thing that Paulasha does win, it's the plushie race.
Yep, that is true. I appreciate this Hawaii Azumarill that is just throning there. It is gigantic.
And the Ariados is like been...
Oh yeah.
The Ariados is like the highlight of this tournament.
That's true.
Right? And there we have a plushie of it as well. So, you know, if you thought Ariados was cool, maybe you want to get one of those plushies for yourself too at the Pokemon Center.
Galactica Bolton is not running in Ariados. What do you think about that? What is the possible argument that one could bring to not bring Ariados? Because every time it's on someone's team, it is basically going to be played, even though against Galactica Bolton,
I think Galactica Bolton is just a little bit behind the meta development, but in a positive way. He made the right calls on how to tackle, maybe not even intentional, right? Maybe not even intentional, because Talonflame is not a Pokemon we see a lot. Even Toxapex has been dropping among some of the top teams as well. Here we go. We're going into game number 1. Galactica Bolton with his favorite Superior into the Dugong from Palasha. This is a decent matchup for that Superior, but do keep in mind, we have the Leaf Tornado that can be used as a bait here and potentially drop the attack of the Dugong. Generally, Dugong is the scenario where both Pokemon have one shield.
Yeah, and also Leaf Tornado is super effective, so it isn't even that bad.
No!
That's
She calls it immediately!
Doesn't get the bait here, but do we get a debuff? Because then that's only half bad. Double debuff now on the Dugong here is going to throw an Icy Wind to even out the debuffs.
That is loco. How do you call that before even debuff? Like getting debuff, because the first French plant definitely would do the most. Let's see what Galactica Bolton is going for. Going for the French plant. I believe this is how he played the previous game as well. And no shooting it again, actually. Palasha doesn't want to shield another potential Leaf Tornado. This does knock out that Dugong. Now you can come in with your Drapion, which is actually looking quite good into this matchup because you have the Aqua Tail. Incinerate's gonna chunk so hard though.
The good thing for the Talonflame is that the Aqua Tail, I don't think it does knock out. I think it does a solid 60%. Galactica Bolton decides to no-shield us. Yep, there it is, the damage. But you already have so much energy and decides to immediately throw, giving a free Poison Sting to Palasha. But if he doesn't, there's going to be another Aqua Tail.
Putting up the first Protect Shoot here, Palasha. Is Galactica Bolton going to match that? Otherwise, this Drapion might be a little bit difficult to take on. But no! Doesn't put any shields on that. Dugong isn't exactly fast in taking it down either, so that's going to be actually quite difficult to take out this Drapion now, I think. I might take 2 crunch on that Dugong now.
Ice Shards do deal a lot of damage, that is true, but not that much damage, because this is almost half HP. He's going to definitely be able to throw 2 crunches, I think. Okay, wow, shielding the first one immediately, saying, hey, I don't care if you debuff me, I might shield the second one as well. No debuffs here, and immediate swap out into the Malamar, going to chill it a little bit and debuff the attack.
This drops the attack of the Malamar, and that might make it possible for Galactica Bolton to bring back in the Superior, because now the Sideways don't add up as much. Looks like Galactica Bolton staying up a little bit in, perhaps hoping for, waiting for the superpowers, but no, going for the foul play bait, which is crazy, because foul play takes more energy, but it's not super effective and won't drop your attack. And that's a great bait from Palasha, because Galactica Bolton is taking it. Now you can go for another Ice Wind to drop the attack. What do you do as Paula? This is a difficult decision.
Paula has to shield here. She couldn't really throw a superpower because she's still locked in that matchup. There is a little bit of timer left, about 15 seconds. Farming Up has another superpower here. It is going to be very hard to catch for Galactica Bolton. She does not let that happen. Throws another foul play. At this range, this is going to knock out. Can she just dip after this and then throw a superpower?
Paula's playing tremendous here. You could even switch out to keep the superpower, get to an attack on that Drapion. That's indeed what she does. Can you get to an attacker on the Dugong? You gotta get rid of this. She's going for the Aqua Tail. At this point, Paula is just looking for the chip damage so she can power through this Dugong.
She goes, all right, farm me down. I do not care. I have the superpower. I have the attack that I need on my Malamar, and I'm going to win the charge attack priority event. Superpower connects, and we win this game on the side of Palasha. There we go.
Oh no, not superpower! It takes out the Dugong. Palasha, the queen of PvP, takes game number 1 against Galactica Bolton, the 2024 Lille Regional Champion.
And the Talonflame looked so safe in this scenario, and then I remembered, hey, there is Aqua Tail.
There's Aqua Tail now.
It is really hard to play that matchup because you have to throw on, we call it not the exact timing, on poor timing, because you have to give your opponent full fast attacks. Otherwise you get outpaced, you are forced to throw shields. I would have liked to see more shields on the Talonflame, to be honest.
I think so too, just for
so
some
much damage
pressure.
Incinerate, yeah.
Exactly. The thing is though, if Galactica Bolton does that, then he's very prone to superpower, because the more shields you use, the less you have to use later. And then the Dugong will be very prone to that super effective charge attack. Now, it's funny that you say you're surprised by the Aqua Tail. In the Ultra League, In the Go Battle League, most trainers actually opt for Sludge Bomb, and that's for Pokemon like Virizion, which are prone to the Sludge Bomb poison type damage. But here, Poison Sting usually is just plenty for poison type damage output, so you can have that water type coverage into potential fire types, or just be really annoying with the pacing. It just comes out so quickly, only 4 Poison Sting.
It is incredibly fast. We have some of those Pokemon in the meta that pace just as quick as that. There is the Shadow Drapion, or regular Drapion as well, that doesn't matter there. Machamp also does that, and of course, Tomahawk's favorite one, Pangoro.
Remember when we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Poison Fang on Nidoqueen? Is this 1, 2, 3, 4 Aquatune?
Yeah, we also have.
Guess close, right?
Honestly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Lunch.
Yeah. I actually think Ariados is so unique in its moveset.
Yeah.
One attack drops the attack of the opponent, and the other attack buffs your own attack. Makes Ariados such a flexible Pokemon. And maybe with those eyes, it looks a little bit harmless. It's still a spider, and it's very poisonous, as you can see by the typing. So definitely been one of the highlights, and a prime counter to Azumarill that we've seen all over the team. Not on Galaxy Bolton's team though, because he has the Superior. It's actually so bold to bring Superior even. Here we go! We have the Superior into the Ariados! Oh. This is a great lead for Palasha!
That is the worst thing that can happen to you in this matchup. Doesn't even bring in the Dugong to bait it to stay in, and Palasha is staying in, throwing a lunge here, says, I'm going to debuff your attack. Galaxy Bolton does not need to shield this because this is going to be resisted. However, a decent amount of damage will be applied because of that Shadow. Goes into the Dugong, and now you can farm up so much because a Drill Run is going to take out.
Let me explain you, Leo, why I love this play. One Drill Run doesn't knock out yet, and by this, Palasha ensures that the Drill Run from that Alolan Senses does less damage, so she can hang on a little bit longer here and has more time to farm with more energy. Because the energy from the Dugong is also useful into the Superior. Superior might not be even able to farm down, I think. Look at that, how much health the Dugong still has, but the clock is misaligned, so Galaxy Bolton could also decide to keep this Alolan Senses still.
There is another. Oh, applying a shield here. Does not want the Ariadas on the Superior. Who would want that? That is going to be able to go into the Dugong here. All right, there's going to be another Drill Run thrown by Palasha, chipping a little bit more. Is she now going to go into the Ariadas or into the Malamar?
I like this play, because by throwing the Drill Run, her timer will now be up. Now you can switch out, goes into the Malamar. Do keep in mind that the Dugong now is dry from Palasha. And the superpower is difficult to shoot for Galaxy Bolton here, simply because he already is in a shield deficit. It makes it just a very difficult matchup. Palasha had that lead, and Galaxy Bolton took the risk into that lead with the Dugong in the back that takes super effective damage from Trailblaze as well. Ariados is looking so strong still, but do keep in mind that Dugong has no energy, and Alolan Sanchez is not in range of a lunge.
Yesterday, Galaxy Bolton told me in an interview that he is always leading Superior, and he just sticks with that strategy. And this does knock out the Dugong after the superpower, even debuffed after the Icy Wind. Foul Play is going to connect, double debuff now, debuffing itself through the superpower. Superior is sponging a little bit more damage, putting it all on the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. But is it going to be enough for Galaxy Bolton to win this?
I would have liked to see superpower a little bit earlier, because if it drops your defense, that means the final damage will be more, and then the Superior will get less energy. Swapping out into the Alolan Sensors now, recognizing this is the key moment, going for the Dugong. I'm not too sure about that play. This gives Galaxy Bolton so much time to farm the energy. This game is not over just yet, I think.
Yep, the thing that Palasha has going for her is the energy, the shield advantage. I think that the Ariados might be energy dry through 5 Poison Sticks and then swapped out.
No energy. Oh, going for the Drill, the harder hitting charge attack, which takes more energy. Palasha correctly shielding this. I like that. And it makes sense, right? Because the Superior's charge attacks are all double resistant. They don't do much damage. But Galaxy Bolton's not giving up here. Going for the lunge. Now making sure that the energy from that Alolan Sense is less harmful. But it's still going to do more than the of the Superior.
He also still has a charge attack on this Superior. Superior is rather low. Throws an Ice Punch immediately. I don't think he can outpace. There is either a catch coming up or there's going to be a combo play.
I think it's going to be charge attack already on the charge attack here, and it might be Galaxy Bolton's time to try and catch here. Here we go. The Paula throw the attack. Oh, he tried to catch, but goes for the Frenzy Plant here. But this gives Paula the time to farm more energy. Frenzy Plant is double resistant. The Spider can hang on here.
Frenzy Plant does a sizable chunk here, though. Can you actually go to another attack? She swaps out. There's another Frenzy Plant here. Clears a possible deep.
Wait, hold up. Did she farm enough energy here? Because Galaxy Bolton has an Ice Punch Sword, I believe. She could have farmed more energy here. Lunge is coming through, Superior goes down, but there's an Ice Punch! Galaxy Bolton takes game number 2!
That is absolutely insane. I did not see that coming. She just needed to do 2 more Poison Sticks. I think she lost count on that Superior, thinking it had another attack soon.
This looks so hopeless for Palasha. Even Z Zwilers, one of the top competitors, said in the chat, this is so over. But it wasn't. It was not.
It was absolutely not over. I think it actually was that missing the count on the Superior later on, thinking, hey, I have to throw here. But I think in that situation, you can't go. You know that the Shadow Lowland Sandslash had an Ice Punch ready, because you have to go for it, even if you're unsure.
Even if that Superior would get to a charge attack, your only win condition at that point is coming out with another charge attack on your Ariados to win the charge attack priority tie against the Alolan Sandslash. So, unfortunate for Palash there, making a little bit of an iffy... It was a tough call, let that be clear, right? And there's a lot of pressure when you are on stage there. But she shook her head immediately as soon as she threw that attack, knowing that the Alolan Sandslash had a charge attack and that she would lose the battle by that.
And now Galactica Bolton has yet another chance after this supposed to be hopeless game for him to go to the winners finals, to secure a medal to his name again, back-to-back in Lille. Can he defend his title as well? Because that would be a very cool thing to do.
He would face Boom 20 next, and Boom has been playing flawless, has taken down some of the biggest names. So yeah, it's going to be... The way this tournament is progressing is crazy. It is a sight to see as a viewer. Like, this is the highest level play we can have.
Yeah. Galax is so cool. He's just very stoic. He just knows what he wants from the game, and he's trying to take it. He tries to take it all the way into the grand finals yet again. Let's see how that is going to work out from here. He has the Malamar Toxapex Duong, Talonflame, Sandslash, and Superior. I really like how he played the Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
I actually think that the Talonflame might come out this time from Galactica Bolton, because if Paula gets too confident with that Ariados, Talonflame is the perfect answer. It double resists both Lunge and Trailblaze, so Ariados just has no chance to win that matchup.
That is true. Talonflame is very, very oppressive in those kinds of matchups. Paula has been using this Ariados a lot, but does he stick to the I always lead Superior strategy? Because this almost cost him game 2. Let's see, there's going to be Shadow Alolan Sandslash versus the Shadow Drapion. That's also a very interesting matchup.
This is an interesting matchup. Crunch hurts a lot on the Alolan Sandslash, but Drunron will take out the Drapion essentially in one charge attack here. I don't think Paula has a lot of options though. She's not exactly strong to it in the back.
Yes, and she has no real answer to the Superior that is sitting in the back there, thinking he might lead it again. Goes into the Dugong. Actually, Galactica Bolton is debuffed and gives Paula quite a bit of energy advantage on that Dugong.
I feel like with that defense drop from the Crunch, those Ice Swords are actually adding up a little bit. Going into the Superior now, this is kind of iffy for Galactica Bolton, because when that Drapion comes back in, all the energy is resisted again. Man, he really loves the Superior, doesn't he?
Yeah, the Superior has won him a tournament already. Gave him so many good debuffs. Now there is a debuff on the Superior. Is going to throw the Frenzy Plan. Is this going to be called? No, this is going to definitely knock out the Dugong. Can I get a boom? Boom!
Takes out the Dugong, and now what do you bring in as Palasha? Brings in the Drapion. This is a great opportunity to farm up energy, but even a Frenzy Plant would do a lot of damage here. It is single stage debuffed, which means that Paula could take it on the Drapion, and she is no-shielding it, but it's still gonna hurt because Drapion in its Shadow form doesn't have a lot of bulk to it.
Oh, and I was gonna ask, does this put it in double Incinerate farm down range? But I don't think it necessarily does.
Wait, can come in now. How much energy is the Yellows? Do you remember how much energy it had?
You have barely an attack.
Barely,
oh,
but it
wow.
does. And getting the charge attack priority here. Paula cannot let this go. There's almost 3 attacks loaded on this Drapion. But this does give Galactica Bolton the opportunity to perhaps just put shields on the Talonflame now.
Exactly, she threw one Poison Sting and actually got into a charge attack priority event. And now Galactica Bolton lets it go.
Man.
Goes into this Talonflame. You have to give this 2 shields now. Can you knock out after 2 Incinerate? The next one is going to knock out you. Take a shield here. What is in the bag for Paula? That is what Galactica Bolton is asking himself.
Here we go. Here it comes. The Malamar keeping that energy on the Drapion. Galactica Bolton needs to come out with a lot of energy here. Foul play actually hurt. Is very deceiving here. Oh, going for the shield. I think this may leave Paula the option to no shield, but I'm not sure if this Talonflame is already in range. Oh, with the Sideways, it might definitely be in range of an Aqua Tail. I think that might be it.
It is in yellow health. Paula can just let it go now. She knows she has the Aqua Tail.
He has a Brave Bird as well, I think, right?
Yeah, but she has a shield.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. And can you get that Aqua Tail? Aqua Tail is coming through. Does this do 50% damage?
Oh, can we get a splash this time?
Here we go, Aqua Tail going through. It's going to knock out.
Splash! And Palasha advances to the winners finals once again.
the queen of PvP. She cannot believe it. That was an insane game. Tough alignment all over the place. Superior was just coming out every single time. Like Galaxy Bolton says every time. And the Leaf Tornado Superior this time definitely, or it barely didn't pull through for him. It got basically the matchup that it was looking for, right? The Dugong, a little bit lower health, but then the energy on the Drapion. In pretty much every single tournament, Drapion shows that its energy is unrivaled and so good. The pacing is insane.
And it was able to handle these debuffed Frenzy plants so easily. Their Divine Whips also dealt no damage. And then Paula in the endgame, she just knew, hey, I just need to force out another shield with my foul play because Galaxy Bolton can't really let that one go. And then I win this game.
Foul play is just a foul attack. The thing is, if you think of foul play, you think of Umbreon usually.
Yeah.
And then foul play doesn't seem as strong of an attack.
Or air slash Mandibuzz.
Exactly. But if it comes out from a Malamar, it actually does like 45% to a Talonflame. It does a lot of damage. And it also allows Malamar, I believe Malamar can win the scenario where both Pokemon have 2 shields.
Yep, this is crucial. I think there was no play for Galaxica Bolton because if you don't shield that foul play, you're just going to be farmed down.
Exactly.
You keep the shield for the Aqua Tail, but the Aqua Tail is just never going to happen.
Perhaps if you went for the attack before the foul play, I can't remember exactly if that was possible, but then you would force a shield maybe, or put the decision tree in the place of Paula, and that just made it way easier for him to do that. So that was kind of tough there. We're trying to look at a replay, maybe it will come up soon. But there we saw that Superior, again, just been so important for Galaxy Bolton through his whole run, even despite the army of Ariados.
And that run isn't over yet. I want to put special emphasis on that because this was still the winners' semi-finals. So everyone was undefeated until this point.
Do you remember the last time Galaxy Bolton won? He came through the losers bracket.
Yeah, because Elephant Crusher went into the grand finals undefeated. Yeah, that's his plan all along.
He just wants more games. He just wants more games.
I mean, he just needs to, you have to warm up a little so you don't lose in the grand finals. So you have to go through an insane losers run. I think if there's one trainer to do it, I was going to say if there's one trainer to do it, then that's Galaxy Bolton. But look at the top cut that we're having. If there's one trainer to do it, he's definitely going to be in there, or she.
We have so many top trainers here, and I believe that we're going to go into the losers bracket next. I believe our next matchup that will be coming up in the losers bracket will be Andres versus the Mega Junko, a trainer from Spain and a trainer from France. So it's going to be a crazy matchup as well. What did the Mega Junko? The Mega Junko had, the Poliwrath. The Poliwrath. Yeah. But it looks so tough to use in an Ariados meta.
Yeah, I was also very confused. The energy pacing is not that strong anymore. I was also quite surprised by the CP on the Poliwrath with the 1477. It's not something you see every day on a regular Poliwrath.
It might just have a lot of attacks. So yeah, we're gonna go into the losers bracket where Galaxy Bolton will be up later again. We're gonna have a lot of action coming up, but don't go anywhere just yet. We'll be back with you right soon.
I started playing Pokemon competitively 17 years ago, and Pokemon Go as soon as it launched. Competitively, my favorite Pokemon is Superior with Leaf Tornado. I use pretty much everything, and I come up with teams through trial and error. I want to meet up with all of my friends and teammates, and I want to show that I am one of the very best. I am looking up to Bibilicious, who is and has been the best player in Sweden for many years. The best thing with the Pokemon Go community is just to get along afterwards, eat, have fun, can gaze together, meet each other.
We've been celebrating on the winner's side of the bracket earlier on today, but now we are going to enter onto the loser's side of the bracket, which means these trainers have all lost one matchup earlier, but I just think that makes it all that more exciting. I'm Amanda, also known as Lumberger, here alongside my good friend Count Xevious, ready to bring you back some of this action with some trainers we haven't really seen much of on screen too much today.
not today, but yesterday we've seen a lot of them play as well. We saw some masterful catches by Andres, which is one of the trainers who potentially we might see soon as well. It is the losers bracket, so all these trainers have only one match at their hands. They do not have any opportunity to make any mistakes whatsoever. Everything is on the line when they come, so this is going to be very exciting.
What I really like most about this is you see the emotion of these trainers. As you can see, we already hopped down to the stage. We have Andres on the left-hand side versus the Mega Junko on the right. He's a French trainer trying to keep, you know, a little bit in that home territory there. Maybe he has the home turf advantage, but like you said, Andres is known for being the queen of catches. She knows when her opponent is going to throw, and she's been able to masterfully play around this. She's back this season and ready to make her mark.
She's absolutely back, but another trainer, as Mega Junko on the other side, is no one to be scoffed at. He's had a great winner's run, but unfortunately getting knocked down to the losers bracket towards the far end of yesterday. But he has some spicy Pokemon for himself as well. He's running the Pokemon that was the king, if you ask me, of the other meta, and that is that Poliwrath. Poliwrath coming in, hoping to punch down that sad Dutch. I think it's just a normal Sandslash from the side of Andres, but it's going to have to maneuver between those Serperior, Toxapex, Azumarill, and Malamar.
I mean, there's a lot. Yes, definitely. There's a couple of definite targets on Andres' side for that Poliwrath, but there are so many more counters, making it a little bit of a nerve-wracking Pokemon to bring. You're absolutely right. We were talking yesterday, the Mega Junko had a really, really good run, but Andres dropped down to the loser side of the bracket very early on in the tournament, but she just went through an incredible gauntlet of trainers to be able to be on this day too. Look at her. She was our finalist for the Turin special event. She was also in Liverpool in that top 8 performance.
Yep, a great trainer. We've seen her, actually we just saw Polisha on Turin. It was Andres versus Polisha in the finals as well. It was a very, very close game, and we know how Andres plays. She's a very aggressive trainer in the sense she likes to make catches, she likes to put that risky plays, and that's why she is so strong, and that's how she went into the losers bracket, climbed all the way, and now is in day 2.
I think Andres is one of the trainers, we talked about that a little bit before. Martijn said there are some trainers that were very popular a couple seasons ago. Last season maybe wasn't their best season, Andres included in that statement, but she is really making a comeback, making day 2 here in Lille. The Mega Junko, also very, very talented trainer. We've seen him perform mostly around this territory because this is where he plays. He doesn't really go to as many different competitions, but he always has a very strong showing when he's here.
Yep, and he's also a few battles away from being crowned the regional champion. So all these trainers have everything on the line here. So Mega Junko needs to find a way to put that Poliwrath to test, but it's going to be very difficult against a team that's so stacked against that Poliwrath. A Pokemon that, again, we said is a lot higher in uses, and that's that Galarian Moltres as well. We see it at Mega Junko's line. Both these trainers have locked in their Pokemon, and we go straight into the game. It's a Malamar into a Serperior matchup here.
This is like a fairly neutral matchup overall. Those Frenzy Flints do hit very hard, but Malamar's Psywaves, as you can see, it's already making a huge dent into the Serperior. Just looks like she's throwing first, going for this Foul Play, which goes unprotected by the Mega Junko.
Foul Play goes unprotected. He knows that the Serperior can tank a Foul Play easily, but let's see what he does. Does he go for the Aerial Ace, or will he be full sending that Frenzy Plant? Going for the Frenzy Plant, if unshielded, is going to put this Malamar very deep into the red.
This is going to be, it looks like Andres' last second shield there. She has a lot of energy on her Pokemon, wants to keep it that way. Going for the Superpower, which definitely will debuff her in a bit, and it gets an actual protection from the Mega Junko side.
Will we see an Andres catch here? This is usually when she immediately goes for a catch, and Mega Junko calls it and going immediately into this Dunsparce. What a great matchup for the Dunsparce. This is a Pokemon that did not look like it was going to have a lot of play in the backline, but now suddenly against his Sandslash, it can have a ton of play.
Yeah, I mean, a simultaneous swap there pretty much by both of these trainers. 2 drill runs basically already loaded. Mega Junko wants to throw on good timing, letting one more roll out before going through here. Andres goes ahead and lets this go through. This is going to do a lot of damage, but it's not enough to knock out Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, at this point, you need to try and get a little bit of energy. That's exactly what Mega Junko does. Throws that one rollout to get a tiny, teeny bit of energy advantage, and hopefully this energy can translate into damage onto the next matchup.
There is a very, very low health Superior in the back, but it does have a little bit of energy, and the Azumarill is now coming in, so the Mega Junko has seen the full lineup here of Andres. Meanwhile, now he's going to come in with a bit of a counter. Although the Azumarill does have already an attack stored, this Ice on Ice is not going to be doing too much damage at all. Mega Junko knows his counts, knows it's not going to be doing much, doesn't even bother putting up a shield.
I think Andres was forced to throw that energy to bring up that switch clock to get out of this matchup as quickly as possible. Getting to that foul play, I think this is an easy shield for Mega Junko, and that's exactly what he does, protecting shielding that Sand Slash, and now in comes a foul play. Who will throw the move next? It's gonna be that Sand Slash.
Sand Slash already has a lot of energy loaded. Drill Run coming through here. This will be enough to knock out the Malamar. Andres decides to let the Malamar go at that point, knows that she's got all those protect shields down, still has one on her side, and a very healthy Azumarill.
Yeah, you notice that she could not pull up the protect shield there because that Superior banked that Frenzy Plant. So that's going to be the move that does the most amount of damage. Drill Run comes in here, and again, no shielded by that Azumarill.
Yeah, you have to find where the most impactful moments are going to be, recognizing that it's probably not going to be it here. Wants to try to get as much energy as possible because there's still two other Pokemon in the back that Andres has to be able to get through. Going ahead, bubbling one, basically going up to 100 energy before throwing and catching on the Dunsparce. But Dunsparce wins charge attack priority here.
Oh, it was a charge attack tie catch. What an amazing gameplay by Mega Junko. Azumarill again cannot be forced to shield. This game is now almost over. Player F comes in. This will take out the Dunsparce, but can the Azumarill hold on to get any energy onto these remaining Pokemon?
Azumarill is known for being one of the most bulky Pokemon, but it's 1 versus 3 at that point. All of them ganging up on the Azumarill there. Mega Junko taking game number 1.
What I really like to point out is the energy management from the Mega Junko here. I kind of pointed out as well, this looks like an Andres catch situation, and that's exactly what she went for, and he was like, all right, I know you're going to probably try to catch, I'm going to swap as well. That was a very, very quick swap on both sides, and very good energy management. Keeping the energy on Frenzy Plant stored on the Superior, keeping that Drill Run stored on the Dunsparce, and also towards the late game, that Sand Slash, taking all those bubbles comfortably, throwing, I think, it was what, 4 Drill Runs on the
basically
Azumarill?
all of that energy just, and the Azumarill had to absorb it all because you're right, with so much energy stored on other Pokemon, she just needed to get up too much, unfortunately not a hill that she could climb for game number 1, but the Mega Junko played that out very fantastically. Like you pointed out, Abby, it's not just an Andres catch moment. If someone's superpowers, it's usually an inclination that they are going to try to swap out to clear that debuff. Mega Junko's reflexes were super quick, being able to get right on top of it it looked like a simultaneous swap.
Yeah, and he also tried to get energy in all these matchups, right? You knew that the Drill Run was enough to knock out the Sand Slash, but he did that one extra rollout. That meant that he needed only 3 more rollouts to try and get to another charge attack, and that kind of slowly and steadily added up across the game, putting Azumarill in a situation where it could not pull up a Protect Shield. Let's see what these two trainers go. It's going to be a Malamar lead into a Sand Slash. This does not look good for the Mega Junko.
Mega Junko does not want to be taking those superpowers on the Alolan Sand Slash, deciding to get a little bit of energy before swapping into the Clodsire, but Clodsire has met its match here because this is an Alolan Sand Slash on the other side, and as we've discussed a couple of times, a regular Alolan Sand Slash, not a Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, can't actually take an Earthquake without being knocked out.
Yeah, but this is the situation where you want to be as a Mega Junko, because look at it, this Earthquake does not knock out, but then I'm just pulling up a Protect Shield already, knowing, maybe identifying that it could be the Superior in the back.
Yeah, going ahead now, I think Andres is in the driver's seat here. She's counting, she's gonna go right again at charge attack priority. This is when the second Earthquake would be going. Mega Junko does not want to use a shield here, decides to let that Clodsire go down, but now there is a fully healthy Alolan Sand Slash coming in against the other one here, and Andres has more energy.
Yeah, Andres has a lot more energy here. This Drill Run is gonna go again unshielded. Mega Junko saying, all right, if I even go with a shield parity against Malamar, I am going to lose. And that's exactly what he does here. Going immediately into the Superior. This is a great play by Andres, knowing or identifying that the backline matchup could be unfavorable for her if she does not swap out here.
Yeah, going ahead, using a first Protect Shield on Mega Junko's side, wants to try to keep that Superior nice and healthy because it has a lot of work to be able to do here. This foul play is already ready on Andres' side. Malamar dropping all of those bubbles here, and Mega Junko letting this one go through, bring the Superior down to the yellow.
Yeah, Superior is down to the yellow and now in the red as well. Back-to-back Frenzy Plant loaded here. Let's see what happens. Frenzy Plant goes in. Andrew's deciding not to shield and saying, I'm going to invest all my shield into the bulky Azumarill at the back because that one shield is going to go a long way. In comes the Sand Slash met with his Frenzy Plant. This is not super effective. It is resisted damage, but still going to do quite a bit of work on this Sand Slash.
Yeah, Sand Slash not very effective. Knocks it barely down to the yellow. Pretty much a big swap right away into the Azumarill. Though there's a ton of energy on the Mega Junko Sand Slash, at this point, there's still so much health left on the Azumarill, while the other way around, it was game number 1. And Andres is already nodding. She feels like she has a good hold of this situation. This bubble damage doing so much to the Sand Slash.
Yeah, bubbles are coming through and it's doing chunking away at this limited HP that this Sand Slash has here. Another Drill Run going in, Azumarill into the yellow, but at this point, do you really mind? Because whatever comes in is going to be met with energy from the Azumarill, or even potentially could go for a complete bubble down here. And that's exactly what happens. What a way to come back. Game number 1 was all Mega Junko, but game number 2, it was all Andres.
The Azumarill there definitely put in work. Who would have thought that a water-type Pokemon could be a grass counter at the end? Mega Junko, recognizing there was not much play left in the end, doesn't even bother throwing an attack with the shield left remaining. The score is now tied up 1-1. A decisive Game 3 will be played in the loser side, which means this is definitely a go big or go home moment.
Definitely go big or go home for sure. These two trainers need to be on top of their game because both of them completely outplayed the other in game 1 and game 2. So now it's a clean slate, right? Andres is known to be going through these tough gauntlet situations. She's made it multiple times to the top cuts and also made it to a final in the special event. So she knows what this is all about. She's a seasoned veteran of the game, and you can see it. She adopted perfectly after that game number 1 loss.
Yeah, if I'm looking at the team compositions, of course it's a show 6 format, but it is definitely, you know, you can only play 3 different Pokemon. I wonder if the Mega Junko is taking notes of what she is playing, because Azumarill has been looking very strong for Andres in all of the performances that she's done so far.
Yeah, Azumarill is looking great, so I'm not entirely sure because Mega Junko does not really have a hard answer to the Azumarill except for that Superior. Because Clodsire, yes, of course, you can run it, but it's Sludge Bomb, but then it's still going to take a lot of damage from these Bubbles and Ice Beam, both of which are super effective against it. So you really need to think about, all right, what can I do? Because he tried to go in game number 2 for the ABA strategy, and it almost worked. But sometimes ABA doesn't really work against really experienced trainers because they understand and identify, okay, he seems to be really afraid of this Pokemon, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to save it for the end game and sacrifice another Pokemon, make sure that it takes all the damage and then goes back into the Pokeball, and then at the end game you realign what you want to align, and that's exactly what happened here.
It was interesting bringing in the Clodsire. Clodsire doesn't have like actually that bad of matches, but it's just bulky, right? It doesn't have that great of matches either. Didn't think we'd see it, but we see it in the lead, and this is exactly what Mega Junko wants. They're smirking a little bit as the Poliwrath has found its mark, swapping now immediately into that Superior to catch this energy off of the Malamar. Doesn't want to take too many side waves onto that Poliwrath.
Exactly, didn't take a lot of sideways. Very quick swap here, and at this point he knows, all right, I need to protect my switch, so he's going immediately for that shield here. This Frenzy Plant is already stored, probably going for a back-to-back, but no, going for that big aerialized bait, and oh my, Andres calls it.
She uses that shield there. Now there's more energy on the Mega Junko side and almost out of Frenzy Plant. The next foul play is going through. Mega Junko using both shields in this scenario. It is crucial for him to maintain this alignment that he wants with that Poliwrath on the Sand Slash. That's why he's determined to use both shields in this. He's basically now going for that heavier hitting Frenzy Plant. But does Andres want to do the same? It looks like she does.
Yeah, this is great. Andres really wants that to get that alignment out of the way, and that's exactly what happens here. Going for the superpower. This superpower will be enough to take out the Superior. This means mid-game belongs to Andres. She can now align the Pokemon that she wants in this matchup.
Not only that, her attack has now fallen, the defense has fallen, Clodsire is coming in, but this is super effective side waves, even though it's debuffed. Look how much this does to one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the Great League.
It is insane damage damage here, but what is going to be pivotal is here, what can Andres do? Does she want to bring in the Sand Slash into this matchup? Because it's not going to be a great position to be in, but Malamar gets to another foul play, but what a catch by the Mega Junko.
The Mega Junko catching this is not going to be that effective, but those side wave damage that's going to be going through will be the most effective thing. Does Andres want to let it go? No, an immediate pivot to one of Poliwrath's hardest counters in this meta with that Azumarill. Azumarill's play rough is going to do so much to this water and fighting type Pokemon. There's no Protect Shields remaining. Mega Junko going for that heavier hitting Scald. It does have a small chance to debuff, but I think at this point, he's just kind of wondering what he can do to get back into this game here. That play rough now connecting.
Slowly and steadily, this looks more and more difficult for Mega Junko to come. Oh man, that player almost knocks out the Poliwrath, and one extra bubble does it. In comes his Clodsire. Clodsire gets to that Sludge Bomb, but it needs to get more energy to try and outpace that Sand Slash, but we all know it's a normal Sand Slash, and Earthquake does not knock out. The Sludge Bomb doesn't even knock out the Azumarill. The Azumarill's one away from the Ice Beam. Oh, Mega Junko knows his counts here.
Yeah, great counting by Mega Junko, but might be a little too late. We'll have to see how this will end up going. There is such a healthy Sand Slash in the lead here. Here it comes again. Will he be even able to get to that Earthquake? Is she going to even try to go for a catch? You see him waiting a turn, but this Galactica Bolton, maybe take notes, is why someone wants to use a regular Alolan Sand Slash rather than a Shadow one, as it comfortably tanks this and takes out the Clodsire.
Yeah, Earthquake comes in, Clodsire is out of the way, and 2-1 for Andres, coming out of that really tough lead matchup where we had one of the hardest counters of the Sand Slash. Poliwrath lined up against it, switching it, going for that Malamar. This is one of the reasons why in this meta, Malamar is such a strong Pokemon. In any neutral shielding scenarios or any neutral matchup, you can force your switch in here. Malamar versus Serperior is not a matchup that's very, let's say, you can never say Serperior is going to win it every time. So you can force these matchups 2-to-1 shields or go completely 2-to-2 shields and bring that matchup back and change swap.
That's exactly what happened in those mid-game matchups. Even though Mega Junko went for that aerial ace bait, Andres used the shield on it. Even at that point, she was still able to outmaneuver, outplay, just outpace essentially as well, get into that superpower in time to be able to knock it out. At that point, it didn't even matter that the Malamar was low. It had done exactly what it had wanted to do.
What I would have liked to see, at least from Mega Junko's side, it would have been to preserve that Protect Shield, right? He knows that, I guess, in the 2-to-2 shield matchup, Malamar is going to come out on top. You're not going to make it to another charge move, but Malamar will outpace you. With that shield advantage, potentially, just because the Malamar threw that superpower, he could come in with the Clodsire that do exactly what he did, but save that Protect Shield for that Sand Slash or that Azumarill at the back, and that could have potentially pulled in the game.
It's so hard to predict though, right? I mean, when you do these battles, most of the time you're scrimming against your teammates or different friends, and maybe he's played out that matchup a couple times and saying, actually, you know what? I know that if I bait first and they shield, usually I can come out on top. Let's go ahead and look at the replays that are going to be coming through, because I'm so excited to see how Andres kind of went through this, because this was really the pivotal point in the game. Both of them recognized this. I mean, game number one was, I mean, it's anyone's game at this point, right? You know, you kind of, you played to your advantage, and the Mega Junko did exactly that. He knew that she was going to swap in there, that simultaneous KO, or simultaneous swap in that game one.
Yeah, that was game one, and in game one, we saw all that energy going to waste here with the Azumarill completely in game number two, bubbling down the Serperior, but game three, it was all about this Malamar. Malamar coming in and completely flipping the game on its head, like how we can evolve it.
I mean, this is the big part of it. Mega Junko really risked playing that Poliwrath, and it was a high risk, but high reward, as he was able to get that Alolan Sand Slash in the lead. But in the end, the Alolan Sand Slash was back in it, ended up clinching the deal for Andres there and keeping her alive into this losers round two.
Yeah, great games there. Unfortunately for the Mega Junko, he could not capitalize on that alignment that he had. He had the alignment going through the whole team. He had the lead, which is Poliwrath into Sand Slash, and in the center he had the Serperior on the Malamar, but unfortunately he couldn't really capitalize of all these great matchups that he had. What could he do in this situation? He could have he could have come out with a shield advantage, but he did not. Instead, he tried to win swap really hard, unfortunately.
I mean, a lot of there are like a couple Pokemon in this current meta that are very hard to counter on even energy. Malamar is definitely one of them. Even Shields, even energy, it really comes out on top in most scenarios. Another one is Shadow Drapion. So I think trainers are definitely trying to maneuver this season, trying to figure out some niche picks that is good against these types of Pokemon.
Yeah, it's niche picks, right? You will always try to find the next big thing, but we have our winner and Martin ready for an interview. Let's see what they say.
Thank you, Abby and Amanda. I'm here with the star of our previous matchup. It is Andres. Andres, good to see you on the stage again. I saw you let your Alolan Sledge into a Poliwrath. How did you come back from that?
I mean, you can see on the stream my face when I faced the Poliwrath. But yeah, when I did the save swap in Malamar, I just pray for no see the Moltres because just over. so yeah, when I see this replay, I said maybe I can change the if I win the sweep, the swap, I mean, could be doable, I think.
So what was your reaction when you saw the Superior come in?
I think, yeah, I can. I mean, if he has spent the first shield and on the Superior, I said maybe I think Malamar wins the 2 seals. So I think just go for the 2 seals and pray, because if once Superior is out, I think Azumarill is really good. So I say, yeah, Azumarill is going to be good. Even Clodsire, I mean, you have Ice Beam, so I think it's okay.
And your Malamar seemed to be really good into that Poliwrath and the Clodsire. Andrea, you are the runner-up of Turin. You got top cut in Liverpool again. How does it feel to top cut again, finally?
I mean, sometimes it's stressful, these kind of events, because like there are many games that I mean, I don't kind of enjoy this meta. I mean, I found it like quite RPS. You need to be very careful, and you switch every time. Like, even you can do like maybe 3 switches in the same game, so sometimes you miss some counts or whatever, or the energy, if you count the energy. So I think it's kind of stressful if you don't get into the meta, like I'm doing.
Well, you're top 12 right now, Andrea, so I think you're doing pretty good, actually.
Thank you.
I want to ask you, what's the plushie? I don't see the Dragonite on your team.
You know, Dragonite I think is the icon for Spain. You can see many memes with the Dragonite and the Spanish flag, like doing like this. So yeah, I think many people like the Dragonite in Spain, I think.
I see. All right, thank you, Andrea.
Thank you.
Do you have anyone you want to give a shout out to? Family, friends, fans?
I would like to shout out my families in the first place, and also my Spanish friends like Amaretto or I don't know, all the Spanish players that like. I got a lot of messages from many people, so yeah. And also I would like to shout out the Latam players who, because I'm playing in a team that is Aztec League and Blue Marlins, so I would like to shout out both, and especially Baro, which is my teammate, and I usually spend time with him, like practicing and these things that is very useful, you know. And finally, I would like to shout out, all these people that is around here, and also if I forget someone, I'm sorry. Many people that I want to shout out.
It's easy to forget someone when there are many people that help you, and it's great to see the support that there is globally. Andrea, thank you for your time, and I wish you the best of luck in your next round.
Thank you.
Let's head back to the casters.
Great interview there, Martin, and great to see all these communities coming together to support players do well in these games. It's something that I think is very specific in a way to Pokemon Go, because it is a community game. You have to go outside, you have to meet people, and you can learn so much from these experiences.
I mean, I think this is one of the best things, even though each region kind of has specific players and people that are on top. When they go compete at Worlds, then it's like you really have a smattering of people from all the different places. Andreas called out people from the LATAM regions that she's kind of going along with. I mean, and then she said, and everyone here. It gives like a really good feeling to see, okay, I know this trainer, I've played against this trainer a couple times. It's so cool to see that she's going so far.
Yeah, it really warms your heart, right? That's exactly what this one is. And we have another match here. We're talking about all the players here. We have a local derby coming up for you. We have two French players going up against each other. I think they're the two left.
Yep, Andres just kicked out the Mega Junko, which was the last one. You know what, Abby? Let's go ahead and look at the losers bracket and see how the matches that have gone on so far, because some of them have gone on that were actually not on stream. One that I really want to highlight that we're going to see next is Panda Light, that is going to be up against Tonton Batus, because he kicked out our Kazim 33, our Dortmund regional champion, 2-0ing him there. I mean, where did Panda Light come from? Out of nowhere. Now he's coming, and it looks like he's going really, really well through this losers bracket.
Panda Light came from France,
yeah,
but he's here to unleash the pandemonium, and he's also running a panda. There's going to be a lot of pandas.
My goodness.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of pandas in this game because Tonton Batus is also running another Pangoro. So yeah, it's going to be super interesting to see Tonton Batus coming in with that spicy line, which is, what is it? I think it's Charjabug, Skarmory,
yeah,
and Greninja.
Some really interesting ones. So other ones we want to highlight because we didn't get to see them on screen was Anacor was able to beat out the Gengar Life there. We just saw Andres beat the Mega Junko, and Sir Corey took the games off of Chun. So those will be from now on, we're going to be able to see all of the matches that will be played here in Day 2 in Lille.
Yeah, we have one more competitor there. One of the top competitors that we've seen for so long in this is Tomahawk. He went up against Sir Corey as well, beating Sir Corey 2-0. So he's waiting for the winner of LurganRocket and Andres in losers round 3.
But like you said, the next matchup that we are going to get to see on stream is going to be that one between Tonton Batus and Panda Light. This, you know, honestly, this event has been crazy. We have Boom 20 sitting in the winner side of the bracket against Paula Shaw, and I mean, a completely newcomer to this play Pokemon. Also, Panda Light, pretty new against our EUIC champion, someone who's been so good in this battle so far. Tonton Batus, he's a name that everyone really knows.
Yeah, he's a very, very popular name here, but what I see from just looking at these matchups, Panda is going to do a great job against Tonton Batus' team because there's no real hot answer, and all these Pokemon can take neutral or super effective damage from that Panda.
Yeah, I mean, like the Panda Lights team, I think it's kind of cute. He has an iconic Pokemon that is going to be representing that, but like you said, Tonton has a really interesting team composition. He's got a Skarmory on his team. He has a Charjabug. These are things that are not super common in this meta. And Charjabug does great against actually like a fighting type Pokemon.
Charjabug does great against a lot of the Pokemon that we have seen in the top meta. It does double super effective damage against a Malamar, does super effective damage against a Galarian Moltres, super effective against Yazumarill, super effective against the Feraligatr. So it just kind of really hard counters the core meta. So it's a great Pokemon to have. Another Pokemon that I really want to touch upon is that Greninja. Greninja resists all charge attacks from Drapion, so that's what you need. It's like Pokemon like this, the ability to find, all right, this is the top meta, I'm just gonna run for Pokemon that are strong against it. Let's see how these trainers have gone. It's gonna be that Clodsire against Charjabug. What a great lead here.
I mean, you would talk about Pokemon that are strong against the other one. Clodsire is basically just a big old clawed wall against the Charge. So forcing now to swap out here and into Alolan Raticate. But guess what? Alolan Raticate does not want to take these X-Scissors at all.
X-Scissor is going to be super effective damage, but Alolan Raticate is fairly bulky Pokemon here. It will be able to get to 2 crunches, but at this point, Panda-Ite going, all right, I'm not going to play around. I'm going straight for the return to do big damage, but Tonton Batus knows, and then he shields up.
Putting up the shield there, and now at this point, just charging up a lot of energy. Panda-Light won't be able to reach another return. Recognizing this, Tonton says, okay, I'm going to throw right here, forcing you to shield, because you have to make this decision. If you want to go for that, you're going to have to shield.
Yeah, pulls up a Protect Shield. He's one away from a return and gets to another return. This is great matchup, but in the end, it is a Charjabug against the Clodsire in the end game. That you do not need a shield as a Charjabug. So Tonton Batus identifying that, all right, switch is really important for me, so he goes and gets it.
Yeah, not only that, he had 2 shields down, but as there's a charge up on the Clodsire, no shields necessary. A lot of energy as this electric type Pokemon just continues to ramp up here. Another X-Scissor already ready. Panda Light opting to go for a Volt Switch instead of trying to throw on alignment there, but this allows Tonton to be able to get this X-Scissor through, and you see an immediate swap out now into basically the harder counter for Clodsire, but guess what? It's not a counter for Greninja.
Yeah, it is not a counter for Greninja indeed. Yes, he does have a shield advantage. This looks great for Pandite, but this Greninja needs to do a little bit more damage onto this Marowak to try and come back into this matchup, going for that hard-hitting Hydro Cannon. This would one-hit KO the Marowak, but Marowak pulling up that shield, knowing that, all right, if I get this Greninja out of the way, I can still have some play.
No Protect shields remaining, and guess what? The Clodsire comes into this. There's already some energy on that Marowak. Once again, a lot more energy through this Mud Bomb from a Shadow Marowak is going to do so much damage to the Clodsire as it connects. Bone Club going through. Look how much damage that does.
Bone Club goes through, but Earthquake coming in immediately after from this Clodsire. Clodsire is hoping against hope that this is enough to knock out the Marowak. Does the Marowak survive? Yes, it does. So this Clodsire is going to take some more damage. Oh, that was a great heads-up play from Panda. It looked like this game was over, but now he seems to be in the driver's seat. X's are going to knock out this Charger Bug. Does that Clodsire have enough to get through these 2 Pokemon at the back?
Tonton, head in his hands, recognizing that he maybe had a misplay in that moment there. Though the Charger Bug does not have a good matchup against the Clodsire. Clodsire is so low health at this point. Not very effective, but guess what? He can't go through both the Marowak and the Charger Bug here. Charger Bug already getting to another attack.
Man, it was completely over here. This is one of the great things that I'm seeing in this meta is like you have these bad leads. You think it's gonna be an RPS game, but no, it's not. Players finding ways, pulling shields, getting that shield advantage to bring these games back, and that is great gameplay and always keeping you on your toes.
I mean, if you're going to go ahead and give like spiciest matchup awards, I think I said it earlier that I was going to give it to Galactica Bolton. I take that all away. Look at both of these teams of Tonton Batu, of Panda Light. I mean, we have a Alolan Raticate, we have the Pangoro, we have on the other side Greninjas, Skarmories. This is definitely a team compositions that we're not seeing very often here in Lille, but they're really paying off because they made it to day 2. They're in the top cut here of this big stacked tournament.
It's one of the reasons why people are slowly and steadily moving away from this Clodsire. We saw great matchup, right? Clodsire is in no position to lose, but getting to that charge attacks, the Earthquake and Sludge Bomb takes so long when you play against Pokemon that are really fast-paced and can get to 2 charge moves in the duration. For you to get to one of your charge moves, you are in an uphill climb, and that's exactly what happened here. He pulls what Panda did. All right, I need to get rid of this Clodsire, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to save a shield for the Marowak, and hopefully whatever is at the back, I can Bone Club it down, and that's exactly what happened.
It's exactly what happened. I mean, on paper, the matchup was very bad for Panda Light, but at that point, if you have a shield advantage, he recognized, I can just shield up from this Greninja. These Mudslaps are going to hurt. I'm going to come out with so much energy, and he was able to just chip down the Clodsire enough for the Charger Bug to be able to charge and finish it off, basically.
Yeah, it looked complete RPS, right? It looked very polarizing, the lead, the swap in, and also the end game. But getting that shield advantage and putting it all on a Pokemon like Marowak, which does so much work with that Mud Slap. It just resists the poison stings, and it can go through a lot of the Pokemon on Tonton Batu's team. A huge spotlight needs to go on that Raticate. It got to 2 returns, forcing that Protect Shield from Tonton Batu. That was great mid-game play. I think we are going to see a lot of Raticate in game number 2 as well.
I mean, you're absolutely right there. Not 1 shield, 2 Protect Shields, completely stripping away both of those from Tonton, which ended up being the thing that ended up getting it for Panda Light in the end. Being able to shield up that Hydro Cannon proved very vital, but that was just game number 1. And if anyone can come back from a game deficit, is Tonton Batu's. He's been in so many top cut finals. He knows the Pokemon that he likes to play, and he loves to play Spice. In fact, he was just, the finalist in Dortmund. He's already top cut here in Lille. He has potential to take it all the way back up to the top.
What I would like to see once is Tonton Batu's actually not playing Spice. I want to see exactly what his ceiling, because he is a great trainer, and bringing all this Spice, technically for me, these are not in a way a lot of spicy Pokemon, because he just picked a core set of Pokemon that are like hard countering the core meta,
Sure,
right?
I think that's a good point. So spicy doesn't necessarily mean like not good or not playable. It just means that you're finding counters to things that are typically brought in the meta.
Yeah, and speaking of counters, we see a Pangoro going into the Marowak. This is in a way, a neutral matchup. Both of these Pokemons are going to do a lot of damage. Pangoro is going to do a lot of damage through the charge attacks, whereas this Marowak is just going to be mud-slapping this Pangoro down.
Getting that first shield because Pangoro is quite frail in the Great League. Both of these trainers know it as it is on their team. But this is interesting because Marowak is also a type of Pokemon that usually needs 2 Protect Shields. And it looks like he is deciding kind of like, is he going to decide? No! Last second shield to shield up this Night Slash.
Pulls up a shield in the very last second and gets a boost. This is not a situation where he wants to be. This is Tonton's second Night Slash boost in this tournament, and this will put the Marowak very close to the red, immediately swapping into this Charger Bug, hoping to get an energy advantage, but this looks really dire because it's met with this Clodsire.
Listen, that was risky business by Panda Light there. Safe swapping in a Charger Bug when there is a Clodsire on the other team is not a very safe prediction, though this was the starting point of the matchup, the game 1 that Panda Light won. In this mid-game, with all these Protect Shields remaining, I think that this kind of puts Tonton back in the driver's seat in game 2.
Tonton is absolutely in the driver's seat as he was in game number 1, but what we see in the end is also a very good matchup for Tonton Bateau, and that is that Skarmory into that Raticate. The quick attacks from the Raticate is never going to do enough damage. Undercharging the Earthquake here, hoping, all right, you can do as much damage as you want. It's not going to do anything to the Clodsire, so trying to maximize his energy, making sure that whatever Pokemon comes in the end game is going to be met with a lot of energy.
Speaking of Pokemon, there it comes in the Marowak, tries to get a Mud Slap through, but listen, it's not often that you shield up a Sludge Bomb, even knowing it's a Sludge Bomb. Panda Light wants to get as much damage off as possible onto this, but switch timers are up. There is an attack loaded, no Protect Shields remaining. Tonton taking out that Shadow Marowak.
Tonton takes out the Shadow Marowak, but what is important is can this Pangoro get to another close combat here? Does Panda Light bring in the Charger Bug, or does he bring in the Raticate? He brings in the Charger Bug. Let's see if he can Karate Chop down. No, he wants his Panda out of the game and goes for that X-Scissor.
This is a smart play by Panda Light. He's grinning about it, but neither one of their third Pokemon has been revealed. There's still a Clodsire left, and now a Skarmory is being brought into a Charger Bug. The hardest counter for it already out of the way. A Lowland Raticate now up against the Skarmory and a little bit of Clodsire in the back.
The quick attacks are coming in quick, but unfortunately Skarmory is such a bulky Pokemon that you will need a Crunch, debuff, and getting shielded and a Crunch to get this matchup. Tonton Bateau's knows is letting the first Crunch go. If it's debuffed, he can potentially shield a Crunch that does more damage on the second one.
Going for that charge attack priority there. Does get that shield. Better to be safe than sorry in Tonton's case because he has that Brave Bird already loaded, because with no Protect Shields remaining on Panda Light's side, this will be enough damage to put this bulky Alolan Raticate back into its ball.
It's not enough. The Raticate slowly hangs on, but that does not matter. One Steel Wing is all it took to send it back, evening the game, and we have parity.
Yeah, Tonton Bateau's coming back from behind there, being able to take game 2 away. Brave Bird is one of those attacks that ends up lowering your own defenses, but guess what? When it's the very last Pokemon on the other team, you don't really have to fight for it anymore. Tonton recognizing that, okay, even if I lower my defenses at this point, I'm going to be able to still win the match.
I would have really liked to see a close combat on the Alolan Raticate, but unfortunately he bought in the Charger Bug, and that would have been a great opportunity to see how much a close combat does to an Alolan Raticate. But great lead by Tonton Bateau here, identifying that, all right, it's a Marowak, what can I do? I don't want to really go for a close combat and swap out, so he stays in, throws the Night Slash, tries to fish for that boost, and he gets it, and that boost kind of put the game completely in the favor of Tonton Bateau.
I think if you're a Panda Light, you might be reconsidering what you're going to use as your safe swap there, because that Charger Bug was kind of stuck against that EUIC champion.
Yeah, the Chargy could not charge up its batteries, but look at Tonton Bateau's accolades. 2023 EUIC champion, 2023 World Top 16, 2025 Dortmund Regional Finalist, and 2024 Gdansk Regional Finalist. So many accolades, just a top trainer, a veteran of this game, and somebody who we can learn a lot from, and also learn a lot from losing as well.
Tonton was saying, even I was talking about how Andres wasn't really thinking that last last season was her meta. Tonton was very vocal about the fact that he didn't think that last season's meta was very good for his particular playstyle, but I would say being able to second place finish in Dortmund and already top cutting here is showing that he is ready for this. He loves this max out meta. A Panda Light on the other side, like we talked about, a complete newcomer to the scene here, but look how well he has been doing in this tournament of total titans.
Total titans indeed, but what I want to see is how Panda Light is gonna change his strategy, because he did get a very good lead. It was a reasonable lead there, but unfortunately for him, that Night Slash buff kind of ruined what he wanted to set up in the back game. We saw that he would have had his Alolan Raticate onto the Skarmory and his Charger Bug onto the Skarmory and the Alolan Raticate onto the Clodsire. That would have been a matchup that he would have liked to have, but unfortunately for him, the game said, all right, I'm just going to give Tonton a wee bit of an advantage.
And I mean, and that's the risk you take sometimes when you play Pokemon that can end up boosting, or I mean, that doesn't have the 100% positive chance to debuff or boost. This is going to be, I mean, now we're going to see again in the lead there, we have the Pangoro, but a completely different Pokemon on Panda Light side going for that Talonflame lead.
Yeah, Talonflame comes in here. This is a great position to be in if you're Panda Light. Let's see if they go for it.
Looks like you're going for that Night Slash boost to begin with. No Protect Shields on Panda Light side. As we saw last time, he got the boost, so he wants to make sure that if there is a boosted attack, that is the one that will be shielded.
Yeah, fishing for the boost, unfortunately does not get it. We saw great sense of gameplay here by Panda Eye, waiting that turn, seeing that Karate Chop come in and going for the fly that would have knocked out the Panda, but now we see that another Night Slash coming in. This is going to put the Talonflame very, very deep into the red.
Going for 2 Karate Chops there, getting that first Protect Shield off of Panda Light, because there is still a decent amount of energy on the Talonflame side. But guess what? The Pangoro outpaces, has one of the highest attacks in the game. Not only that, Karate Chop just generates energy so quickly, and this one brings that Talonflame desperately low to the red. Catching now onto the Clodsire on Tonton's side.
Big catch onto the Clodsire. We still see that the Panda is now saved, but let's see, Clodsire is going to be met with this Alolan Raticate. Raticate is a very bulky Pokemon. Quick attacks, as you can see, does a lot of damage, but now let's see if this Raticate goes for the big return or for Crunch.
And going for the Sludge Bomb on Tonton's side, still no Protect Shield on Panda Light side. Wants to try to keep it, I mean, barely does anything. Still in the green for the Alolan Raticate, and he does. He goes for that heavy hitting return. Tonton says, I saw you do this twice in a previous matchup. I'm going to protect this up.
Yeah, this is a great position to be in if you're Panda Light, because you have a Pokemon that can do well against both the front Pokemon and the back Pokemon of Tonton. So all he has to do is get this Clodsire in a range where his Charger Bug can handle it. Let's see what happens here. Will Tonton go for a catch? No, it's gonna be met with that Skarmory. This is not where we want to be, but Charger Bug comes in a little bit too late. Will he get to a Brave Bird before this discharge?
I mean, this charge has already been loaded. The real question is, will it be enough? This Skarmory is in the green at this point. Switch timers were so misaligned that Panda Light couldn't farm in. Going for now the Brave Bird. This, again, might not be completely enough, but there's no protections remaining on either side, and this is the impactful damage that Tonton needs from the Skarmory.
Brave Bird comes in, but this gives one more Volt Switch for this Charger Bug. Charger Bug needs one more Volt Switch here, and it gets what it wants. Does it go for the X-Scissor here? It goes for the first one. All it takes is one more X-Scissor, but a lot of energy on this Clodsire. It will all come down to can Tonton Batos make that swap.
I mean, the X-Scissor, I don't even know if it was doing that much damage to it. He is not able to reach the X-Scissor in time. There's a little bit of Raticate. My goodness, this is getting down to the wire. No Protect Shields remaining. Once again, reminding everyone, Crunch going to be enough to knock out the Pangoro, but now this Raticate does not have a return loaded.
He does have that Crunch, but Panda Eye did not click it. This means Tonton Bateuse gets to that Sludge Bomb. Sludge Bomb will be enough to knock out this Raticate, and Tonton Bateuse proceeds because his Talonflame has no HP whatsoever.
You can see from both trainers, Tonton can't believe it. Panda Light recognizing his mistake. He was trying to build up for the return, but a Crunch would have most likely been enough at that point. But it is enough for Tonton Bateuse to be able to move on through that loser's side of the bracket.
What a close game. Panda Eye had the lead, had the swap. Unfortunately for him, one small mistake cost him the game, but now giving away that Pancham to Tonton Bateuse. He is going to carry the Pandemonium on to the next round.
Panda Light coming in from out of nowhere, essentially making it so far in day 2, but he's not going home empty-handed, obviously. He's going home with a lot of championship points, you know, a lot of prestige and a lot of respect, I think, from some players who maybe are thinking, I want to start joining tournaments. I want to try to make a day 2 appearance.
Yeah, it's not always about the meta, right? It's Tonton has made it a point to not always play core meta Pokemon. You will always see a Pokemon that stands out in his team that's going to do great against a core meta. So meta is meta for a reason, but if you are good enough, you can come in, try these anti-meta Pokemon, and then get away, or even potentially go all the way to win a regional.
I mean, we saw the day 1 usage earlier on, and then we saw how it really shifted into that day 2 usage. Clodsire is a very popular pick, but it's not on a lot of teams nowadays. It's definitely on Tonton's, and so then when you think of like the fact that there's a Charjabug on a team, Charjabug has a lot of play into this current meta. Unfortunately for Panda Light, he just got it aligned to the Clodsire a few too many times and couldn't make enough damage to really, you know, seal the deal for him.
Yeah, not enough damage. We can say what happened in all these games here a little bit more closely. We see game number 1 where this big earthquake from the Clodsire was not enough to knock out the Marowak and tried to go for a swap here, unfortunately giving a little bit more energy to Panda Light's Charjabug, and that gave him the win. Game number 2, the pivotal moment was this boost here. Unfortunately for Panda Light, it made sure that the Marowak would be too deep into the red to do any reasonable damage onto the Clodsire that's coming back after.
Yeah, at this point you can see it on his face, like he's smiling, but it's a little bit of a grimace because he definitely needs to get this Pangoro out of the way. But with the Skarmory in the back and that LurganRocket on even energy, it was just a little bit too hard to overcome. Tonton really played out game 2 well, but game 3, it was for all of the marbles here. Quick swap by him here to be able to catch this Brave Bird, one of the pivotal moments in this game.
Yeah, this was the number 1, the one where instead of going for the Brave Bird for the knockout, goes for the fly. The last but not the least, unfortunately not clicking that crunch. Maybe Panda Light knows a little bit more than us. Maybe that crunch was not enough, but unfortunately the Clodsire had that Sludge Bomb, just enough damage to knock out that Raticate and knock Panda Light out of the tournament.
Both of those games were really, really close. Of course, in the side of the losers bracket, that means in this double elimination tournament, Panda Light will be out. We did see the bracket a little bit earlier on. Tonton Batuz will continue on to play, but we're going to remain in the loser side of the bracket right now. Earlier on, we saw Colin 6, one of our previous Lille Regional Champions, being knocked down to this bracket by Galaxica Bolton. He will be playing up next.
Yeah, we've seen Colin in this situation multiple times before, right? We've seen Colin get knocked down, and he's like, all right, fine. I can still make it, and I have all the confidence. If anybody can pull it all the way into the grand finals and even maybe switch the grand finals up and win a regional, it's going to be Colin. He has 3 regional titles to his name, and it's always nice to add one more, right?
I mean, on the flip side, though, he will be playing against Anacor. Anacor is a relative, I don't want to even say newcomer, but he even said yesterday, oh, I'm more like used to my brother being like the better battler or the one who's making it on. He's also brought in some interesting teams. While most people are bringing in the Ariados, he has actually brought in an Araquanid as his spider of choice.
Yeah, Araquanid has this amazing typing of being a water bug type Pokemon. It puts it in a great situation against a lot of these core meta. Like, for example, the up-and-coming Marowak is not going to do a lot of work against an Araquanid, whereas Araquanid can slowly and steadily bubble beam it down. It has high-hitting moves like the Bug Buzz that can go onto the Malamar, absolutely one-hit KOing it, and it also comes with the additional benefit of having that Bug Bite slowly and steadily chipping away at the Malamar. Looking at this Pokemon, we see these 2 trainers ready to go into this matchup, but we have Dugong on the side of Colin. It's also another one of these Pokemon that Araquanid completely destroys.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of interesting picks on Anacor's side here. Registeel being another one of them. Arrow brought Registeel to Louisville, ended up getting 2nd place, and I think it made a lot of trainers turn and take notice of a different type of Pokemon. Like, where is this Steel in this current meta, and how does Steel actually play out against a lot of these Pokemon? Now that Clodsire has kind of taken a back seat, I think Registeel has definitely a lot of play.
See, I do see a lot of potential also from Anacor to play into Colin 6 because his Feraligatr is not heavily checked by Colin 6's Pokemon. He has to bring in that Ariados, and he has to hope the Ariados has enough energy to deal with the Feraligatr at this position. If you give shields to that Registeel, it's going to do a lot of work. I think Arrow put it exactly right in his I think semi-final speech, is that Registeel is not a day 1 Pokemon, it's a day 2 Pokemon. It can put your opponents in the back foot because they're going to be playing hard meta. And what is a Pokemon that can do really well against the hard meta? That's the Registeel.
I mean, Anacor is maybe taking the page out of Arrow's book because he is indeed a day 2 competitor. As a reminder, he took out the Gengar Life just a little bit earlier on. That was an off-screen match, but I'm so excited to see the rest of these matches because they're all going to be shown for the rest of today.
Yeah, so many matches to come. Do not go anywhere, but we are going to be focused on this matchup. It's our previous Lille Regional Champion. Both these trainers have already locked in their teams. Let's see what they have for us. It's an Alolan Sandslash lead into an Ariados. Good lead for Anacor.
This is a great lead for Anacor here, as neither the Lunge nor the Trailblazer are going to be doing that much damage. We see an immediate pivot by Colin into the Marowak, but guess what? Now it's going to be met by a Shadow Quagsire, and Quagsire pace is just a little bit quicker, even though those Mud Shots aren't doing as much damage as the Mud Slaps.
Yeah, Mud Shots don't do enough damage as Mud Slaps, but these Aqua Tails will do damage to that Marowak. Marowak shielding it up, potentially trying to play the 0-2 shield matchup here. We did know that the Mud Shots were debuffed a little bit because it now does not generate as much energy. So does this Marowak pace a little faster? No, it does not. Second Aqua Tail comes in. Colin will have to pull up a Protect Shield here.
This is what a lot of people do with their Marowak, is they double shield it because it's just a powerhouse Pokemon. That shadow damage does 20% more. Also, if you're a shadow, you're taking 20% more, just like this Quagsire is doing. So look at this. Basically, by Mud Slaps alone, this Quagsire is down to the yellow as it's shielded up the attacks.
Well, it's gonna get to another Aqua Tail here. Tried to catch a move, but unfortunately for Colin, Anacor waits a turn, knowing that, all right, if he tries to catch, I need to be prepared. Ariados comes in only to be met with one of its hardest answers in Anacor's team, the Sandslash.
There's a lot of energy left on the Quagsire. I thought for a moment maybe that Anacor was going to try to go up to a Stone Edge and throw it onto the Ariados to bring it down a little bit lower, but with a great matchup like he has here, I think he just realized that's not even necessary. I'm going to come in with my Alolan Sandslash, and I'm going to take out the Ariados this way instead.
Yeah, and in the back line, we're going to see a Pokemon that's going to turn Malamar's word upside down, and that is that Araquanid. I'm waiting to see what happens when these two Pokemon come into the field. Alolan Sandslash, meanwhile, slowly and steadily chipping away at this Ariados, and this will be enough to knock out the Ariados. Now it's a great position to be in as an Anacor.
Yeah, there's no Protect Shields left remaining on either side. There's a lot of energy left on the Quagsire, but there's a decent amount of health left on that Marowak, but it doesn't like this ice. The ice, however, has been debuffed twice from the Ariados. So coming in, an immediate pivot out. Great pivot by both trainers here. Now catching this Aqua Tail onto the Malamar. And guess what? They both swapped. So they're stuck in this matchup where the Araquanid would have loved to be against the Malamar here.
It does not matter. Araquanid will still love to come into this matchup and show what Bug Bites can do. Look at Malamar losing HP faster than it can do damage with those sideways. First Foul Play comes in. This is neutral damage, but Araquanid, as we know, is so bulky. It's going to take a lot to get through this Pokemon.
Not only that, there's no Protect Shields remaining. There is a Bubble Beam loaded, a complete farm down from Anacor's side. Has its already attack loaded, going for that heavier hitting Buzz, because again, this should be enough at this stage to knock out the Marowak. This should be enough for Anacor to be able to take game number 1.
What a dominant gameplay. We were just talking about how you can use Ariados to scare away the Malamar, but that's not Ariados, sorry, Araquanid to scare away that Malamar, and that's exactly what happened. It's going to be really difficult if you're Colin to try and like, oh my, that Araquanid is coming, so should I really play Malamar?
I mean,
again?
there's an arachnophobia, and I'm wondering if now Colin is pretty scared of that Araquanid spider from Anacor's side, because that did so much work for Anacor there in that game number 1.
I think he will be getting arachnophobia in the end anyways, because he had to face that Talonflame of the Galaxico Bolton as well earlier. So it is a nightmare of matchups after nightmare of matchup for this Spooter. It's finally getting scared today.
I think so. Colin, however, very consistent trainer. We've talked about him multiple times. He knows what to do in hard situations. He's a trainer that keeps his calm, keeps collected, and recognizes that he has I don't know how to say it without, he has higher game mechanic knowledge than a lot of people, and if he can just really rely on that, he's going to be able to pull off a lot of wins.
It's not just game mechanics, I think his game sense is really on point. He will be able to identify what he needs to do to win the game much earlier than most players, but that Araquanid coming in puts a very tricky situation for Colin, because he cannot bring in his Dugong, he cannot bring in his Drapion, he does not want the Malamar aligned against the Araquanid. Araquanid will do a lot of work against the Marowak as well. So where does he have to go to? Which 3 Pokemon does he bring for making that Araquanid scared and not come into the game?
I mean, we talked about Tonton is one of the trainers who can really kind of identify off-meta Pokemon that really do well. I think Anacor has done a really good job of that for here in Lille as well, being able to go through this bracket so far. He has been able to really beat out some well-known competitors to get into day 2, and he already has game 1 against our only 3-time European regional champion.
Yeah, 3-time European regional champion, but he's now 1 game away from being knocked out of this Lille Regional Championships. We see the Spice, which is a Registeel. He's gone after a long time. We see a double Steel lineup here. Let's see if he decides to play it in game number 2 to give him the opportunity to go further into this tournament. 2 players locks in, and let's see what happens. It's an Azumarill into a Mandibuzz.
This is a much better lead for Colin in the snare. Mandibuzz wants absolutely nothing to do with Azumarill, says bye for now, goes out as the Quagsire comes in, just gaining up a little bit of energy. But honestly, this is not a great matchup for the Quagsire, especially when it's behind a little bit on energy.
Yes, this is not a great matchup for Quagsire, but look at what Colin has in his backline. He cannot bring another Pokemon into this Quagsire. He's forced to stay in this matchup, and this might potentially free the Araquanid and that Mandibuzz in the back to do a ton of work. Going for this Ice Beam, if Anacor wants, he can shield this up and really push his advantage, and that's exactly what happens here.
And though the Mudshot debuff ended up not being able to pace as quickly, there's still the Stone Edges that are going to be doing a lot of damage. Colin not bothering to shield up the Azumarill, even though it had such a good lead against that Mandibuzz. He now looks this, even waits a turn with the low health Azumarill to be able to throw an attack against the Quagsire. No Protect Shield from Anacor's side, but there is a there's a shield advantage for Colin.
Oh, he gets to the Aqua Tail before. Oh my, he tries to make a swap instead of throwing the Aqua Tail, and that's going to be really costly here. Mandibuzz comes in. This is a great position to be in if you're Anacor. Rock Slide is super effective, but it does not have the same time attack bonus, so Mandibuzz can still remain flying in the sky.
Still wants to keep it nice and healthy at this point, saying, if the Azumarill is out of the way, they really only have to fear a Dugong in the back. Wants to keep that Mandibuzz going, because look how much damage that does to the Marowak. Marowak basically going for that Rock Slide and catching on to the Araquanid here by Anacor. But is this really a catch?
Yeah, this is a great catch by Anacor, but I'm not entirely sure how the end game is going to play out, because these bug bites are adding up. Will this Marowak be able to get to another move? It is all about that Drapion comes in, and this is going to be a pace to the charge attack. Bubble immediately being thrown. Colin does have these 2 Protect Shields. Will he pull one up? And he does.
This is worse for the wear for Colin 6 here. Bubble Beam is going to lower your attack. Also, it was not the heavier hitting Bug Buzz that Colin was thinking it might be. So not only will this Crunch not be doing as much damage, I'm not sure that the Poison Stings are going to be able to do much and be impactful either.
Will he go for the... No, he does not go for the big heavy-hitting Bug Buzz. Goes for this Bubble Beam. This, if no shielded, is going to put this Drapion into the green. It's still in the green. This is a great position to be in, but immediately coming back with this Mandibuzz to say, all right, you got to throw your energy, because I know your switch clock is not up yet.
Yeah, let's look at this. It's double debuffed at this point. The switch timer is up. There is an attack loaded on the Marowak, but it is only the Bone Club. It's not going to be the heavier hitting Rock Slide.
This is going to be going all the way down to the wire here. Colin has to manage a lot of energy on the Drapion, and that's exactly what he does here. 1 wing attack, 2 wing attacks. Oh no, it's a bunch of Snows. Rock Slide is gotten here. This will put Mandibuzz into the yellow, but is that enough? Is that enough for the Mandibuzz to survive an Aqua Tail?
I mean, the big thing is here, Colin still has a shield, but not a lot of health left on either one of the Pokemon's. Aqua Tail is loaded, but will it be enough? Anacor puts his head in his hands. He's not sure, but he's patiently waiting to see, because he's got so much energy on that Mandibuzz.
Has a lot of energy. He has back-to-back aerial lasers. All he has to do is wait turns. Will Colin wait another turn to get this in? He pulls up his Protect Shield. He's putting everything on this Drapion. This is going to be... Oh no, he does not have his switch clock up yet.
And Anacor doesn't know it. Why he's continuing to wait?
Was that a game freeze? I'm not sure, but oh my, Anacor waited a bit too long, and this could be it. This could be it. This could put Colin through. Poison Stings coming in, and that's enough. What happened there? Anacor waited a bit too long, and that was enough for Colin to take advantage.
So there was a moment at the end. Of course, when switch timers get a little bit misaligned, I think Anacor thought that Colin was going to try to go for a catch, but Colin's switch timer wasn't even up, so he just kept going for his poison stings, and he ended up getting to an Aqua Tail before Anacor threw his attack, which was already loaded.
Yeah, and Drapion was so far away from an Aqua Tail as well. I think that he registered had to go 3 poison stings to get to that Aqua Tail, and I think Anacor, maybe he waited a turn and maybe something happened here. Maybe this match is going to be up for a dispute.
I mean, I think that they're definitely discussing what has happened at this point. When it's such high-level stakes, when you're in the loser's portion of the bracket, and you know that this could be an impactful game, that could be the moment that you go home, you definitely want to make sure that everything had went according to plan, according to what should happen within the game mechanics.
Yep, it's going to be interesting. Of course, this is why we have our experienced judges here who run this tournament, who take time out of their daily lives to come and help volunteer for this program as well. They're going to set this review and see what the judges decide.
But I think at this point, too, one thing we can definitely say for sure is Araquanid is making some waves here in day 2. I was so impressed with the gameplay, not only in game number 1, where he's just able to completely farm down that Malamar, but I mean, it was so good in these games too. Anacor going for that double bubble beam strategy was really interesting.
Yeah, the double bubble beam strategy, well, that's like a tongue twister, right? Double bubble beam.
Double bubble beam.
Double bubble beam strategy proved pivotal because the Drapion did get to that Aqua Tail on the Mandibus. It was forced to throw a double debuffed Aqua Tail, and that put that Mandibus in an HP range where it could survive the next non-debuffed Aqua Tail and also a Rock Slide from the Alolan Marowak. Very well played there, and he almost, Anacor went very close to the bug buzz to say, Colin, I know you're a great Pokemon trainer, but can you count how many bug bites did I do? Because it's very difficult.
I mean, yeah, the animation sometimes, especially, you know, with all the swapping and pretty much dancing around that all these Pokemon trainers are doing, the switch timers get often misaligned. It's really hard to remember how much energy your opponent swapped out with, how much energy that you have on Pokemon that time. I mean, I know that that's a problem for myself. If I swap out, I'm like, wait, did I have an attack loaded? Not only that, which side is my attack on?
Yeah, that's always one that gets me as well. Which side my attack on? There's been so many times where I've clicked on the wrong side saying, oh no, that's not where it is.
That's not what I wanted to do at all.
But a lot of these these high-level Pokemon trainers, they kind of train their muscle memory in such a way. All right, I have the heavy-hitting charge attack on the left-hand side and the bait on the right-hand side, or vice versa. You just have to train it, and it will take a lot of charge TNs, but in the end, it's worth it.
I know a lot of people that do this, especially because of like community day attacks, being able to be on a specific side. They will often TM it away on another one. I have to admit, I'm not like that. I have multiple Drapions. Some of them have Aqua Tail on one side. Some of them have Crunch on that same side because they're running Sludge Bomb on another.
Yeah, I've seen this go incredibly wrong for Amanda multiple times as well. So, so yes, it is what it is. I think when you start competing at a higher level, you will have to try and build that mechanics. Or what you do is you practice with these Pokemon for a long time, so you know, okay, this is a Drapion that I use all the time, and this is where my charge attacks are always going to be.
Yeah, I think that that's a good point. But of course, these trainers, they've definitely been using their team of 6 that they've been, you know, building up for these competitions. They know what kind of attacks that they want to be running. They know what their Pokemon is going to be doing well against in the 1-shield scenario, in a 2-shield scenario. I mean, I think a lot of times when trainers are locking into a battle, they have a certain Pokemon that they want to lead. And before you press go, you have to think through the scenarios of, if my opponent leads X, what am I going to do? And do that for the whole lineup of 6. So you kind of have a game plan in mind before the matchup even starts.
Yeah, and the matchup we see, there is no rematch here for Anacor. So this game is 1-1.
Wow, so what this means is that Anacor, anticipating that Colin was trying to go for a catch, basically waited 3 turns.
Yeah.
Because
3 turns, I think it was 6 turns.
Yeah, I mean, there was quite a few turns because he had double Aerial Ace loaded. He just needed to throw the other one to be able to knock out that Drapion on Colin's side. Colin was able to farm up energy, get to that Aqua Tail, and knock out the Mandibuzz.
Yeah, what a way. Unfortunate for Anacor. Yeah, I think he got a bit nervous, but that happens to all these trainers. This is a very high-stake game as well. So 1 game away, both these trainers to going and proceeding further. Another thing that I wanted to talk to you about, while we were talking about these charge attacks, which side they're going to be, there's also this new feature where you can long press on a Pokemon and it will show you where your charge attacks are. It will show you what your fast attack is, which is your charge attack on the left side, and which is your charge attack on the right side. So that's something that you can potentially use before you lock in your Pokemon to go into these battles.
I know a lot of trainers end up tagging a team that they're going to use as well, so that in case they want to say Lille, they type in that, and then the 6 Pokemon that they've chosen for this tournament will show up. That makes sure that you're using all the correct Pokemon that you wanted to, and you're not going to have any surprise attacks because it is open team sheets. So your opponent knows exactly what you're running on the Pokemon. There's no surprises there.
We already see this game. We have another bad lead for Anikor. It's that Mandibuzz into the Dugong. This is not where you want to be. Immediately swapping into his safe Pokemon, and that is the Quagsire. But this is such a strong lead. Dugong is great into Quagsire. Yes, it's going to take super effective damage from that Stone Edge, but not before it can debuff the Quagsire's attack.
That means that Stone Edge coming through, if Anikor decides to throw it, will not be doing as much damage. And now swapping into the Azumarill anyway, because even if this is a Stone Edge, it's not going to be doing as much of the Azumarill as it would be to the Dugong. Great catch there by Colin, being able to do this. And now since the Quagsire is switch locked for a little bit more, I think we might see a very aggressive bubble down.
It could be a very aggressive bubble down indeed, but Quagsire is not gone down yet. It's going to go for another Stone Edge. This is going to put the Azumarill into the yellow, I would assume, and well, let's see. Does Colin go for this complete bubble down? No, he does not. He knows this Quagsire could potentially get to another charge attack.
Not only that, switch timers being misaligned as they are could give the Quagsire opportunity to just swap out with a lot of energy. Doesn't even want to risk that. In comes the Feraligatr, but guess what? Though the Hydro Cannons and Ice Beams don't do that much damage, when the Azumarill is this low, it definitely can. Already up to a play rough here, getting that first Protect Shield from Anikor's side.
This is a great energy. This is a lot of energy for Anikor, but now bringing the Drapion, this would mean that you now have the opportunity to throw this heavy-hitting Hydro Cannon and go into the positive matchup, which is the Mandibuzz. You want to store a charge attack here, one more Shadow Claw, and potentially swap in, and that's exactly what he does there.
Colin is very patient, waits a turn there, make sure that the Aqua Tail or the Crunch wouldn't be thrown into something that didn't really need it. Aqua Tail now going through for the Mandibuzz. There's a lot of energy on Colin's 6th side. Again, this Shadow Drapion about to be putting in some work.
Yep, Shadow Drapion is having that Aqua Tail, and it comes so fast here because of these Poison Stings, and now with the Poison Stings damage, Aqua Tail is potentially enough to put this Mandibuzz deep into the red, slowly and steadily chipping away. Mandibuzz gets to that Aerial Ace, throwing it immediately. This will not do enough damage to put that Drapion in a range where another Aerial Ace can knock out.
I mean, guess what? Colin's switch timer is now up. He knows it as well. Back in comes the Dugong here, and Dugong against Mandibuzz and also Feraligatr looks pretty good for Colin 6 here. Going ahead, taking that Dark Pulse, but still in the green. The switch timer is up, but you see Anikor kind of shaking his head here as now an attack is already loaded. Does he want to shield?
He has to shield this Drill Run if he has to stay in this matchup. He probably calls that it's Icy Wind. Unfortunately for him, that was the wrong call to make here. Still, Feraligatr is not going to take a lot of damage from these ice shots. First Hydro Cannon is going through. Let's see what Colin does. Will he pull up a Protect Shield? No, he does not. This could potentially mean that the Feraligatr can completely farm down this Dugong.
It looks like it might just be able to do so. Coming out with an attack. There is a shield left on Colin's side. He wants to make that Feraligatr use up all of the energy, content to let the Azumarill go down. The Drapion doesn't do that well against Mandibuzz, but guess what? It doesn't do that bad either when you have this much energy.
That is a lot of energy. All Anikor needed was this Feraligatr to survive that one Poison Sting to get off the damage. Unfortunately for him, it is not enough HP. But this Drapion coming in, throwing this first Aqua Tail, few more Poison Stings, one away from getting this Mandibuzz out of the sky. Mandibuzz goes for this Aerial Ace, shielded up by the Colin's Drapion. Let's see what happens here.
Colin knows that he just needs to be able to get to one more attack to be able to win this game. He's basically at it, throwing now, but there's still a shield left on Anikor's side. It's a race to the next charge attack. We know that the Shadow Drapion wins charge attack priority. I think he's ahead on energy as well. Colin 6 hits the Aqua Tail, and he knocks this Mandibuzz from the sky.
Mandibuzz out of the sky. Colin showing how cool and composed he can be. That was a huge review there. He almost lost that game. Coming back, making sure his opponent made the mistake and not him. Coming back to take this series, being 1 point down to 2-1 and going into the next round.
Colin 6, 3-time European regional champion, former Lille regional champion, looking to make his comeback here from the loser side of the bracket and maybe take home his 4th title.
We know he's been here multiple times. He's been here and he is here to stay. He's still in the regional. He is still trying to get his regional crown back from Galaxica Bolton.
And he will be playing up next against Tonton Batuz, who, what we saw earlier on, was the winner of the matchup between him and Panda Light. Very, very impressive plays by both trainers, right? I mean, I think that Anacor played so well, and it was just a unfortunate thing that happened to him in the very last portion of that matchup. But he hasn't played that many tournaments over here. I'm sure that he'll be looking over it, and the next time, he's just not going to make that same mistake, you know? Like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
I think it's also a mistake that was kind of forced by how dynamic the switch clock has become. Of
course, yeah.
He was not prepared, or he didn't expect that Colin's switch clock would not be up. We saw it because we can see the screen. You saw it because you can see the screen, but he could not. What amazing. Colin was like, all right, maybe he doesn't see it. He said, usually players would be dejected and not go for the win, but let's see all these critical moments in the replay.
I think, oh yeah, this is so much fun to watch. This game number 1 was really, really all in Anacor's favor at this point. Through this whole matchup, you see him shaking his head sometimes like he doesn't think he's made the right play, but he was in the driver's seat basically this whole game.
Yeah, he was completely in the driver's seat. We saw how much work the Mandibus did and how much work this Araquanid did as well, catching the rock slide, saying, all right, I still think that I will survive this rock slide. All I need to do is get enough bug bites in there so that I can debuff the Pokemon that comes after. So close here, Drapion getting to that charge attack, whereas Mandibus unfortunately could not.
Yeah, going ahead, you saw 2 Poison Stings go through at that point, going for that Aqua Tail to end up winning the game there. Just press the air lace a little bit too late on Anacor's side. Colin 6 taking that victory from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah, and again, another Drapion matchup where it's exactly kind of the repeat like game number 2, where the pivotal moment was the Mandibus had enough energy. In this game, not enough energy here. Aqua Tail knocking out the Mandibus and sending Colin through. Amazing gameplay.
Really, really fun. Now, I just want to, I feel bad for Anacor in this moment because it's not that he played bad. In fact, he was going to win the matchup. But a lot of times, you do see this happen with trainers where they don't even wait just 1 turn. They wait 2 turns to be able to throw.
Yeah, I think it was like, maybe he waited a turn and then he saw Poison Sting animation come through, and then he's like, oh, what happens if Colin waits another turn? So he waited a little bit more, and that slowly and steady, it kind of added up, right?
A lot of trainers, we kind of saw it in Dortmund earlier on, when Kazim has a habit of not trying to wait a turn before, but waiting like after, like at a non-typical moment where trainers do this. And I think Anacor was maybe just expecting that because Kazim is a teammate and friend of Colin 6. They have a very similar play style. So I think that was maybe a little bit behind that.
All right, speaking of playstyle, we have this very good playstyle where we're not getting any of these Halloween Pokemon. So production has decided to give us more to embarrass.
Yeah. I think, I don't know what I did to make them mad today, but already it spends most of its time sleeping in graveyards. Among all the dog Pokemon, this one is the most loyal to its master. So it's the bigger evolution one of Graveyard.
Yes, I think so. I think so too.
What's it called? Houndgeist or Hound?
No, we can just do one of the things. It's the evolution of the.
It's the evolution of the Graveyard with the little candle on its head.
Yeah. Right. Yes. All right. Okay. Good. Yeah. We got one. Woo! That's good.
I can hear cheering in the crowd. I know it's for another game, but I'm just pretending it's for us.
Right? Yeah. Of course. It is always for us.
All right. Hit us with another one.
All right. We're on roll here.
It summons the dead with its dreamy dancing. From their malice, it draws power with which to curse its enemies.
I know this one.
Okay.
I know this one.
It summons the dead.
I know this one.
All right, well.
You gotta guess.
No, give it with us.
It's the ghost type of Oricorio.
The ghost type?
There's a ghost flying type for it.
Okay, tell us.
I don't know the name. It's the ghost type. It's Oricorio, but the typing is different.
Okay, it's the bird with the typing that is like this. We're really good at describing.
It's purplish, I think.
It's purplish.
Or bluish, yeah.
Or greenish or yellowish.
Yeah, well, I see.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's in our game though. That's
it is.
That's the Japanese style one.
Yeah. I didn't know which style it was, but I knew it was the ghost flying type Oricorio.
Okay, we did much better.
Yeah, we did 2 for 2. What do you mean much better?
Well, I don't think that in a true competition, I don't think that they would have
I've got 6 guesses right this time.
Okay, fine. Well, you know what? I'm more than happy to say it. We definitely got both of those right.
Yeah. We have a 100% win rate.
Woo! Jumping up to it. The production just shakes their head at us.
Yeah, we can see them. We can feel their eyes through the camera.
You know what? We're on the loser side of the bracket too, I think.
Fair enough, but we see a great match coming up, and that's LurganRocket going up against Tomahawk. This is another matchup where Magnezone can shine. We see Tomahawk's team. He really does not have more than one hard answer to that Shadow Magnezone. It's a trend that we've been seeing today, right? It's only that Gastrodon on his team that can do any damage to that Magnezone. Other Pokemon do not want to deal with his Magnezones. Wild Charge from it will pretty much knock out all his team.
Both of these trainers came in from the winner's side of the bracket earlier on in the day. Tomahawk UK playing against ThoTechtical ended up being knocked down to the loser's bracket. LurganRocket taking his first losses of this whole championship thing in Lille against Boom 20. We'll have to see if he can continue on a run and see if he's going to continue to win these matches. I think if anyone can put a stop to LurganRocket, it is going to be Tomahawk UK, but there is definitely a lot of Magnezone play.
Fair. Earlier enough in the tournament, I think Boom put out a point that, all right, it doesn't look like LurganRocket is leading his Shadow Magnezone. So what I will do is I'm going to give you the opportunity to bring Magnezone in the back, and I'm going to throw my Azumarill every time for you to bring it. But LurganRocket maybe knows from his mistakes. Look at these accolades. World's Top 4 2022, World's Top 8 2024, UIC Top 8 2024, and 2022, the first ever regional champion as well from Liverpool. What an amazing set of achievements to have.
Yeah, LurganRocket, he's said in the past, there's no trainer that he fears playing because if you want to be the best, you got to play against the best. He's beaten many, many good trainers. Tomahawk UK, I mean, no slouch himself. Look at these accolades to his name. World's Top 16, he was the finalist in so many events and it doesn't even fit on the screen. Let's jump into the matchups here. We got that Shadow Dropion against Shadow Dropion here. Now, this is a matchup that comes down to charge attack priority often and how people want to play it because they want to go for the Aqua Tails in this scenario.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting which trainer throws these charge attacks first, and it's going to be LurganRocket's Drapion that's firing the first Aqua Tail. This will do a lot of damage because all it takes is 2 Aqua Tails to knock out a Drapion.
Yeah, now going for Aqua Tail on Tomahawk's side. No Protect Shield by LurganRocket. You can see he knows exactly how this matchup is going to play out. But now a quick switch by Tomahawk UK catching the attack onto the Ariados.
Catching an attack indeed, but we know LurganRocket has prepared for this with that Magnezone coming in here. This is not the position where you want to be as the Ariados because all your charge attacks are resisted by this Magnezone, but Magnezone being fairly frail might want to pull up a shield, but he says no shield, but whatever happens, I'm going to do a ton of damage to whatever you come back in here.
Looking at that, it was quite a bit of damage. This now, Mirror Shot is not going to be doing as much as it would have before. LurganRocket, before when he played, went straight for a Wild Charge, but Tomahawk says, okay, if you do that, then you're going to lower yourself. That Mirror Shot was enough damage, and now an Aqua Tail is ready, going instead for that Crunch. It's a little bit heavier hitting. Does LurganRocket want to use a shield?
Yeah, he will be forced to use a shield here because he wants to preserve this Magnezone and all its energy. He can do 2 Volt Switches and going for that Mirror Shot on charge attack priority, but instead getting caught by this Dugong. Tomahawk right now is dancing around this Magnezone.
Catching another attack is not going to be doing too much damage, but now swapping back into the Drapion to clear that lunge debuff that was there before. Still a lot of energy on LurganRocket's side. Going for the Crunch right before an attack is ready on Tomahawk's side. Tomahawk still has 2 shields left.
He has 2 shields, but he has to preserve these shields. Oh no, going for shielding this Crunch. Does this give him an attack defense fall? Yes, it does, forcing Tomahawk now to be into the yellow because this is a great position to be in if you're a Magnezone because the Ice Shots don't do enough damage.
Now, look at this, not very effective, but if a defense drop happens, it's putting the Dugong fairly low. Not only that, still a protection left on LurganRocket's side, patiently waiting out the switch timer. Now coming in and trying to immediately throw, but it looks like the Icy Wind is going to go through first. With only 1 protection shield remaining on LurganRocket's side, he wants to use it on this Magnezone. He's got some energy to boot.
He does have a lot of energy here. The first Mirror Shot coming in immediately shielded by Tomahawk. We still haven't seen the last Pokemon from LurganRocket, and that is that Galarian Moltres. 1 more Volt Switch, swapping into the Moltres, catching the move. Oh my, Lurgan now is dancing around Tomahawk. He's like, you can catch, so can I.
And this Aqua Tail will go through, but the Sucker Punch should be enough to bring it down. Dugong still has a decent amount of health, but it's going to need to throw an attack to knock out this Moltres at this point. It goes for that Icy icy wind, no protect shields remaining, but LurganRocket is still nodding. He thinks he's in the driver's seat of this scenario. Not even enough to knock out the Moltres, but the Moltres won't be able to get to an attack.
But Magnezone, as we know, has that mirror shot loaded. Mirror shot coming in. This is resisted, but we know how much attack Magnezone has. This will be enough to knock the Dugong out and give a 1-point lead for LurganRocket.
LurganRocket has only dropped 2 games this whole time in Lille. Says, you know what, I didn't like to do that very much. I think I'm going to go back to winning.
Yeah, it was really close, right? I think all of this came down to the fact that Tomahawk pulled up that Protect Shield on his Dugong. If he let that crunch through, he could have potentially tried to power through this matchup by throwing a lot of charge attacks. Unfortunately for him, it was 2 things that went wrong. Number 1, the crunch land was protect shielded, and it got the Dugong got a defense fall. But if anybody can come back into this game, it's got to be Tomahawk. Look at those accolades. He is multiple regional finalist, and as he said before, he is been on a roll 5 times consecutively, making the top cut in the last 5 tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, not even just in Europe. He's been top cutting in North America as well. He's been top cutted in more tournaments than he has not, which is crazy. He said he's been played in 17 tournaments, and he's been top cut in 9 of them.
He's been so consistent. I think he's so consistent that he's going to take away the Mr. Consistent title away from Martin soon at this point. But what we want to see here is how he's going to try and adopt. He knows now Lurgan is no longer afraid to bring that Magnezone. He's no longer afraid to swap, keep that Magnezone in the back. So will he go for that ABP, the high risk, high reward, and hope he does not get led Magnezone on?
We're about to find out!
It's an Ariados into the Azumarill. Great lead for Tomahawk. We again see that Magnezone backline going for this Drapion swap in. This means that this Ariados will get to the move before, but no, they're going for that Aqua Tail, just getting there 1 turn before the Ariados gets to that lunge.
I like this attack because that means it just chips away a little bit at the Ariados before the lunge goes through, so the attack that is now going through will not be doing as much damage. LurganRocket taking down some notes about the energy cost in the middle of the game here, but now that the defense says, or attack has been a little bit debuffed. Have to see how he wants to play it out. Being able to catch onto his own drop in. This is big for Tomahawk UK. You see him giving a little look to the camera like, was this the thing? Should I have done this? Oh yeah, not very effective.
Great catch indeed. Both the trainers waited turn, and Lurgan deciding to go for the charge attack, even though he probably not reacting just in time. But in comes his first Aqua Tail. Aqua Tail will be enough to put this Drapion into the yellow, but this is not enough to knock it out. So Lurgan's Drapion is going to be able to get back-to-back Aqua Tails. How much does a debuffed Aqua Tail do onto the Drapion?
Well, you know what? For science sake, let's find out. Thanks for letting us find out. Definitely 2 would be enough. And it looks like Tomahawk choosing to go for another fast attack instead. And it has to take this charge attack with the Aqua Tail, and it's enough to knock him out.
This is crucial here because we do see the Azumarill. We've seen how much work Azumarill can do as like a protect shield in itself, soaking energy. Dugong coming in here. This is great for LurganRocket because all he needs to do now is bring in the Magnezone. Magnezone is going to do a ton of work. Azumarill comes in to try and catch a move. Unfortunately, that does not work out. It's still going to be really, really close here. Let's see if Tomahawk can do enough to win.
I mean, LurganRocket is normally the person who's giving like little cheeky winks and moments to the camera, but at this moment, Tomahawk just outmaneuvered him there. He thought that Tomahawk was going to swap out, but ended up going into the Azumarill, bringing a perfect opportunity to double Trailblazer, getting that Azumarill super low.
Speaking of Azumarill being super low, the Ariados is now also super low. 1 more Volt Switch will be enough to knock out, not before he gets to the lunge here. Dugong has a drill run started. It's all gonna come down to, is this gonna, can he bait the Dugong twice? Oh, it already has done so much damage here.
LurganRocket is so upset at this moment because his attack fell from the lunge of the Ariados. The attack is going to fall even more from the Dugong's Icy Wind, and there's still 2 Protect Shields left remaining on Tomahawk's side.
This game was poised to go towards a very interesting endgame, but Lurgan got nervous and swapped in a very negative matchup to try, I don't know, was he trying to catch a move or was he trying to get something done with the Azumarill? Unfortunately for him, it did not work.
No, I mean, like, you saw it on his face. Tomahawk is a very calculated player, and he does things that LurganRocket, I think LurganRocket was like, he's automatically going to swap. I'm going to swap at the exact same time as him, and just, you know, being able to get a little bit of energy advantage before the Ariados comes in. However, no, it didn't happen. Instead, Tomahawk UK was able to comfortably get a little more before bringing it in, and my goodness, did that prove impactful for him in that game.
It was really interesting. Both the players went for the swap, and I think that's a swap. That's the swap Lurgan needed to win the game, but unfortunately he also went for the panic swap together. It's like, all right, oh no, I want to click on a Pokemon, and then he clicked on the Azumarill. These kind of mistakes happen in these really high-stake games here, because Lurgan was very close. If he won that game, he goes and progresses into the losers round 3, I would assume, right?
I think, well, guess what? Beforehand, he had only lost 2 games to Boom 20. He's now lost 1 game to Tomahawk UK, but he played Andres, who we just saw early on playing against the Mega Junko. He beat her 2-0 as well, so he's only lost 3 games. No matter what, whoever wins this next round will go on to face against the reigning Lille Regional Champion in Galactica Bolton.
Yeah, and it's gonna be a great match to see, but we still have this match. We still have both of these trainers. Both of these trainers have a chance to go on to the next round. It's all gonna be about this Magnezone. Can Tomahawk overcome it again? One more game to keep all your core Pokemon away from the Shadow Magnezone's damage.
Yeah, this is, since we're in the loser side of the bracket, this is a very crucial moment for both of these trainers. LurganRocket, I mean, though he was our first regional champion, he definitely wants another one of these titles, right? He wants to be able to start adding them to his collection, to his name. Meanwhile, Tomahawk UK has been saying, what's it gonna take? I know I top cut all the time. I want to win my first regional competition.
Yeah, it's nerve-wracking, right? Because you've been trying to win for so long, so this is it. Slowly and steadily, you have to set up your place. You get better as you go, and this is the moment. This could be the moment where Tomahawk, both these players have locked in. Let's see if Lurgan can unlock the potential of this Magnezone, and that's exactly what happens. A great lead for LurganRocket.
LurganRocket has found its target. In comes the Ariados, and actually an interesting play, staying in for a little bit here, letting him go ahead and use an attack, knowing that neither one of these attacks are going to be enough to knock him out. This is a Trailblaze, which means the next attacks of the Ariados are going to be doing a little bit more. LurganRocket still staying in this matchup and going for the heavy-hitting Wild Charge. This would knock out. Does Tomahawk UK think that he is baiting, or does he know this is the Wild Charge?
Oh, he lets it go, and Wild Charge takes out the Ariados. This is such a dominant position to be in if you're LurganRocket, but we see the backline as well. We see that Chestnut and the Gastrodon. This is not what you want to see.
Oh, guess what? This Gastrodon's coming in. There's 2 Gastrodon answers on the side of LurganRocket here. The Glaring Moltres and the Chestnut do both so well against it. Neither one of those really want to face off against the Dugong here, but with Body Slam getting a little bit of a debuff, you can see it's still perfectly comfortable here. Dugong coming in, but there's already so much energy on this Glaring Moltres. This is going to be an ancient power. Has to shield up by Tomahawk UK's side here, and he's not very happy with how the scenario has turned.
Yeah, this scenario is completely flipped on his head here. Another ancient power would be reached, but LurganRocket potentially going for the Brave Bird, but decides against it. He says, I want all this damage, any little damage that I can do on the Dugong. Oh no, Tomahawk pulls up another Protect Shield.
No, 2 shields down here. There's 2 shields left on LurganRocket's side, even though there is a lot of energy left on this Dugong, going for the Mirror Shot bait, which is kind of interesting because there's no Protect Shields left on the side of...
I think Lurgan knows his game is over. Tomahawk is like, that's not a Wild Charge, right? And Lurgan is like, you're gonna see what's at the back. Letting the Ice Shot go here, Icy Wind go here, and Lurgan is smiling. Tomahawk is not gonna be happy seeing what's happening.
Tomahawk is like, his eyes are scanning back and forth, like, what could it possibly be in the back? Now he knows. He said, okay, what is it going to be? It's gonna be that Chestnut. Poor little Gastrodon has a lot in the tank, but it's not gonna be able to do much against this Pokemon with 2 shields here. LurganRocket not even looking like he's gonna shield the Body Slam, completely farming down the Gastrodon.
LurganRocket going for the 2 shield flex, but what a play by Tomahawk, going for that Drill Run even, shielding this up, and this is gonna be it. Moments away, Lurgan moments away from getting this matchup, also trying to farm down this Gastrodon, going for a superpower, knocking out the Dugong with 1 HP, and it's gonna be it. Lurgan setting up, unlocking the complete potential of the Magnezone here.
Listen, both of these trainers are just kind of playing and pandering to the crowd a little bit. We saw winks from each other, we saw eyebrow raises, we saw a lot of fun game maneuvers between this LurganRocket being able to take game number 3 away from Tomahawk UK with yet another top cut finish to his name.
Yeah, we saw, right, like he adapted completely into game number 3. We saw they were all both leading neutral leads, so that I think Tomahawk wanted a neutral lead against the Magnezone. That's why he's consistently been going to that Drapion, and now in game number 3, Lurgan was like, that's why he took so long to choose a Pokemon. He's like, should I lead this Magnezone? Should I lead this Magnezone? Because what if it's another Drapion again, and then I'm in a position where I'm forced to shield first. This time, when he went for this big gamble, and it paid off.
I mean, as PvP continues to progress throughout the seasons, throughout the different years, different play styles kind of emerge. Because Magnezone is a Pokemon that ends up debuffing yourself when you use the Wild Charge, a lot of players tend to use it in that lead position because they can immediately swap out and clear that debuff. But then that became really predictable. So I think a lot of really good players opted not to put it in the lead. But LurganRocket's saying, okay, you know what? If no one's going to expect it in the lead, that's exactly where I'm going to put it. If I'm going to do the unexpected thing. Yeah, let's see what unexpected things LurganRocket did in this match. We have the replays ready, and we can see all the key movements that's happened in this match. Now let's go ahead looking through this. I would say the Magnezone definitely came out to play here against Tomahawk's team here. Catching that attack from the Galarian Moltres was a big moment for him. And you can see LurganRocket very happy, just almost makes like a check mark on paper, like how to move, check. Check. We talked about this already much earlier, right? If Lurgan starts writing in his book, you're gonna be in trouble. And this is a great scenario. Yes, Tomahawk did manage to make a catch, but there was so much energy on LurganRocket's Drapion that he could get to 2 Aqua Tails subsequently to knock out this Drapion. In comes, oh, that was it. That was the move that did not work out for LurganRocket. Thought that he was gonna be able to catch the Drill Run. Unfortunately, did not work out. Didn't work out in his favor. Tomahawk took that game very, very easily from LurganRocket, but this LurganRocket grunt ended up not being too high up. He's reporting back to Giovanni, hey boss, I'm doing well in this tournament. I'm still in it. I could be on my way to be calling myself a champion. Yeah, I think a lot of the trainers were looking at this matchup. The trainers who were remaining in this tournament were like, please knock that Shadow Magnezone out. Please knock that Shadow Magnezone out. Lurgan's like, nope, not yet. I'm still gonna be coming for you guys. He said, baby, I'm still here and I'm ready to rule. Magnezone play was, definitely huge for him in the whole time. I think Magnezone maybe is going to be the new Pokemon, like Arrow brought the Registeel. We've been seeing a lot of Registeel in this, while Jeff's brought that to Shadow Marowak. We saw a lot of Shadow Marowaks. Perhaps Magnezone will be returning. I think to the Magnezone is all the more reason to bring more Shadow Marowaks, right? But you need multiple checks. This is one of the reasons why it's always important to have multiple checks for a single Pokemon in your team, because we saw Tomahawk struggling. He had multiple soft checks. He had that Drapion. He had Dugong with Drill Run, but his only real hard answer to that Magnezone was that Gastrodon. And unfortunately for him, you bring in your Gastrodon and you get matched against a Chestnut. There is not much you could do. I think Lurgan completely predicted Game 3 and did not make any mistake. Perfect gameplay there. I mean, yeah, I saw that Gastrodon instead just went straight to the Moltres instead, saying, okay, I saw the Dugong, I want to at least be able to hit it back. He got both of the shields from Tomahawk UK with the Ancient Powers instead. Now, Galarian Moltres, recently it can be shiny. I have a question for you, Abby. If given the choice between a shiny Pokemon or a Pokemon that is a hundo, as we call them, a 15, 15, 15, 15 attack, 15 defense, and 15 HP, what would you pick? I'm going to give a very neutral answer in this. If it's going to be a very useful Pokemon that you need as a hundo, as we call it, then I would pick that. If not, I would pick a shiny. But what I would truly prefer is a shiny hundo Pokemon. Of course, who wouldn't? Let us know in the chat which one you would prefer. When you're going for the hundos, you're going for the shinies, and we also discuss it in this video.
Hello trainers, welcome to Master of Choice. We're here to settle a debate on a difficult topic. I have here with me Leonard and I have Amanda. Now, one of the things you probably see in battles is that many trainers like to use shiny Pokemon but there's also the choice between do you pick a shiny Pokemon or a good Pokemon, a 4-star Pokemon maybe. Can I have your opinion on this, Leo?
So, of course, first of all, if you have both in one Pokemon, that's the absolute best thing that can happen to you. But as we're going to have to find a solution here, I'm going to go with the shiny ones because, of course, on community days, those are more often. You're still every time very hyped that you find one, and maybe you can find one for competitive battles even, but it's just a little thing that brightens up your day if you are randomly finding a shiny. You know, you're just tapping on your screen and all of a sudden a Pokemon in a different color pops up and your day has been made.
I have to agree. I think shinies are nice. They're a good thing. But I am going to go with having the 4-star, or what we call in the community a hundo, because while they're not always the greatest for Great League battles, if you have a 4-star Pokemon in Ultra League or Master League, those can be very, very competitive. And I would say for Master League, you want those hundos for that. And even in the Great League, I think if they were more accessible, like a Pachirisu, you definitely want that to be a 4-star Pokemon. So if I had to choose one or the other, I'm going to go with the 4-star.
I can agree with you on some points as well, because some Pokemon are easier to get if they are 4 stars. Like a Sableye, you don't need as much XL candies for it, so it's sometimes even great to play some of those if you don't want to walk so many kilometers.
That makes sense, makes sense. Now I have another question. Which one is more rare?
Ooh, that is the question. I would say the most rare, obviously, are the ones that you can, what we call the shundos, even the shiny hundos. And I only have 3 of those in my Pokédex.
Wow.
And they're all Master League. But are they Master League ready? Not quite.
So some XL candies quite missing there. I think I do agree that it is the 4 stars that are a bit more rare. Because of the community days, you get a lot of shinies from time to time. Sometimes there is also a hundo, as we call it. But I mean, you get more shinies.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I 100% agree. I also lighten up a lot when I get a shiny Pokemon. I actually just got one, a shiny Lechonk. It's new, right? Yeah, so thank you, Leonard and Amanda, for your opinions on this. As the master of choice, I also go for the competitive Pokemon here. Sorry, Leo, I do like shiny Pokemon, but as a competitor, I also like the best Pokemon to use in tournaments. Let us know in the chat what you think as well. We would love to know what you think of which Pokemon you think is the most useful to use in tournaments, what your favorite is, and yeah, let's head back to the broadcast.
Wow, so much fun merch that we saw there here at the 2025 Regional Championship in Lille. Welcome back, my name is Martijn, also known as Eloquence, and I'm joined here by Leo, Koning, and Lionheart. If you just happen to tune in, we are currently at Losers Round 3, and we also still have the Winners Finals waiting, so a lot of good battles to come still.
Yeah, but we have so many great trainers that have been really successful in the past, still in the tournament, some already being knocked out. We just saw how Tomahawk lost against LurganRocket. He's one of the best trainers we have in Europe. Both of them are actually. Now we're going to see the path that some of these trainers have gone in the losers bracket.
Look at how far these players have come. We started with Pandalite versus Kazim. Kazim, the Dortmund regional champion, but got knocked out by Pandalite with that inconvenient team of Pangoro and Alolan Raticate. Anikor making a great run with Registeel. Araquanid and Mandibus knocked out the Gengar with the Shadow Hippowdon. Andres making a great run again until she faced her teammate LurganRocket with the Shadow Magnezone we saw earlier against Tomahawk UK. And Tomahawk UK also came from that losers bracket where from the winners bracket where he lost round 1 and then had to defeat Sir Corey and then had to face the wrath of Shadow Magnezone.
You know what would be really poetic? If Paula won the winners finals against Boom. Boom goes to the losers finals, faces LurganRocket, who then manages to beat Boom and then beats Paula in the finals with his Shadow Magnezone.
Shadow Magnezone has been an insane meta read by LurganRocket. It is looking so strong in so many teams. There's usually only, well, I say only, but that check is the hardest check Magnezone can face. There's only one ground type usually per team, and then it's good into pretty much everything else that is like not a Talonflame. We saw against against Tomahawk UK, he only had Gastrodon, but because LurganRocket paired it with a Chestnut, it's difficult to bring that Pokemon.
And also Chestnut is a Pokemon that is very, very strong against most of the Pokemon. We have seen so many water types. Toxapex is rotating out a little bit of the meta. Galarian Moltres is phenomenal, but even though it is a flying type, it's not running wing attack. It has its issues with Chestnut because of the superpower.
Because of Sucker Punch as well.
Yeah.
Sucker Punch, the fast attack of Galarian Moltres, resisted. Means that all that fast attack damage doesn't do that much. On top of that, it takes a while before it gets to its charge attacks. It has AG power, resisted on that fighting type from Chestnut. Brave Bird takes out an entire family of Chestnut, but it takes a while to get there. Plus, you drop your defense by 3 stages. And Magnezone also works a little bit similar in that, right? Wild Charge, incredible attack. Yeah. You ever had your Wild Charge land on like a Poliwrath, like at the EUIC for example, does massive damage but drops your defense. Let's take a look at our next matchup though. This is gonna be great. We have the Master of Seasoning on the left, Tonton, and who do we have on the right, Leo?
The final boss, Colin 6, and he is running that scary, spooky, creepy, crawly Ariados on his team that has basically been the Pokemon of the tournament so far.
But Tonton is prepared for that Pokemon.
Yeah.
Even though Greninja, one of Tonton's favorite Pokemon, doesn't do super well into it, Tonton has Cresselia with Future Sight, so that actually can fight back against Ariados. Skarmory walls the energy from that Ariados, and then yeah, the other Pokemon may be okay. I guess Clodside also good, but we did see against ThoTechtical that it was a little bit okay-ish. Here we go! This is a great lead for Colin 6. He leads the Azumarill into the Greninja. Everything from the Greninjas resisted into this, but looks like Tonton stays in it for a little bit.
Yeah, I can imagine that because the energy on the Azumarill isn't too threatening for Tonton at all. You can actually farm up for a Hydro Cannon and then switch out and then bring in the Skarmory, which is so safe against the entire team of Colin. Might as well stay in there with the Azumarill. Decides to go for the Drapion, and Drapion has double resisted fast attacks. However, paces so quickly to Aqua Tail and Crunch that it might have an edge in this matchup.
I really like this play from Tonton where he just stored an attack on Greninja so he can use this later because it threatens the backline from Colin a lot. Both Drapion and Kanto Marowak don't really want to take any of that. This is a problem for Colin as well though. Oh, going for the Sky Attack. I think that may have still knocked out because of the Sky Attack buff. However, you have Poison Sting as a fast attack. How much damage does Poison Sting to a Steel type, Leo?
-5. But this might as well be the biggest farm down in the history of Pokemon Go. Can he actually get that? No, Tonton reaches the Brave Bird and draws out another Aqua Tail on the charge attack priority.
You can't shield that because if you shield, it will still do 1 damage and the Skarmory might be at 1 HP. Aqua Tail takes out. What do you do now as Tonton goes for the Nitrous immediately, eliminating all this energy that Colin has on the Drapion? I don't think you want to use your shield here as Colin, and he doesn't.
Nope, Colin knows he has the Shadow Marowak in the back for a possible Charger Bug that could answer his Azumarill. Goes into Azumarill, basically the only Pokemon in the meta that completely walls the energy of Greninja. Goes for another Hydro Cannon to maybe use it later. There is going to be the Marowak, but as soon as this Charger Bug is being taken out, Azumarill runs free.
Ooh, that Mud Slap. Oof, that's gonna do good damage that he just got through there, Colin. 2 X's are actually knocked out, but I think that the fast attack pressure from this Kanto might just be a lot to deal with for Tonton. Even though Chargeback does have play here, I think this is still looking like an uphill battle for Tonton. He needs to get a discharge off as well on the Azumarill. No, he calls the Bone Club bait, but is this good?
I don't think that this is going to save him the game. He needs HP on that Charger Bug because otherwise he has no way of getting rid of Azumarill.
I think I see a player for Tonton. He might just use 2 shields on that Greninja. Greninja has to throw Charge Attack here to get rid of the charge at the energy of Marowak, and looks like that is why he keeps storing that energy. Can Greninja, with solely resisted damage, take out the Azumarill with 2 shields up? There is some energy on this Azumarill. Do you go for the Ice Beam bait here?
I think you kind of have to, but I don't know how the matchup plays out because, oh, this is going to be shielded. No risky calls from Tonton. He seems to be very confident in the ability of this Greninja.
The Master of Seasoning with the spicy pick of Greninja. He's the only French player remaining in this tournament, and his Greninja has to pull through here against this Azumarill. Greninja can do slightly more damage with Water Shuriken if it has slightly higher attack, but look at his Hydro Cannon adding up. It's going so fast, Leo.
No, I think another one will actually take out. I was wondering why he doesn't go for a possible Night Slash attack boost, but this seems to be enough with 1 more shield. Azumarill is so clunky. The player is going to come through, but of course there is a last shield on Tonton Batus side. This looked impossible for him to win.
The way Tonton Batus has been using, he's been using this Greninja so well, going for a Night Slash here, because that's cheaper energy. I believe Tonton Batus is at 2 Night Slash, that may knock out.
Yeah, I think a Hydro Cannon would have knocked out as well. Does not knock out yet. Goes for the charge attack priority event, actually.
I think a Hydro Cannon would have just done the job, but it doesn't matter. Greninja takes game number 1 here for Tonton Batus.
Phenomenal plays here, knowing how to use this, and gets the Night Slash boost in the end.
Just a moment of flexing there. The final boss, Colin, with that great lead against Tonton Batus' Greninja. But Tonton Batus didn't even care. For everything, for losing switch advantage, everything he switches in, because that energy from the Greninja was just so crucial every time for denying all the energy of Colin. We saw that both times when the Drapion and the Shadow Marowak came in, Tonton Batus had an attack stored, and to prevent getting hit by damage from the other Pokemon from Colin, he just took the Hydro Cannon, because Greninja has such a high attack that it will win charge attack priority against about anything.
Yeah, especially when you're looking at Colin's team, I think there is nothing that can challenge Greninja even remotely. But just go back to how he played this, because he knew water and dark type attacks against Azumarill basically do nothing. Azumarill is so bulky, but he still managed to pull through. Hey, I can win the 2-0 shield scenario by just spamming those Hydro Cannon. Do the math. This attack is so incredibly efficient. It is same type attack bonus boosted.
And paired with the Skarmory and Charge Bug, that's just what Tonton Batus has been relying on, really. Everyone thought, oh, new meta, yeah, we don't see those Pokemon anymore. And then there's Tonton Batus with that jump scare of those Pokemon again. Yeah, and they're performing well, right? Skarmory made such a solid save switch there. And the save switch in this case is a Pokemon you can pivot in and hope to gain some momentum later on in the battle. That's what Skarmory was used for. And because of that great typing in Steel and Flying, it has so many resistances and does so well in a meta infested by poison type Pokemon.
And especially in a meta that has no electric and fire type Pokemon almost. Going to see a great lead for Tonton this time around. Also bringing the Greninja in the back.
Oh la la!
Into it.
What a switch here for Tonton Batus here. He has all the answers, but Colin does bait out the Greninja here, so he potentially can sweep with that
buff.
Maybe a debuff, but no, I don't think that the poison thing will add up enough over time that Colin will be able to flip this. See how Colin is going to play this out. If he wants to farm down with the Azumarill, that may take quite a while. This Hydro Cannon goes through, doesn't take it out. Can you get to an Aqua Tail and pull a shield? I think you can, yes! If you want to keep switch advantage, Tonton Batus has to shield this. But the energy on Greninja is just so good. We saw earlier, even a resisted, if you can get to 3 Hydro Cannon on an Azumarill, that does so much damage.
Yeah, the thing is, Colin will probably now try to farm down with the Azumarill, and the timer is not yet up, so I think you will have to at least invest 1 Hydro Cannon before you can switch out with the charge attack stored here. Is going to do some significant chick bench, and the next thing is, both of these Pokemon in the back for Tonton Batus.
He swaps out though! He swaps out!
Skarmory goes in.
Switch advantage.
Yep, Skarmory goes in here against the Azumarill. He wants his Charger Bug on there, thinking maybe Colin is going to switch out himself, but Colin is very, very fine with not having the Shadow Marowak on that Skarmory.
So Colin needs to keep in mind that there is a Hydro Cannon stored from Tonton Batus, what he's been doing all this time, and it's working for him so well. Because of that, he can't really invest shields into the Shadow Marowak just yet, even though the energy from the Skarmory is so threatening in both Skytech and Brave Bird. Now going into the Kanto Marowak, getting an energy advantage, but you need to get the full Mudslap down here. Can Marowak do that with fully resisted damage?
Oh, he is not even calling a Sky Attack bait. The Mudslaps still do add up, and this is going to be a race to the second fast charge attack of Tonton Batus. Can he reach it? Is this going to knock out? He actually has to throw the Bone Club, but this is also still fine, I think, for him.
Well, it doesn't look like Tonton likes that. This is rough for him. If he cut that second shield, then Greninja could have just knocked this out immediately. Now he has to get a shield with the X-Scissor from Charge Bug, but I don't think that's going to happen because the Volt Switch don't add up. So you will hang on there as Colin. You know that there's a Hydro Cannon on Greninja, and he has to let this go. But Kanto Marowak almost goes down here.
Yep, Kanto Marowak is still not in Water Shuriken range, though actually does not go for the bait, and it gets called immediately. The shield is put up by Tonton Batus.
Every time Tonton Batus has been baited with the Bone Club, he no-shielded. Now Colin goes for a Rock Slide, he calls it, and this is so difficult. You have to shield here. But remember, this is a Hydro Cannon. This is a big moment. No, he no-shields. How much energy is there on the Azumarill then?
I was gonna say, oh, it's completely dry as a bone of a Marowak here.
Here we go. It's almost at the discharge, and now it's free for a Hydro Cannon. You gotta shield this as Colin, unless you try to call an extra bait, but he has to shield here. You get to the attack, but I think the Hydro Cannon is almost going to knock out here. Yeah, goes for the Ice Beam. He needs this to knock out. If this doesn't knock out, the Volt Switch will land.
Yep, this is very important right here. Also very well played by not going for another bubble. Takes out the Charger Bug. How much damage is this going to do? He actually gets 2 Water Shuriken, throws a Hydro Cannon. This is going to be incredibly close. Will the Hydro Cannon knock out?
Here we go. Hydro Cannon goes through from Greninja. Does the ball take out with Hydro Cannon? No, it's Exxon! Final pulse Colin ties up the score!
Azumarill is a champion! And this Azumarill hangs on to the Hydro Cannon of the Greninja by a slither of HP.
Who says that Azumarill is a Greninja counter? Did anyone ever say that? I don't think Greninja is that good of a lead of Azumarill anymore. It's just so slow in its pacing, and that was such a close battle where Tonton almost, again, close with that spicy Greninja.
Yes, as long as shields are up or you have a shield advantage on the Greninja, there is definitely play, I will admit that, because you're pacing to those Hydro Cannons within 3 or within 9 turns rather, and the Azumarill just needs double the time to reach a play rough for the first one.
It does, good point, double as slow. The second play rough is 15 turns, but do keep in mind, Greninja also has Night Slash. That's even a lower cost energy charge attack, which sometimes is reached in 2 Water Shuriken only. Greninja is the master of pacing. It is so good, even against a player of this caliber. Look at all these accolades.
And it feels like Tonton was skating there and using the Azumarill as a ramp for the Greninja, basically. Every time he's in there, he knows, okay, usually I take so much damage from fast attacks, but I can take 3 bubbles, I can switch out, I can go for a Hydro Cannon later.
I think one of the pivotal moments in that battle was when Tonton gave up switch advantage, because he had a good lead, he had a good alignment in the back, but he really wanted to have that Hydro Cannon land on something that's not Azumarill, because Azumarill can take the Hydro Cannon. But if you look at the rest of the team from Colin here, the other Pokemon that can take it is the Dugong. But everything else does not appreciate the Hydro Cannon.
On Dugong, you just throw Night Slashes. That is also very fine. I mean, it's not the strongest attack, but you increase your chances. Oh, we have the lead. And this is an Ariados lead into Greninja. This is particularly interesting because you get outpaced by the Greninja.
Tonton can't really swap out. He has a Cresselia in the back. Now, I'm just going to be honest with you, Leo. I don't know how good this is for Ariados. Yes, you can take this Hydro Cannon, which is going to do the most damage, by the way. Here we go. Boom! Straight into the red, goes into Skarmory, and Colin answers with the Drapion. Interesting, but I also don't mind this too much from Colin. So he's just trying to get his weakness to the Greninja out of the way here.
Yeah, but the thing is, this Greninja, it is just almost at full HP. It is still energy dry now, or energy dry again. But this Ariados, it has a move bank, but Ariados needs time to win its matchups. It has to add up Poison Stings, boost itself, or debuff the opponent.
It still has that energy though, going for the Sky Attack. I think this may almost have knocked out. I don't think it would have just yet, but Drapion just based so quickly here, and even a crunch on Greninja may be useful later. I think Tonton may be okay with this though. He baited out the Drapion here, so the Cresselia doesn't face it later.
Yep, but the thing is, you can also deal a lot of damage with the Greninja here. You can actually take the charge attacks of this, so you might end up exiting this with another Hydro Cannon.
I think this is actually pretty okay for Tonton here. He comes out with a lot of energy. Here's the thing though, Colin's probably gonna... Oh no, he hard swaps here, going for that Trailblaze. Look at the Water Shuriken adding up. If Tonton is expecting the Azumarill in the back, then this is great for Tonton.
Yep, the Cresselia in the back would have really struggled against the charge attacks from this Ariados. Ariados goes for another lunge just before being knocked out by the Water Shurikens. 2 shields down for Tonton now.
So I think now as Tonton you want to switch out, otherwise your Hydro Cannon are even debuffed. You can even... Oh, but wait a second. There's still that Drapion that Colin could use later for this Cresselia. It's going to be a crucial moment in this battle. Azumarill still has a shield advantage, but it doesn't do well in this matchup here.
Yeah, but it still does kind of okay. Grass Knots are super effective. However, the bulk on Azumarill is crazy. Psycho Cuts do not add up. Play Rough is a same type attack, boosted attack, and you can basically withstand a little bit. But when is your switch timer up?
He still no shields, and that makes sense actually, because he needs that shield to get to a crunch on the Drapion. The timer's up. Colin swaps out. You need to get to the crunch now. First comes a Grass Knot though. How far is the clock from Tonton? Can he go back in the Greninja? This is a crucial point. If Tonton can get back into the Greninja, he wins this battle, but the timer's barely not up, and it looks like Colin gets to the crunch.
Oh, he gets to the crunch, and this is going to deal so much damage. This is Shadow, same type attack, boosted crunch on a Cresselia. Super effective, knocks out with another Poison Sting. Has a little bit of energy left. Tonton goes into the Greninja, has 2 charge attacks ready. Farms down completely. How much damage can this Greninja do to the Azumarill? This is in the red. I don't think that 2 knockout, and Tonton agrees.
I don't think it does any damage if you don't charge the bubble. Tonton is putting up a great fight, but it is the final boss who wins this battle and advances to losers round 4.
Wow. This was a masterclass of both of these trainers. In game 1, Tonton had the worst lead possible. It looked like he was going to fall to the RPS, as we say, the rock, paper, scissors scenario, but he danced around. The Greninja actually took out the Azumarill in the end with all of these Hydro Cannons. But then Colin just struck back.
I think that Tonton just really relied on the strategy where he tries to pull shields real quick and then swap into that Skarmory as his safe switch. Try to pull shields again or land a Brave Bird, try to bait something out perhaps, but letting the Skarmory go entirely. And that ended up usually with Tonton losing switch advantage, having the Drapion on, in this case the Cresselia, but also often the Azumarill on the Greninja. And that has been very tough for him in both games that he had lost. Except the first game, where he also had Greninja on Azumarill, but it just got to so many Hydro Cannon.
The thing is that Tonton Batuz, there's plenty of teams that don't have Azumarill in them. Imagine how crazy the Greninja goes against those teams, because then the best thing you have as an answer might be the Dugong.
It could also be Toxapex. Toxapex is a tough match for Greninja. It has its niche, especially as a really good Shadow Drapion answer, but it also has its weaknesses.
Yep, it also answers some other Pokemon, like the rise of the grass types. It is good against fire types as well. It has definitely some answers in the meta. Diggersby is basically vanished from the meta right now, so maybe it's time for Toxapex to shine again.
I don't think it has vanished. It just happened that all the trainers making it to day 2 don't have a single one. And it also has been so useful for the Charge Bug. I think the Charge Bug has been so important for Tonton Batuz, just like Greninja and Skarmory. Let's take a look at the replays that we have of this battle to see how that went here. We see in that first game where Tonton Batuz just threw so many charge attacks that it took out the Azumarill, and at the end it even boosted.
Boost. Tonton, but boost. There it is, the Night Slash attack rose sharply.
And then in that second game where Tonton Batuz again was just storing energy all over the place, Colin couldn't really shield this because there was a Hydro Cannon stored on the Greninja in the back, and that just made it so tough because Colin needed to stay out of range, and he actually ended up just barely knocking out the Charge Bug earlier with an Ice Beam, so the Vultures wouldn't land, and there you see, this Hydro Cannon, because of that, barely doesn't knock out.
Yep, the Volt Switch would have made the difference. It hasn't though, and Colin won that game 2, and there you can see Tonton giving up, saying, hey, I know I have 2 Hydro Cannons stored, but no way are they ever going to deal enough damage to take out the Azumarill from that range, because when the shields are down and your HP is down mainly, the matchup is kind of a catastrophe.
Greninja goes to town. You could have got a triple rhyme here, come on.
The Greninja doesn't go to town when shields are down against Azumarill.
Fair, not against Azumarill. I do really like how we saw, well, we only saw a part of it though. Greninja versus Ariados. You think, oh, it's a bug type. Super effective into Dark, but because of Greninja's spacing and its damage output, I think Greninja just wins that scenario there, especially if you let the first Hydro Cannon go, which was an interesting play from Colin there, right? Because I had the feeling like if this is your best Greninja answer, or well, you have it where you want.
Yeah.
Is that not what you want to shoot? I guess maybe you realize it's probably going to be Skarmory in the back. Maybe I don't need to value my Ariados again. And that decision making from Colin is what makes him the final boss and just pushes through that bracket and winning games at 1 HP as well. Leo, he can't keep getting away with this.
Yeah, let us talk a little bit about the Skarmory as well, because usually this was also a very polarizing Pokemon, you know? Players were saying, oh, if you have Skarmory on the right Pokemon, then you win. Tonton used it as a safe swap the entire tournament because there was no electric types, no fire types. Skarmory was just chilling and donking everyone.
You're right. It's just been so good along with Charge Bug. Now, let's take a look at what our community has to say. We love to see your social posts, and here we have some. Yes. Oh, this is from Lou the Pikachu. Had a fabulous rehearsal day. It was with us, by the way. And cast a workshop with the Lille squad today. a little doodle of their favorite Pokemon to get ready for the weekend. All 3 games have an awesome roster. Which one is yours here, Leo?
Oh, mine is Darmanitan. Look how incredibly derpy it looks. It is so proud to be there within this esteemed roster of caster favorite Pokemon.
I love this, that Lumate. Chat, can you guess which is mine? I bet you cannot.
Honestly,
it's not obvious.
You guys have to guess which one are the other casters.
Yeah, the other ones.
The other games, you know?
The Kingdra, the Ash Greninja, the Gastrodon, the Mamoswine, the Murkrow, the Koraidon, Urshifu. What's a Pokemon called again?
Aegislash.
Aegislash, thank you. Yes.
Something that Go players
don't. No, but
know.
it comes in 2 forms. That's why I couldn't
attack
think
and
of it
defense
real
form.
quick. Yeah, it's true. It may come at some later stage. We don't have it currently. We do have the other ghost type in the back. That is that Giratina.
Oh, and there we have a nice Shadow 4-star Metagross by Emsley Boy. He's in loser's bracket at Lille already, but he has maxed out this Pokemon. This is a fantastic Pokemon to play in the Masters League and use for raids.
Shadow Metagross is such a menace. The non-Shadow version already hits so hard in the Master League. Imagine the Shadow. It can pick up some matchups. It also drops some matchups, but its resistance in Steel and Psychic can be so important. I must say though, with Necrozma being also a Steel and Psychic type, makes Metagross a little bit difficult to use, but I still think that it can also be used for like raids.
If Steel and Psychic type has a niche in the meta, you can run both. You know, it's like the double Water Core with the double Steel and Psychic.
It's the AVP strategy.
I made it, guys. See, this is the masterclass, the Psychic Steel masterclass. Oh,
no, there's a Delian. Can't be at Play Pokemon Lille, but my excuse is hanging with all these fabulous humans. Some of the finest British Pokemon Go PvP talent at Nexus Ilia. SWAT for Maximilian P, I suppose. Pick up Hawkeye on his wedding day. Congratulations, Hawkeye, and what a great squad. And of course, we love Ilia as well. Usually being a judge, sometimes a competitor too.
Is that real ice cream or is that photoshopped?
I'm not too sure. It can be both.
I think Ilia is...
You never have ice cream at a wedding?
Oh, sometimes you have ice cream at a wedding, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a dessert.
Oh, I'm glad they're having a great time. We expect Adelian to be fully there for every other event, though. Unless he has a wedding.
Another wedding. All of the Pokemon weddings.
Yeah, exactly. We are going now into losers round 4. I believe the next matchups we're going to have, I know we have ThoTechtical again, and I believe he's going to play against Colin. But first we're going to have this one, Galaxy Bolton versus LurganRocket. And that's going to be that Shadow Magnezone again on LurganRocket's side. How good is it, do you think, into Galaxy Bolton's team?
Oh, actually, that's kinda interesting because Galaxy Bolton has, of course, the Talonflame. You're fighting back with super effective damage, but Incinerate just has a little bit of an edge and just takes out the Shadow Magnezone basically in 3 fast attacks, so it's very, very hard to get to this Wild Charge. Galaxy Bolton also has the Superior that resists the attacks of the Magnezone, which also helps. You know, you don't resist Mirror Shot, but Mirror Shot is not the attack you want to go through. For you have the bulk, Frenzy Plant still hits hard. You have Malamar that paces incredibly fast with these superpowers, so it is actually a little bit harder to utilize than against most other teams.
And you need to keep shields for it.
Yeah.
Right? You really need to keep shields for it, because Magnezone cannot take a lot. This is also the last Gastrodon remaining in the tournament. What's up?
I have never seen a Chestnut in this bad position in a matchup. Imagine
there's Malamar.
Imagine the Superior has Aerial Ace as well.
It doesn't in this case, but you're right. I don't think we're going to see a lot of Chestnut from LurganRocket. That's been very important for him through this tournament, but I think he's definitely going to have to rely on other assets on his team. I do think that the Magnezone can be good, but ever since Incinerate now does more damage than it used to, Magnezone's even worse in that position. It may be able to win when there are no shields in play, just because you will be able to get to outpace to the Wild Charge, but anything else, that steel just melts by Talonflame.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm looking at the teams. You know, you can't, there's some Pokemon that Lurgan is really maybe not going to utilize, because the Gastrodon has Earth Power, and even though it's a Water type, also doesn't do that good of a job against the Talonflame. The Chestnut can't really be brought. Gastrodon also has other bad matchups, like the Superior, and Dugong is also a little bit iffy. Against Malamar, it's kind of neutral. It's great against Toxapex, but that already kind of narrows it down to 4 Pokemon that can be problematic for you.
So what I learned about Gastrodon from competitor Zephymastix, we saw him on day 1 a couple times. Gastrodon wins the one shield scenario, straight body slam without water pulse against Talonflame. What if Talonflame doesn't land a Brave Bird? So when both Pokemon only have one shield, Talonflame has to land a Brave Bird to win the one shield scenario. The problem is, if you go for the Brave Bird immediately as a Talonflame, you are already triple debuffed, and that may give that Gastrodon, especially if the Gastrodon shields it, the opportunity to win that matchup, because Mud Slap and Body Slam still paces really quick. It is only 4 and alternating with 3 Mud Slap per Body Slam. That's not long. Not long, it's very short, actually.
That is the opposite of long. But if you play it as a lead and you force your opponent to give up a shield for a Gastrodon, then that might be beneficial for you as well. But he's going to go for the lead with the Dugong against the Drapion, and this is not exactly neutral because the Dugong has the ability to throw these super effective throw runs.
LurganRocket is probably both happy and not happy to see this lead here. His Galarian Moltres now dodges this, but he would have preferred to have his Magnezone on this Dugong here. Now, keep in mind that Dugong can deal super effective damage to both this Drapion, to actually the entire line of Lurgan with his charge attacks, right? You have Drill here for the Drapion, and you can also have ice damage for the Galarian Moltres, also Drill for the Magnezone.
Oh, I kind of see an opening there for LurganRocket.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, it actually takes this. One more Ice Shard is kind of huge. You can bring in the Shadow Magnezone in here, but now it gets very fast.
Oh boy!
The Talonflame.
In comes Talonflame. LurganRocket has to get out. He's shaking his head. He knows this is not great. In comes Galarian Moltres. Sucker Punch does a lot of damage, but so does Incinerate. And this charge attack here, anything that Talonflame throws at Galarian Moltres, it will hurt.
Yep. But Moltres also has this Ancient Power, double super effective, and also look at these Sucker Punches adding up
so
quickly.
much.
It's almost in the red. Do you even shield this at this point? Galaxico Bolt says, yes, I do value the energy and the HP on my Talonflame because I already am at almost 2 attacks. I just need... Actually, does he even get there after this? If this gets shielded, I think we get Sucker Punch down before we reach the next
And
line.
LurganRocket is doing that. And here's the thing, Leo. LurganRocket might be expecting the Superior in the back. In that case, he will... No! Oh, what is he?
Wow.
Oh, I think he could have gotten the Sucker Punch down. LurganRocket was shaking his head immediately, knowing that he could have done that. Come out with the energy for that Dugong, because then he could have knocked out the Dugong immediately, and now he gets so nice, he wins!
Yep, and now you're in a very bad spot because the only thing you have left is your Shadow Magnezone against not only a Superior, but a Superior with 1 shield up, and that is huge here. You have to go for the Mirror Shot. Galaxico Bolton opting to not shield the first attack because if it is a Wild Shot, it won't knock out and the attacks are debuffed.
Galaxico Bolton was just probably pretty happy to see that Moltres coming into... Oh, we get a debuff there. I'm not sure if that's going to change anything, but he was probably pretty happy that the Galarian Moltres was switched into the Talonflame, so the Superior could avoid it. What a great play, and no shielding the Mirror Shot here. Still doesn't do that much damage. The Wild Shot obviously resisted, but will still do way more damage than a Mirror Shot would. And I think, even though this is also resisted, this might knock out already. It is debuffed though.
It is debuffed, it is resisted, it is a Frenzy Plant on a Shadow Magnezone, taking it out. Galaxico Bolton feeling like he has the big team comp advantage there. There's no real answer to the Talonflame on the side of LurganRocket.
I think LurganRocket may have had more play there, but on the other hand, just very smart team composition and baiting out the Galarian Moltres from Galaxico Bolton. He won Lille for a reason last season, and that is because he's a good player.
Yeah, that is, sometimes it's just as simple as that. And now let's see what the trainers are going to play in the second game of this set, because I mean, LurganRocket has to make some kind of adaptations. He has to maybe try and bring the Azumarill so the Talonflame doesn't run completely wild, even though he could have maybe won that game if he went for that Sucker Punch down.
Perhaps, because you would have energy for the Dugong, and perhaps then Galaxico Bolton would be forced to use a shield, and maybe then the Magnezone could do something. I just love how unique this team is from Galaxico Bolton, by the way. Double Ice, then you have the Talonflame, the Superior. Those 4 are Pokemon you don't see much or as much together, and I really like how that combination has been working for him throughout this tournament, especially the Dugong and the Sandslash just being such good bodyguards for the Talonflame, having play into both water types but also dragon type Pokemon.
I'm such a big fan of the Shadow Alolan Sandslash ever since Denki-chan and Mindjoke have used it back then when it had Bulldoze as the primary charge attack, ground type charge attack. It was already amazing to see. It is so spammy with these ice punches. It is very good in this meta because it walls the energy of Ariados as well.
It does. typing is indeed so important. I just think Steel is a really good typing currently. Magnezone in the same story, right? I believe Magnezone, out of the top of my head, has 11 or 12 resistances, either one. But that's a lot. That's more than I have fingers.
Yeah, but that thing is...
that makes no sense, but it's just to imply that it's a lot.
Even if you have all of those resistances, you still get KO'd if a fly coughs near you.
It does. It does. Because it's just so fragile. That's why you need shields. I hear the Magnezone lead. It is lined up into the Superior from Galaxy Bolton. I would say this is slightly advantageous for Galaxy Bolton just because the Superior has better bulk. And he's also really good at Leaf Tornado baiting.
Yep, that is true. Getting a debuff there would mean an immediate switch up, but he's going for the Frenzy Plant. This goes unshielded. This is not debuff. We have seen how much damage it did last game. It is going to connect, and wow, this was a lot of damage. Over 50%. This puts the Magnezone into a big palm down range.
That's resisted, but it did so much. Go for that mirror. No! Wow, no shielding that. But here's the thing. Wild Charge still is... I don't think Wild Charge still knocks out. And going for the Wild Charge immediately right after. I'm curious if LurganRocket is then choosing to switch or not. The problem is that Azumarill doesn't want to see it, and the Azumarill has... Switch advantage might be really important here, Leo. Look at the backline here.
Actually, yes, but also maybe no, because the Toxapex is in such a great position against both of these Pokemon that LurganRocket brings. However, now Galaxy Bolton is down a shield. Look at Superior go, throwing another resisted Frenzy Plant, and it's going to deal a lot of damage again. This Pokemon is so good.
This is resisted, and he gets to another one. LurganRocket, what are you shooting here? No, he's putting it all on the Azumarill. Look at this
leave Tornado me. Please leave Tornado me. This is what LurganRocket is thinking, but no, relentless damage.
Oh no, look at Lurgan. He knows he's looking at Galaxy Bolton. Galaxy asking, you got Azu, don't you? And Lurgan's like,
yeah.
Yep. No! He top lefts the battle. Galaxy Bolton wins by 2-0 against LurganRocket. There was no play there for LurganRocket anymore. Toxapex is so good into Azumarill, and Galaxy Bolton advances to the next round.
Look at how much these trainers trust each other. He didn't even need to see the Azu. There was an immediate tap out saying, hey, this game is not going to go in my favor. You have the Toxapex in the back. I did let too much damage go through on my Shadow Drapion. The only way I can beat your Toxapex, kinda. And yeah, I mean, Toxapex versus Azumarill is just incredibly dominant. I think this is maybe the most dominant matchup we have in the game right now.
There's like almost no way to win that. Yeah. We saw Registeel on Toxapex yesterday, and even that seems... I'm not going to say it's playable, it's just not. Yeah. But it's not as bad as Toxapex into Azumarill. In fact, we even saw the Azumarill at low health swap into a very low health Toxapex, and Toxapex still farmed it down, just for an indication how good Toxapex is there.
This is... Okay. Toxapex versus Azumarill, or Trevenant versus Noctowl?
I think I would go with Azumarill versus Toxapex. I felt like Trevenant... It deals even less damage. At least Toxapex, Azumarill deals slightly damage, and you don't get like Wing Attack down, or in this case Poison Chip down entirely. It's possible, but then Toxapex will go to 200 damage all the way. Let's take a look at the replays again of this battle, how that went earlier. We saw in Game 1 that Dugong is able to deal super effective damage against the whole line of LurganRocket that he brings here. He tried to get to a crunch here, but the drone just does so much damage, he's barely not being able to.
Important Ice Shard down there.
It is.
Made the Dugong outpace the next matchup, and there we can see him going into the Toxapex. LurganRocket smiling through the pain here, going for a crunch, thinking, hey, with my Azu in the back, this might not be possible, even though he got the defense buff.
Lucky. This is something you usually only see in the Go Battle League, players and a battle. But Lurgan just recognizing there was no play at that point. Just the team reading from Galaxy Bolton, he is on top of his game right now. He's doing again what he did last season, making that losers bracket run. He's now in the losers semi-finals. How many more does he need to win? He needs to win that, the losers finals, and then the grand finals twice.
Yeah.
He's 4 wins away, and I think his opponents are pretty scary off that Leaf Tornado Superior. It's a nightmare.
Yeah, he did what he did last year, you said it, because his team is making everyone really uncomfortable in their matchups. Last year it was the same thing. People were running this aerial ace Superior, it became popular there, but his Leaf Tornado, it just caused so many problems.
Before we head into the next matchup, Leo, how about we play a little game? We had a game yesterday about who is that Pokemon. Let's see if we can do it again. I had 3 out of 3 in one of them, so let's bring it up here.
I just had big troubles. Okay, I'm going to go into my scary witch voice again.
I don't think I have one, but go for it.
Buried beneath the castle are masses of dried up bones from those whose vitality it has drained.
Okay, now I have to read it again because I didn't process any of this. Me either. Buried beneath the castle are masses of dried up bones from those whose vitality it has drained. Goodness. Goodness.
Castle. I have a feeling. Give me a second. A Pokemon that is around a castle. Chat, help us out here. Chat, help us out. We need your help. It's on.
I mean, castle have chandeliers, you know?
I don't know. I don't think
it would have some fire thing in there, or talk about a chandelier.
No, there is a specific Pokemon that is. I don't really have an idea here. A ghost-type Pokemon. I don't think that's like Aegislash, right? No,
but it could also be a psychic-type Pokemon.
What would your guess be?
It's tough. It's a tough one. It's. I mean,
do you know a skeleton Pokemon?
No. I can't. I can't make one of. Okay, I'm going with Chandelure.
I'm going with Lampent.
All right,
lock it in.
Lock it in.
Here we go.
No!
Oh no! It is the castle! It is a castle!
No! It is the castle! No! I was. No!
It is the castle itself!
Gosh darn it. No, this is upsetting me. Finally,
I didn't even think of sand!
Yes, I thought of it and I was like, nah, but this thing doesn't live near a castle. But it is a castle!
It is a castle! Yeah.
Let's
see if we can still get two out of 3. Let's see if we can still do it. Let's head up with the next one that we have here.
Give me a scary witch voice.
This Pokemon appears just before someone passes away, so it's feared as an emissary of death.
Come on! I've seen this Dex entry before. I've seen this Dex before. I've seen it
too, yeah.
Oh, what is this? Come on! a ghost type Pokemon. A ghost type Pokemon. Come on, I usually have this on my team in the main series.
Oh, really?
I do.
I've just. My head is empty.
I'm going entirely blank. Blank. Emissary of death.
This is just like when I count fast attacks and then my opponent switches out the Pokemons. All gone.
I'm gonna go with.
Oh, I'm going to go with Murkrow.
You know what? That's not a bad one. I think, yeah, Murkrow might be good. Okay, let's do it. Murkrow. That's good. Murkrow.
It's going to be something completely...
No! That was the Pokemon I had before! No! Come on! So close! I had this Dex entry before.
It's always in your main team. It's your favorite Pokemon, or one of the favorite Pokemon.
One of the thousands favorite Pokemon. Okay. I love all of them.
Give us one last chance, please.
All right.
Please. Oh, my next time.
Okay. Go for it.
It dwells in the darkness of caves. It uses its sharp claws to dig up gems to nourish itself.
I know that one.
It's got to be Sableye.
Sableye, yeah.
It's got to be. Okay, can we get 1 out of 3 at least?
Sableye.
Sableye? Let's go for it. Sableye.
Yeah!
Here we go. Let's go. Okay, that was filled. One more time. Yeah, let's go.
Oh, no. Okay. No, it's stuck. It's stuck. Oh, okay.
Thank you for that game. Now, I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. Yesterday was a little bit more successful. I think we still have 1 out of 3. It was good. And the Lampent, man, I can't stand that I just had that.
Yeah, and I'm very upset about the Palisand now as well, because I thought of that for the first time and I thought, hey, but sand isn't near castles, but it is a castle.
Let's get back to business. Yes. We have losers round 4, ThoTechtical versus Colin 6. This is going to be something. Right, we have 2 Dutch battlers here on the stage.
Rematch of the Lille Final 2023.
Oh, I remember that. Do you remember ThoTechtical's eyes when the Noctowl of Colin barely hung on that attack that ThoTechtical at the time threw?
I didn't even see that it wasn't knocked out, so I already declared ThoTechtical the winner, and then we cut away from the game, and then I yelled, no, it's still not over.
No, it's still there. But here we go. Game number 1, it is the Shadow Wall Ring into the Ariados. This is a pretty decent lead for Colin, but I think you do want to shield those Icicle Spear because they do so much damage. You do have access to the super effective Turbo Blades though. Oh, but Colin is not. Maybe expecting a catch and letting it go. I think this does about 50% damage.
Oh, this might even do a little bit more. No, pretty much 50% damage. And this is now very good. Found already swaps out immediately, destroys some energy. Now we have the Azumarill versus the Shadow Kanto Marowak. And look at the mud going out of the screen.
I don't think this is what ThoTechtical wants to see. I think he wanted to try and bait out the Dugong so Clotsire would be free from it, and Clotsire would actually have a decent matchup here again. What his previous opponent did as well to ThoTechtical, and I believe it was Boom, he went pretty weak to Clotsire. Colin is doing that again.
But I like what Tho is doing here, no shielding this one, maybe reaching another Bone Club. He already has the Bone Club here, gives a little bit of a farm down, deals some damage. Another Mudslap is gonna go through after this, and then you might get a good farm down on the Clotsire.
That would be a pretty wicked farm down. In fact, with that Mudslap damage, you might be even able to do this with the Wall Rain, but you cannot use really Protect Shield because the Trailblaze would do so much more damage. Going for the aggressive farm down here, ThoTechtical, that energy will be so useful. A player will do a decent chunk of damage, but will definitely do less than the Trailblaze. So we see ThoTechtical no shielding this player off here.
Honestly, Colin is always going to bring out the Ariados against the Wall Rain, and that is going to knock out immediately. Goes in for the combo play, throws a lunge here, is gonna be left almost dry, is going to debuff the Wall Rain. Can you get a farm down here?
This allows you to perhaps get a farm down on the Clotsire. He does one more power slow, then goes into the Clotsire. This is a Trailblaze. I think if Colin went for that lunge, this matchup would be so devastating against the Dugong that will come in after. But I think you do also get the full poison sting down here. Can Ariados get to another Trailblaze or lunge? Let's see. Yes. It acts over 1 HP and gets to a charge attack.
And a boosted lunge it is. Colin 6 makes sure that by not debuffing it with the first charge attack, it gets a very small farm down here, or it gets a huge farm down here.
Going for the Sludge Bomb here does a decent amount of damage, but it's debuffed, so Colin just still no shielding, knowing that everything the Wall Rain has is going to do more. The thing about Wall Rain is you cannot farm it down with that Dugong. The small HP on the Azrael might be useful later though to get the bubble damage in. So let's see, a charge attack is being thrown here, Sludge Bomb coming through. This is also still debuffed. All this damage is still no shield by Colin, knowing the Earthquake from Wall Rain would just do way more. In comes ThoTechtical, and he's going to go for a bait. This would be double resistant. Is Colin going to call this? He is questioning. Oh, there it is. Finally, the first Protect Shield from Colin. What is your next decision here?
The first bait that has been successful here goes for a Drill Run just before the Shadow Wall Run can reach the Earthquake, which would eventually knock out. There's going to be a shield from ThoTechtical put up against this. What is going to happen next? He still has a little bit of energy left. Oh, he goes for another Ice.
Did Colin count? Did Colin count? Does he know this is an Icicle Spear? It's not an Earthquake. This cannot be an Earthquake. And he knows! The final boss counts his attacks. Knows that is not the Earthquake. No shields that. Now still has a Protect Shield for the Clotsire. And ThoTechtical knows this is looking very dire now.
Yep, ThoTechtical is not going to go through this one. There's also still a Zoomerl in the back. He has the Sludge Bomb here. Can he get there is a very good question. Are we going to see a potential crash? No, throws the Icy Wind because 2 Sludge Bomb. This is a very high goal, and Colin takes game 1.
That was so close though. That Clotsire almost got 2 Sludge Bomb there. Colin winning in a very fashionable way. The same way Boom handled ThoTechtical by going somewhat weak to the Clotsire. Colin does the same. How are you going to handle this as ThoTechtical? You basically lost like the 3rd battle in a similar way here.
Yeah, this is going to come down to the wire again. This one was pretty close. I was thinking that ThoTechtical, he wasted a little bit of damage by throwing the Sludge Bomb. I can't really remember if he already had the switch timer up or if he was really locked into this debuff Clotsire.
He was a little bit locked in, maybe perhaps not so much near the end when he threw the next Sludge Bomb. Regardless though, he needed another charge attack, so it was difficult.
And I really like that Colin brought his Noctowl plushie that won him with 1 HP the regional championships in Lille last season. That is a very cool play.
2 seasons ago actually, because last season
that was
Bolton, and he's also still in. Like both Lille regional champions from the last 2 seasons are still in. We see the team from Colin here. Definitely wouldn't want to face LurganRocket, and here's the thing, LurganRocket is also knocked out, so he doesn't have to deal with that. So many teams only have 1 ground type, and that makes Electric actually pretty feasible in this current meta.
Yeah, that's why also Charger Bug has been performing very well, although both are knocked out. They had to play each other very early in the losers bracket with Tonton Bateuse versus Panda Light. Here we are seeing the team again that ThoTechtical is using has the great Moltres in there. I caught one this morning actually.
You did? Was it a good one?
It was a 2200 CP one, so I unfortunately
maybe perhaps you can trade it.
Yeah, I hope so.
Well, yeah. You know what also was a pivotal moment in that game? It was that Ariados hanging on to 1 HP to get a lunge off on that Clotsire. Not only did that mean the Clotsire was debuffed and do less damage to Dugong, it also made sure it wouldn't get to another charge attack later on in that game, because that lunge damage was crucial for the Clotsire's health.
was even a boosted launch, so it dealt a little bit more damage. Heads up play by Colin, knowing exactly that he can get to another charge attack with those poison stings on both sides. We see so many resisted poison stings nowadays.
Here we go, game number 2. Let's see if ThoTechtical can catch a break here. No, he gets another bad lead here. Wandering into Ariados. It is almost the same teams, but he gotta stay in here because the Cresselia in the back is just kind of bad into this. Let's see if Colin also plays it the same way, going for the Icicle Spear, and this time Colin throws on charge attack priority.
But how much damage does this really do? It goes unshielded. This is super effective damage. ThoTechtical thinking, hey, this might be a lunge. This dealt a lot of damage, about 60%. And now Colin has a buffed Ariados. This is going to put the Walrus almost in farm down range. Can you get the full farm down? Does ThoTechtical have to pivot out here?
I love this play from Colin. He adapted his strategy and he knows that if there's Cresselia in the back, he needs to preserve this. No attempt to catch there. Going for the lunge now. Let's see if ThoTechtical tries to get a shield here by shielding himself, because Colin needs his Ariados for a potential Cresselia in the back. Does he attempt to catch? No. ThoTechtical even waiting a turn, making sure that he doesn't throw an Icicle Spear into the Dugong or a potential Azumarill.
And that was very, very risky because that registered the damage.
Down.
Now, oh yes, actually Colin does not have shields anymore.
And look, he switches out immediately because he needs to bait out the Cresselia.
Yeah, and I think that ThoTechtical is just going to go for a Rock Slide and then swap out into the Cresselia. Actually just farms out a lot of energy. Almost the charge attack priority. Made good use of this one-turn swap time.
How are you going to deal with this as ThoTechtical? Colin, the final boss, made such a good play here because he's baiting out the Pokemon. Oh, and go for the Ice Wind. You have to use your Lax Protect Shield here, but the Ariados is still in the back of you. How are you going to deal with that?
The thing is, for Thomas, he stayed in this matchup very, very long, so the timer is almost up for Colin. If he swaps out now, oh, he's going for a full farm down. No, he does not throw the Bone Club. The Dugong is going to take out the Shadow Marowak. Now Cresselia is the only Pokemon left for ThoTechtical, and there is the Ariados with about 5% HP.
He's getting a farm down here. Perhaps the Psycho Cut plus the Moonblast will be enough to switch out to take out the Ariados. Colin was trying to swap it in. He needs to get to the launch. This will be a charge attack priority, and it might be a crucial charge attack priority. ThoTechtical knew that would be, so he didn't throw his charge attack just yet, and this is looking very dire. Even with that Azumarill in the back, I'm not even sure if you're able to take out this Ariados and then the Azumarill too.
Oh, that is a very good overfarm here from ThoTechtical. Just the attack debuff is going to be very, very detrimental for this Cresselia. I don't even know if that one knocks out, but I'm pretty sure
it barely does.
Azumarill is coming in here with a fresh 100% bar of HP. The Grass Nuts are going to be fired off, but Colin is bulky and Cresselia is debuffed.
A knowing look there from ThoTechtical saying GG, meaning good games to Colin there. But let's see how this is going to go. I don't know if a Player Off will be enough just yet, but Cresselia doesn't have a lot of HP yet here. Doesn't have a lot of time. Player Off is the same type of attack bonus, and it does deal a decent amount of damage on the Cresselia. It's coming through. Is Colin going to win this? He needs a few more bubbles. I don't think this Cresselia can hang on to another attack. Here we go, and it goes down. Colin 6 goes to the losers semi-finals.
Oh, and that would mean a rematch of the Lille Regional Champions that are still in the tournament. The next opponent for Colin 6 is going to be Galactica Bolton, who knocked him out in Rinna's round 1.
You know what's even newer? We're going to get a new regional champion in Lille because Colin or Galactica Bolton has to knock the other one out.
Yep, that is true. One of them is going to get knocked out in the next round, but then we also have still some of these trainers in the tournament, like Paul Usher or like Boom20.
I want to correct myself there real quick, because Galactica Bolton, of course, can still win. But what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is that it's going to be tough for both players to get there. I lost my track of thoughts there.
But good save, though.
Good save, yeah.
Good save, though. No, but those trainers have definitely performed in the past. I know I'm repeating myself with that one, but they are just so incredibly good at the game. Colin has won 3 regionals already. Galax has won 1. Paulasha has won 2 regionals, or 1 regional and a special event. And Boom is just an absolute newcomer who is now 100% at a win rate in these tournaments.
Everyone knows Boom now. Let's take a look at how that matchup just went. Colin with a convincing victory against ThoTechtical there in that first game. The Ariados just barely hanging on here at 1 HP. And this damage was crucial later because this allowed the Dugong from Colin at the very end of the battle to Ice Shard down the Clodsire before they will be able to get to Sludge Bomb. And otherwise, the Clodsire may have been able to poison down the Azumarill as well. As you can see here that Ice Wind is just barely reached to.
This is a knockout here on that side from Colin. Wins game 1, and in game 2 ThoTechtical did not swap out the did not swap in the Cresselia immediately when the Dugong was swapped in, and I don't know what to think of that, because we knew there was still an Ariados that deals a lot of damage to that Cresselia and debuffs it.
Perhaps ThoTechtical knew. He knew that if he would switch that Cresselia in there, the Azumarill would be entirely locked onto the Marowak. So it was just a tough spot. Maybe his best play was to throw the Rock Slide, then go into the Cresselia, but you would get debuffed before the Ariados even comes in, and then you might not even able to knock out the Ariados either.
Yeah, that is true. It was a really, really tough line for him. The Walrein, also, I have to say, the Shadow Walrein did kind of a good job against the Ariados in the first game, almost knocked it out with this Icicle Spear, but against the backline, I don't think it is very favored against Azumarill and against Dugong, because you have to land those Earthquakes, and that's not easy.
Both players doubled down on those leads, yes?
Yeah.
And then Colin changed his strategy to that double water line. He knew that if there's going to be a Cresselia on the back, he needs to preserve that Ariados, because Cresselia does so well into Dugong and Azumarill. If Colin let the first Icicle Spear go again, then it would have been an entirely different match, because then the Cresselia could have just cleaned up for ThoTechtical. And it didn't happen because Colin just reads what the team could be and what kind of steps he needs to take in his decision tree to get to the victory.
And you have to master those skills to be able to win a regional championship or an IC or even Worlds. And so many of our trainers from the European region have tried that. Some almost succeeded. Or the first world champion in Pokemon Go was actually from Europe. And we have a little video for Pokemon trainers from EU at Worlds.
Welcome trainers to the 2025 Pokemon Go Championship Series, where we are broadcasting live battles from the best players around the world. In this video, we'll be taking a look at the story of the 2024 season in Europe. The 2024 season was the first time players would qualify for the World Championships using championship points. It was the season of consistency. The season started off fresh with a new meta. Different Pokemon were now more viable and made an impact right from the start. Swallows won in Barcelona with the Pelipper, Galaxica Bolton won in Lille with Superior, and Patoman won in Gdansk with a Shadow Alolan Ninetales. Almost halfway through the season, Colin 6 won the Stuttgart Regional Championship. Little did he know that his success there was only the start of it. He managed to reach the grand finals in Dortmund and then proceeded to win the final tournament in Europe, the special event in Bologna. He went to the World Championships as the #1 player on the European leaderboards. But Colin was not the only Titan from Europe to compete in Hawaii. The Europe International Championship is the largest and most anticipated tournament in Europe, and it was won by the 2022 Senior World Champion Emmy Weedle. Despite having a rough start, he put his stamp on the 2024 season with his victory. Emmy Weedle was not the only player with an impressive run at the EUIC, however. Polasha reached top 4 with her spicy signature Pokemon Shadow Magnezone. It made such an impression all over the world that the first LATAM tournament after this was won with the Shadow Magnezone. And when everyone thought the trick was now revealed, Polasha won in Stockholm with the same Pokemon. From here it was clear that Magnezone was coming to the World Championships. All of these impressive performances and storylines eventually led up to the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. These household names made it to Day 2, but only few made it to the top cut. LurganRocket, PvP David and Inadequance all made it to top 8, and the latter even to the grand finals. In the 2025 season, about 50 competitors from Europe can make it to the World Championships, this time taking place in Anaheim. It will be a fantastic and competitive season to look forward to, and if you're looking to compete as well, make sure to check out pokemon.com/compete to find out more and join the action.
The day is winding down, but the battles are heating up as we are now into our top 4 here in Lille, France for the Pokemon Go Regional Championships. I am Amanda, also known as Lumberger, here alongside Count Xevious. We are ready to give you a grudge match, something that happened a little bit earlier on in the stream.
We've seen this matchup multiple times, right? We saw Galaxica Bolton 2-0 Colin, sending him to the losers bracket. Now it's another rematch. This is going to be setting up a great position for Galaxica Bolton or Colin because, all right, Colin, we know that he likes to go down sometimes, and he always comes back and makes that loss count. Last time around, he lost against Tomahawk in the winner's bracket and then goes down again, sets up a grudge match, and reverse sweeps the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, the same could be said for Galaxka Bolton, our reigning champion of Lille. Last year, he was knocked down to the loser side of the bracket by none other than Inadequence. He played Inadequence later on and ended up beating him to be able to continue on to the grand finals. Both of these trainers have been the Lille regional champion. One of their dreams will be dashed after this matchup, but who can say who will it be? Though Galaxka Bolton took Colin 2-0 at the beginning, Colin has had a fantastic run since then, knocking out some pretty great trainers.
Yep, it's our last two regional champions going up against each other, and these two trainers have already locked in their teams here. It's a Sandslash lead into an Azumarill. This is not a position you want to be as Galaxka Bolton, but in the end, it's still a very neutral matchup.
Galaxka Bolton going with the same lineup as he did before against Colin, going ahead with that double ice strategy with the ABA there, with an ice in the lead and the ice in the back. And this time, trying to catch onto the Dugong, he will go ahead and catch a play rough. It won't do that much damage, but nothing that the Dugong's going to be throwing at the Azumarill is really going to be that impactful either.
Yeah, this seems to be a strategy that Galaxka Bolton has already played out multiple times, going exactly for it, knowing that this Dugong is in a great position to absorb these charge attacks from the Azumarill, and at this time, getting to that drill run exactly at the same time that Azumarill gets to that second player of charge attack tying it for it.
I mean, great adaptation by Colin, though, recognizing, okay, last time he did this against me. You know what's pretty good against Ice-type Pokemon? My Azumarill here. Colin content to stay into this, but the switch timers are completely misaligned at this point. There's just a couple seconds left before Galaxka Bolton can switch out himself. This looks like kind of a page out of Galax's book earlier. Just chip down the Dugong, come in with your own, gain a ton of energy.
Yeah, and a ton of energy is being gained by this Dugong, but at this point, Galaxka Bolton's switch clock is already up. He coming in with this Viper potentially. Serperius that potentially noticing that maybe, just maybe, it's that Drapion in the back.
Yeah, I think it's a really good call by him. Though the Icy Wind is already loaded, though the attack will be dropped, he is going to pace a little bit quicker, going for that heavier hitting Frenzy Plant here with his very unique swiping style. No Protect Shield by Colin here. This will have a lot. It basically knocks out the Dugong, but the Dugong hangs on to throw off an Icy Wind. This is big for Colin 6.
1 HP and a dream for this Dugong. This will be enough to knock out this Pokemon, and in comes the next one. What I think will Colin Galaxka Bolton potentially would want to do is get a little bit of extra energy lead onto this Dugong, and this sets up a great endgame. Drapion comes in here. Will the Drapion be able to outpace this Dugong to a charge attack? And
looks like he was trying to go for a catch there, but Galaxka Bolton says, that's okay, I already have a lot of charge attacks built up already on the Sandslash, forcing the shield off of the Drapion there on Colin's side, but now there's a lot of energy to be gained. Guess what? It's charge attack priority and getting that second shield away from the Drapion.
This is going to be a really interesting endgame here. Colin is now all shields down. Sandslash is pretty healthy with 2 shields remaining. At this point, you have to go straight Aqua Tail here. Try to get the Sandslash out of this game as fast as possible.
You see Galaxka Bolton nodding here because another Aqua Tail is already loaded. This is also crunch energy. So we saw 2 shields go down on the Drapion side. Now it's the Lil and Sandslash's turn to be able to shield it all up. A quick pivot out by the Azumarill here. Look at this. Both of the switch timers are completely misaligned. Galaxka Bolton has to throw an attack here to be able to get out the energy of the Azumarill.
It will completely come down to the end game here. We know this Dugong has stored that drill run ready to go onto the Drapion at the end game. But let's see what happens here. Going for this player off. Is this player off enough? Because if it is, this is gonna be 1-0 for Colin. Player off coming in, and does it do enough to take out the Sandslash? And yes, it does.
It's not very effective, but it's effective enough. Galaxka Bolton is hoping he can reach 2 drill runs. One for the Azumarill to knock it out. He's there, but the question is, how much is left on that Drapion? If Drapion's at any charge attack, he's gonna win that charge attack priority. No shields left on either side. Drapion coming back in, not even close.
Drapion has no energy whatsoever. Drill run, amazing energy management by Galaxka Bolton. Drill run coming in. Is this enough to knock out this Drapion? And yes, it is. What a great game by Galaxka Bolton there.
Galaxka Bolton had, 2-0 earlier on against Colin 6, wanting to keep that streak alive as he goes 3-0 against him in this now grudge match in the losers round 5. Whoever wins this is the only Lille champion left in this tournament.
Yes, whoever wins this is the only Lille champion left in this tournament, but it's something that I would like to point out as well in the gameplay that Galaxka Bolton has had. Every game that he's played, he's tried to set up energy every time, going out with energy on his Pokemon, and that energy is coming so handy towards the end of the game. That drill run stored so much energy stored on that Sandslash in the lead. Perfect execution there.
I mean, Colin, really, he's a player who's so consistent. He knows his Pokemon. He knows his counts. Looking at this team of 6, how do you counter a team of double ice, Avi?
You have to bring in your Azumarill. That's exactly what Colin did as well. But at this point, the problem is you can try to bring your Ariados in, but it counters one ice type, whereas failing against the other. So you really have to try to set it up. He tried it with the Malamar earlier on in the tournament. That did not work out because it was met with that Talonflame. Maybe he was over preparing for a Talonflame this time around. But Bolton has put it in his bench and said, all right, maybe I'm just gonna try another strategy to overcome what you think I might do.
Bolton has had a lot of different strategies against the different opponents. We saw him go ahead and take out LurganRocket earlier on stream. He is so talented. He hasn't played in that many tournaments, but when he does, you definitely know that Bolton is playing.
Yeah, I think what I want to understand is what I really want answered in potentially an interview or something with the Bolton is why is he still running that Leaf Tornado Superior? Is it just because of the fact that, all right, I did it once, I won a regional with it, I'm not going to make any changes. So I'm just going to go with double grass, all grass type attacks.
Yeah, I mean, especially where Ariados seems to be so oftenly used, it's so dangerous to have a Pokemon who can't really fight back to it. We did see a debuff against another opponent in another game. I wonder if we'll see it in this game 2 of the losers semifinals here. If Bolton wins this, he continues on in the tournament. Talonflame versus that Drapion.
Yeah, this is a great neutral matchup because we know Talonflame can tank this first Aqua Tail from the Drapion. At this point, what you might want to see is Bolton waiting that one turn, because if he throws the Incinerate, Drapion gets to another Aqua Tail here. Let's see the wait. No, he doesn't wait. He's just going to go for that extra Incinerate. This will force him to pull up the shield, or all that energy from the Talonflame goes to waste.
Sounding like waiting a turn seems like a big deal when you are a Talonflame. A 5-turn attacker doesn't want to take any risks at this point. Now going for the fly. This would be enough because the Drapion is quite low. Colin looks like he's content to let that go down, but now the alignment is going to be kind of in Bolton's favor. First time he's not playing double ice here, and he's already at another attack. Does the Malamar want to shield and do a Psy Wave down?
Yeah, that's exactly what Colin thinks as well. Shielding up that Malamar, going for a full Psy Wave down. Let's see which Pokemon he brings in, because he has to kind of be forced to bring the Superior, and at this point, we know it's a Leaf Tornado Superior. Will Bolton go for his famous Leaf Tornado bait?
I mean, there is Protect Shields left on both sides, but there's only one of them. Neither one know for sure what is in the back. That first Foul Plate connects here, and now going for the heavier hitting Frenzy Flame. This is a big moment for Colin 6. Does he think that this is a bait? He thinks it's a bait, but this is a heavy hitting Frenzy Flame. This is knocking that Malamar very low into the red.
This is the position you want to be in if you're Bolton. Potentially at this point, you can pull up the shield and save the Superior, but unfortunately for him, no, he does not. Going into the Alolan Sandslash to get some energy lead, but it is met with this Dugong.
You can see both of them kind of nodding it because the ice type damage to each other isn't going to be much. They're both relying on these charge attacks. Alolan Sandslash paces a little bit quicker, but Dugong can just take it a little bit better.
Dugong is definitely going to take it a little bit better just because of the fact that these drill runs are not super effective against it, whereas it's super effective against the Sandslash. Both of these Pokemon throwing these ground type moves against each other, it's going to come all the way down to the wire. Will a drill run be enough to knock out this Shadow Sandslash?
And that last Protect Shield used by Colin 6 here, he is at the attack himself. The Switch Timers are not up yet. Does he recognize this? Going straight for that drill run. No Protect Shields remaining. Colin 6 making sure he's swiping all of the bubbles here as the Dugong connects.
Bubbles being swiped, the Sandslash surviving with little bit of HP. It could come down to a catch here. Will there be a waiting of turns? No. This drill run comes in. Will this be enough to knock out the Dugong? It's gonna be so close here.
This is a Shadow Pokemon. It does 20% more damage, but it's still not enough. A quick pivot into the Superior. Down it goes. Looks like Colin 6 sitting in the driver's seat. Another drill run to finish off game 2.
Wow. Perfect gameplay there. I think at no point in this game was Colin not in control, and it was great. At this point, what Bolton did was he gave the onus of shielding to to Colin 6 because he was the one who waited a little bit more to throw that fly. If he had thrown the fly, then you could have dictated how the game ended.
Right, with only one shield remaining on both, and like we just discussed it, right? The Alolan Sand Slash gets to its charge attacks quicker, but it's not super effective the way the drill runs are from that Dugong. And with only one Protect Shield remaining, it just didn't have enough in the tank to be able to take it out. Colin is called the final boss for a reason. Looks like he's been called into work.
Yeah, final boss for a reason. Look at how many tournaments he's done good in. Bologna Special Event Champion in 2024, Stuttgart Regional Champion in 2024, 2023 Lille Regional Champion, and 2024 Dortmund Regional Finalist. He is the final boss indeed.
Yeah, he's been locked into so many tournaments. He's been in this position. He's been higher than the position that they're even in this moment. But Bolton has definitely been someone to keep their eye on. I mean, if you think about it, this is the first game that he's lost to Colin 6 this entire tournament. He's basically 3-0'd him. I mean, now that he just needs one more game. But guess what? Now, so does Colin.
Yeah, Bolton, look at him. I think he has so many top finishes as well. 2024 Lille Regional Champion, 2024 Stockholm Regional Top 4, 2023 Malmo Regional Top 8, and 2024 World's Top 32 as well. If anybody can go toe-to-toe with Colin, it's Bolton.
These two Lille champions want to keep that crown, want to be passing it back and forth to each other, and there is a decent lead here, though the ice-type damage from that Dugong does a lot to the Superior. That grass type damage does a lot back, and guess what? He can also go for that Leaf Tornado bait.
Both these Pokemon doing super effective damage to each other, but this time around Bolton says, well, I've always gone for this Leaf Tornado, so no, this time I go for the Frenzy Plant and it lands.
It lands here. Looks like Colin waited a turn, but now throwing this Icy Wind. It's not enough to knock out the Superior. We've seen this before, but it does get it nice and low. Then, meanwhile, just going in, a quick pivot by Colin into the Malamar. And guess what? With two Ice types in the back, it's sort of dangerous here. Bolton going for a little bit of a Hail Mary play here. He wants to go with this Leaf Tornado. It doesn't get shielded, but he's hoping that the attack drops, but guess what? It does not.
It does not indeed, but in comes this Sand Slash. It's going to try to do a lot of fast attack pressure onto the Malamar. Malamar immediately going for the superpower. Was this a charge attack tie?
Great call by Bolton, shielding this up here because he looks like he could have gone for that Ice Punch. Now another superpower is ready, but he's going to have to shield up because he wants to be able to get that superpower off, making sure the Ice Punch does not connect with his buff. To see how it goes, he's just going to keep on farming.
Oh, gets to another Ice Punch here. Maybe a slight miscalculation from Colin because at this point he would definitely have to go shields down to preserve this Malamar and go back-to-back superpower here. The second one is ready, immediately shielded by Bolton, but does he have a Pokemon that he can catch this on? The switch clock is barely up right now and he immediately goes into the Dugong to get that energy lead.
Dugong now, but the quick pivot by Colin 6 as well. Now facing off against Azumarill. Going ahead and throwing first here. This drill run does more damage definitely than the Icy Wind, but that means that the play rough that will be coming is going to be full force here. You see both of these trainers doing calculations in their minds. Okay, how do I play out these matchups? What are my win cons here? And play rough into this Dugong is a good start for Colin.
Yeah, it's a great start for Colin here, but what we'd like to see is again the energy management from the side of Bolton and also Colin. Colin saved that superpower for the endgame to potentially one-hit KO the Sand Slash, and also there was a teeny tiny bit of energy left in that Superior, so this endgame is going to be very interesting to watch.
Another play rough coming through here. No Protect Shields remaining. Definitely not enough to knock out the Dugong at this point, but nothing the Dugong is going to be throwing is going to be up either. Look, the switch timers are up. He's going to go for one more. Now he's clicking into the Lowland Sand Slash, but now a quick pivot. Another superpower. No Protect Shields at this point. Malamar is looking fierce.
Malamar is looking fierce indeed, but there is still a way that Bolton can crawl back into this game. It's only if the Superior can farm down this Malamar, and that's exactly what we see is happening. Oh, it has energy now. Which Pokemon will this energy go to? It's probably going to go into the Dugong, and then one more Vine Whip that's going to go on to that Azumarill. Will that be enough to put that Sand Slash through?
I mean, here's also the thing. Look at the Azumarill. It does have a lot of energy in the back, too. One bubble, two bubbles. It's basically at an Ice Beam. It's one away from a play rough. Will this drill run be enough? Because if not, Colin 6 Colin6 will be able to throw the player up. It's all coming down to this. Will this drill run connect? It does. It's not enough.
Not enough indeed, and player up is reached, and Colin6, perfect energy management, knocking this dugong and getting himself through to the next round. What a game here. Toe-to-toe through the whole game.
Colin6 wasn't playing nice. He was playing rough there, being able to knock the dugong out at the end, coming back from that grudge match, knocking out the reigning Lille Regional Champions. And Colin, you know, I was there a couple years ago. I want to go back.
Colin6 was not playing nice, he was playing with ice. That's exactly what happened. He went with that Malamar that we talked about earlier as well. So to do well against these ice types, you saw all the Pokemon that Bolton was bringing, and the Malamar was very good into it. He made these tiny adjustments, understood from his game losses that this is the Pokemon I need to work well to make sure that I can win.
A lot of trainers, I'm so glad that the grudge match actually happened, because people will say, you know what? I should have won those other matches. Like, you know, my opponent did this thing that I wasn't expecting them to do, but now I'm prepared for it. Colin6 was prepared to face Bolton again. He knew that there was a team composition advantage with that double ice, but Colin6 says, you know what? Okay, I am going to work around this now. I've seen it so many times that I am recognizing the consistencies that I need to be able to pull off those wins.
Yeah, there was a lot of these moments in the game which we can quickly see right now in this replay. It's game number 1 where that Superior's Frenzy Plant barely did not KO the Dugong, but this gave another Pokemon, Bolton, a little bit of head start in energy, and that Pokemon was that Dugong, and it went all the way, getting that teeny tiny bit of energy, again getting to this drill run before the Drapion could do any damage.
That's such a good point, because they had that one ice shot at the beginning. That's what it needed to be able to hit the attack just in time there. But Colin6 fighting back in game number 2, doesn't want to go home yet. Malamar as the adjustment here, recognizing that he can take the Frenzy Plant, even if it is one, even if it's not that bait, really ended up saving him in the end. And with that Dugong against a Lowland Sandslash in the back, just was too much for Bolton to overcome.
Yeah, it was too much. But what I would like to point out in game number 3 is, was there a chance for Bolton to win if he threw one more ice shot onto the Azumarill at the end game? Because Colin needed a bubble to get to this player of maybe one ice shot was enough to knock out the Azumarill and force that charge attack tie there.
It could have potentially been it, but with turns being only a half a second, there's not a lot of time to decide these types of factors. I mean, if you're in Bolton's position, you might not even know. You know that you win charge attack priority, but you're like, how much energy is on this Azumarill? Because if I already have the drill run and he throws before me, just because I didn't throw it in time, that could also have been a lose condition.
Yeah, I think it was a very, very high HP and defense Azumarill, because it survived with barely any left. But we've seen Azumarill do this throughout the tournament, barely surviving, just doing enough, using its bulk as another shield and making a win for the trainer.
Azumarill doing Azumarill things. I mean, it's been one of the top PvP Pokemon for the longest time. In the beginning, when PvP was first introduced to Pokemon Go, Azumarill was the Pokemon that everyone wanted to get. Then when the level 50 came up and there became the XL Azumarill, oh my goodness, that's the one that everyone's like, oh no. Sorry, regular Azumarill. You sit here for a minute. I'm gonna use my XL candies to power up this next one.
Yep, and these, you know, you have to come to these tournaments to kind of understand and also try to get more XL candies. You can also get XL candies from those long distance trades. How do you get it? Come to these tournaments. You're going to meet trainers from all around the place, and you can get those greater than 100-kilometer trades.
Speaking of trainers from all over the place, we have a very special interview coming up with an Adequance with a trainer that's not maybe super well known within Pokemon Go, but very well known within the esports world. Go ahead and take it away, Martijn.
Thank you, Amanda and Abi. I am here with a professional esports gamer, Robalas. Welcome in. It's great to have you at our event. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Hello, everyone. I would have been happy to be here because I was good at Pokemon Go, but actually I'm known because I play League of Legends for like 15 years, kind of since the start, and I've been streaming for 8 years. And I did some competitive. I'm pretty good at the game. Let's say in Pokemon Go, I'm top leaderboard every season. And yeah, I like competitive, so I'm trying my skills on Pokemon Go a bit.
trying your best. How did you get into esports exactly? How did you get started?
So actually, I was doing some studies, and I didn't really enjoy it. So I started streaming like 8 years ago, as I said, and I play League since I was young, and I tried to stream it. It went pretty well because I was pretty good, and I did some competitive. Now I'm more focused on stream, and it's really frustrating because it's a multiplayer games. So you are used to kind of flame your teammates for when you lose, and what I like is that on Pokemon Go I can only blame myself.
That's fair. I like that example because if you're good at something, you may as well maybe try making content out of it. How did you actually get into Pokemon Go? I believe you're streaming that as well.
Yeah, I've started streaming it a bit in 2022. We met at some events at the time. I played like Lille in 2022. I think I did Frankfurt UIC.
And Lille as well, I think, right?
Yeah, another regional as well. It didn't went really well. It was my first time coming back since the start of the game in 2016. And yeah, I tried to catch back a bit. I got Legend on GBL like 4 times, I think, 4 seasons. So it's good.
That's good.
But yeah, the format in competitive is not really the same. So I'm trying to get back this year. My goal is to try to qualify for Worlds. I already have some points from some local tournament in Paris. And also in Lille, it didn't really went well. I got some points in some cups and challenge on side events. But hopefully I do better at some other regions.
It would be great to see at the World Champions. I want to ask you one more thing. What do you think of this event and all the regional championships, the events, the EUIC you've been? What do you think of it?
So I could say it sucks because I went 0-2 in the main event. But actually it was pretty cool. The organization went really well. I lost because I played pretty bad, to be honest. Even though I got a nickname in LurganRocket. So my first match in loser, I played the top 3 of Dortmund, so it was kind of unlucky, but he played good, and it's fine. I managed to grab some points from side events, and it was really nice to meet some people that I don't know, train with, battle with online. So it was good. It was cool.
Since you enjoyed it, are you going to more events, especially since you're trying to qualify for the World Championships?
I'm for sure going at EUIC, and after that, I don't know. I need to find some times to get some points. So I'm probably going to, I don't know, 3-4 more regionals, but I don't know which I'm going to yet. But I will probably, I don't know. I saw you posted a tweet where you are registered, so I might try to compete there to try to beat you.
To Toronto, come to Toronto. We can take on the Americans, the North Americans.
Yeah, we can try.
I have one final question to you. For any new players that we may have that want to try out the competition at the championship circuit, would you have any advice to them on how to get into the game?
I think it's pretty easy to start PvP. I mean, you can just go to rank 20 by just playing the game, actually. So you can learn by just playing GBL. And to be honest, the community is really welcoming. So like if you want to practice, there is like the inadequate server and stuff. But you can come to some events as well. Like some players that came at Lille this weekend were not really experienced battler as well. And you can just come here, try to battle some people. And if you get out of the main event, there is some side events as well. And it's really fun. It's really fun. You just need to get some time into the game and catch some Pokemons to get in touch with the meta. But since it changes a lot, it changed a lot in September, it's kind of easy to, I don't know, have some Pokemons that are playable right now.
Well, it's great to hear that you've been enjoying it. Thank you for your time and your advice. I believe we're going to have some finals coming up soon. Stay tuned. Let's head back to the casters.
Thank you, Martin. I think we got a lot of wonderful insights from that interview. One of the key things that we kind of ignore or don't really bring up to light as much are those side events. Yes, of course, you might not do well here, but there is tons of side events where you can get more championship points and put you closer to those qualifying spots. So come to these tournaments.
That's absolutely true. Roblox came backstage while we were talking around. He's holding like a pack of cards that he had won in the side event because he got second place in the cup this morning. And you know who he lost to? M.E. Weedle, our like EUIC reigning champion. So it's not like he's been playing that poorly. M.E. Weedle, obviously, he didn't make day 2 in this cup, but he was able to get first place and get some more points. I completely agree with you, Abby. I completely agree with Roblox. Yeah, come here, even if you aren't going to be competing in the main event, even if you want to just come spectate and figure out if this is an event for you, the Pokemon Go community is very welcoming.
Yeah, but we do have a main event coming up, and that's going to be our next matchups. It's going to be winners as well. 2 trainers who have gone undefeated so far throughout the tournament, and these 2 trainers are Boom and Polasha.
Yeah, Polasha is definitely well known within this circuit. Last season, she top cut 5 of the 7 tournaments that she competed in. She's already in the top cut here. She's already in the top 3, but will she be able to take on Boom, who has not lost to anyone yet? Coming in from nowhere, actually coming in from Belgium. It's right over the border, but being able to just completely sweep his bracket.
I think Boom built a huge grassroots presence, right? He practiced in GBL plenty of time. He's started playing maybe 2 years ago, and he's been growing ever since. He is a player who's making his presence felt. Great lad as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the team compositions of these 2, there are a lot of similarities, but there are definitely some key differences. Paula is going to be using that Shadow Marowak, and definitely that Mudslap damage. We've just seen how impactful that can be in these matches. We've seen her go through a bunch of different competitors to be able to be in this winner side of the bracket, but Boom is definitely a trainer that she needs to be careful about. Now, since this is the winners finals, this is not like the standard format that we've been seeing so far. Instead of a best of 3, this is going to be a best of 5.
Yeah, best of 5, so these trainers have a little bit more time to kind of understand the gameplay of each other and adapt as well. It gives them more opportunities to force the opponent to make mistakes, and also more opportunities to make sure you put more pressure onto these players. One of the things that I want to point out in Boom's team is that Pokemon Quagsire, it does not have any hard answers on the side of Polasha. We're going to see potentially a lot of Quagsire play. Even before I finish, we already see that Ariados going into this is Marowak.
Yeah, and I think that looking at the switch timers, this has been swapped in, so maybe perhaps a bad lead for Boom there, and now being countered with that Shadow Marowak on the other side. Trailblaze is going to boost super effective damage. Look how much that does, but 2 Bone Clubs already stored here. The first one looks like it is going to be able to go through. I guess that Boom might be able to shield this up because I see that switch timer. He wants to be able to keep alignment on whatever came in, but Paula with a catch here of her own, getting that lunge in, and now even though her attacks won't be doing as much, it's definitely not going to be as bad as it would have been against that Marowak.
Yeah, Paula also did save some energy on the Marowak before getting out of that matchup. In comes another lunge. This lunge, yes, it's debuffed, but it's still going to do quite a bit of damage onto the Ariados of Boom, and not enough to take it out though. Immediately swapping into this Drapion.
The Drapion is in, Aqua Tail is loaded, but it looks like he's not going for the typical play that we've seen, throwing the Aqua Tail before getting lunge. Now this is going to lower the attack of Boom's Drapion, but it also isn't going to be hitting as heavy because this Ariados is debuffed itself. Just continuing to charge up a ton of energy, going for the crunch, the heavier hitting attack. If it gets a shield, there's potential that it can't even get a debuff, but Paula content to let this go through. Ariados goes down.
Ariados goes down indeed, but let's see which Pokemon she opts to come back in. It is going to be that Marowak. Marowak throwing that Mudslap, but immediately being forced to shield by this Aqua Tail from the Drapion.
Aqua Tail would have definitely been able to knock out the Marowak at this point. Marowak just continuing to farm up a ton of energy, not able to get to another attack. Basically almost 2 Bone Clubs once again stored. This one going to be able to be thrown at that Shadow Quagsire.
Yeah, Bone Club 1 coming in, and this will do a ton of damage just because it's 2 Shadow type Pokemon. Paula showing her last Pokemon, which is an Azumarill going up against a Quagsire. Yes, the Quagsire did not have a lot of hard answers on the side of Polasha, but with this much energy, this much HP advantage, I think Azumarill has got this.
Yeah, Stone Edge being able to connect here, but the Azumarill is still in the green here, going going for the Ice Beam. It's not as heavy hitting, but it is going to be enough at that stage. Boom forced to use a Protect Shield in this scenario and just try to gain a ton of energy. Switch timers are misaligned. He does probably have a little bit on the Ariados, but will he be able to use it at this point? No, he wants to chip down. He wants to at least get this shield from the Azumarill. Paula still just letting it go.
Yeah, Paula letting it go, knowing that she has enough HP on this Marowak to come in and finish this game. Ice Beam coming in immediately into this Ariados.
I was going to say, if you look, Boom is nodding. He knows that this is still okay because he wants to get a couple of mud shots, but will it be enough? Because I think there's some energy on the Marowak.
Oh, it's 1 and 2. Oh no, the Marowak doesn't get there. What a play by Boom, understanding when these fast attack damage registers. We have 5 kind of fast attacks in the game, and all of these fast attacks have different damages. The 5-turn move is the 4th turn that does the damage. For 4-turn moves, it's the 3rd one, and for 3-turn move, it's the 2nd, and then so on and so forth. It's easy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
And if you're looking at those attacks, the Mud Slap from the Marowak is a 3-turn attack, while the other attack, the Mud Slap from that Quagsire, was only a 2-turn. The 2-turn one was able to register first, and that is why Boom was able to take it. A very calculated play.
We did not know Boom had it in the bag, right? We thought, oh, this is over. And then when we saw Boom noting, I'm like, maybe he knows something we don't.
I mean, I think it was a really smart call of him coming in with Ariados. He didn't want to throw because he didn't want to let that Marowak get any extra energy, because then it would have definitely already been at a Bone Club. Paula was forced to use that Ice Beam on the Ariados instead of letting her Azumarill go down, but who would have thought it would have come down to the wire?
Man, what a game. That kept us on our toes. This is exactly what we want from these winners finals. Close games, really high skill games, and really exploiting the mechanical knowledge of the players.
These trainers, they are so good. Once again, winners side of the bracket. Neither one of them have lost yet. Boom does have a lead, but in the best of 5, this is barely a lead, right? This is just sort of a nod. These trainers are getting warmed up against each other, just checking out each other's play styles. And I do have to say this, if Boom has been paying attention, he's had a lot of opportunity to study how Paula plays. Paula plays in so many tournaments.
All right, going in again with another Drapion lead. I think this is what the lead that we saw in game number 1. Let's see what Boom does. He's opting to stay in this matchup, potentially going for this Aqua Tail before the lunge, waiting a turn, showing perfect understanding of the game, making sure his Aqua Tail does not go to waste.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it earlier. Boom caught an Aqua Tail onto, I think it was his Azumarill. He doesn't want the same thing to happen to him. This lunge will go through. It's going to do a nice chunk to the Drapion, and from that point, we'll have to see how these 2 trainers want to play it out, because the attack is guaranteed debuff now, and the Drapion will be able to get to an attack. Going to throw right before the next attack is available from the Ariados.
Yeah, this is great for Boom, because at this point in the 1-shield scenario, he's going to be able to beat this Ariados, and looking at the backline, maybe that's what he needs. He needs to preserve his switch to make sure he wins, but he catches a move onto the Ariados, and Paula went for this Trailblaze.
I like the play by Paula because she wanted to boost herself, but at this point, it is not very effective against Ariados. But guess what? That just means this lunge is going to do a little bit more. Paula has taken a lot of her energy, but she's now lowered the attack of the opposing Ariados, and she can swap out, which is exactly what she does.
It's gonna be a showdown between the Azumarills at the back, but we have this Ariados as well from the side of Paula, and also the Drapion Ariados going for the lunge instead of going for the Trailblaze, potentially thinking that I can make it to another move. Does he make it to another move? Yes, he does.
Oh, he's not quite able to make it there. That Marowak now has a lot of energy, and the Azumarill has to come in. No, instead trying to go for a combination play here, getting a shield from Paula, and I think we're going to try to see a quick pivot out by Boom if his timer is up. Yes, exactly, trying to go for that.
It is a quick pivot indeed, but this Bone Clubs are already debuffed, opting to shield here, trying to think that there is a Pokemon at the back that's going to be weak to the Azumarill. Boom, not knowing what the backline of Paula is going to be.
Look at these mud bombs, they're so high up in the air, but instead the Ariados is coming in. She's trying to make him force energy, and that is exactly what happens. He does not want to let the Ariados get up to any sort of attack. He doesn't want it to debuff him. He doesn't want to have to shield. He needs that spider gone, but guess what? Now in comes the Azumarill. There is a shield advantage, but I mean, Azumarill on Azumarill is going to be pretty close.
Yeah, it's Azumarill on Azumarill indeed, but Paula is doing something that's very key to this meta, and that is stacking energy. She has some energy loaded on that that Marowak. So at the end game, there is a potential that Marowak comes in and does enough damage just to take this Azumarill out of the game. Boom, knowing that this is going to be a player off, knowing that his Azumarill will survive it, no shielding it.
Not shielding it. It does have a little bit of an energy advantage, but if we're looking at that backline Pokemon, it's way more dangerous for Boom than it is for Paula because there's nothing left on the Drapion. The only thing he can potentially hope for is that he catches a charge attack from one of Paula's Pokemon to be able to help him win the game. There's still one Protect Shield left on Boom's side.
Yeah, Paula waiting a turn, knowing that that's the only way Boom can come back into this game because she's built a lot of lead from the starting as well. Let's see what happens. Will Boom immediately go for this player off? Will he go for that little extra overcharge here? No, going immediately for this player off. Will this be enough? We've seen so many Azumarils living with 1 HP to be able to get to another move, and that's exactly what happens here.
Not even just 1 HP, more comfortable than that. Paula looks up as she's got 2 attacks loaded. Boom shaking his head no, but Paula's saying, okay, I'm ready for you this time. Have a Bone Club, and if one's not enough, this second one will do.
Yeah, 2 Bone Clubs showed very good energy stacking by Paula, knowing that she had a good matchup there and slowly and steadily building it. Unfortunately for Boom, if he had played that 1 shield scenario, he could have potentially pulled 2 shields away from the Ariados of Polosha. Unfortunately, he did not play that.
No, the queen of PvP wants to keep her crown. She's saying, I see you, I see what you did last time, but I'm not going to let it happen again. That first game down came to the complete wire. Boom trying to go for a catch in this game number 2, recognizing it was his possible win condition, but Paula just completely negated any possibility of that happening.
Yeah, very, very close games indeed. But let's see what Boom can do in game number 2. I think in game number 3, what I think he made a mistake was there just swapping in the lead matchup. But of course, it's not a mistake. He did make a huge catch there. So unfortunately for him, it was not enough to push the advantage. It was not enough to push him over the line. We've seen Boom make these risky plays throughout the tournament, and it's paid off, but unfortunately against Polosha, maybe not that great.
You know, maybe I'm starting to think his name instead of Boom 20 is Boom 2-0, and now that he's playing a best of 5, maybe he just doesn't know how to handle it in the same way. He was 2-0ing all of its opponents day 1, only lost 1 game to LurganRocket earlier on, and now Paula has taken a game off of him as well.
I mean, all he has to do now is to go 2-0 in the forthcoming matchups. Let's see
true.
what the leads are. It's a Marowak into a Quagsire. This is a great lead to have if you're Boom, because those Aqua Tails are super effective, and whatever energy from this Marowak, it's gonna be pacing much slower.
And if you look at this backline, they're exactly the same. So whatever happens in this matchup is going to be pretty important here. Paula's using a shield at the very beginning because Aqua Tail is super effective. You can tell by that red shield there, just trying to get as much energy as possible. But these Bone Clubs really hurt.
Bone Clubs will definitely hurt. That Boom knows this, and pulling up this Protect Shield, saving this Clodsire from that damage, but he has so much energy there to unleash on this Alolan, on this Marowak. In comes the next Aqua Tail. Is this enough to knock out? I don't think so.
Oh, it's super effective. It's not quite enough. The Bone Club is ready, but the Marowak is basically gone. Boom says, okay, that's fine. This Bone Club can go through. I just wanted this Pokemon out of the way, and I think he's going to try to farm, but you see Paula tapping as well. She doesn't want to give any extra farm to any Pokemon coming in. Drapion has 1 Poison Sting advantage.
1 Poison Sting advantage is all it takes to flip this matchup, but this 1 Poison Sting advantage would mean that maybe this Drapion wins his mirror matchup, but that might give the Ariados of Polosha at the back some energy lead, and that could completely flip how this game goes.
Yeah, 2 Aqua Tails almost stored on Paula's side. Boom, gonna go ahead and let that first one go through. We see how much damage this is going to do. It's quite a bit, but will 2 be enough? Looks like trying to go for that charge attack priority a little bit risky since he was ahead by 1 charge attack there. Does Paula want to use her shield, or was she content to let it go? She does! She uses her shield on the Drapion.
This is very, very close now. Boom saying, all right, okay, if you're gonna put up a Protect Shield, so am I. He knows that he's in the energy lead here, so let's see how these 2 trainers try to maneuver around this endgame. We know Boom is going to get to the move first. We know that he could go for the charge attack priority, but in this case, he's like, all right, fine, I don't mind. I want this Drapion out of the way so that my Ariados can shine at the back.
And look like this, Paula has the Marowak for a potential swap to catch a charge attack at some point, but we saw it before. He's gonna outpace, but he ends up getting that catch from Paula onto that low health Marowak. All of that energy now gone, and Ariados now has a little bit of lead.
all that energy is gone indeed, but this means that Paula can farm extra energy. Oh my, Boom goes for that catch, but unfortunately it's gonna be this lunge, and Paula is in the driver's seat here because all the damage that's coming from this Ariados is gonna be lesser and lesser.
But this is true. There's a big energy advantage on Paula's, but Paula has no Pokemon to swap out on. Boom is going to be able to get to a couple of lunges himself. That is going to guarantee that the attack of Paula's is not going to be as impactful. He still has that drop in that I believe is one Poison Sting away from an Aqua Tail of his own. It's still anybody's game.
Yeah, all Boom might want to do is to get this Ariados in a range where one Aqua Tail will be enough to knock out, and Paula knows that she has to make sure her energy is sufficient to just get to that charge attack exactly at the same time as the Drapion would. But let's see, it's still close. Building up on multiple lunges here. First lunge comes in. Will this be enough to knock out the Ariados? I don't think so.
This is so smart of Paula too. She's always making sure she has 2 bank just in case. But at this point, look, she is at it. She knows she wins that charge attack priority. This is enough to knock out the drop down. She's so close to another attack here. Will Boom be able to get off the lunge in time? He's cleared his debuff. He's 1 away. This will be doing a lot, but there's just not a lot left in the tank here.
Is this lunge enough? Is this lunge enough? Fully charging it, in comes the lunge, and that's enough to take out the Ariados from Polasha. What a game, all the way down to the wire.
Yeah, again, these matches are completely close between the 2 of them there. Boom was saying, okay, fine, even if I don't get to this Aqua Tail, I have to make you throw energy because now I can clear that debuff, come back in. I wasn't even sure if the lunge was enough at that point because the Ariados, I mean, it's not very effective damage if you're throwing a bug-type attack at another bug there.
It's also a part poison.
Because
so
it's also part poison?
Yeah, exactly. But at this point, Paula has to make a change to her gameplay. She did win that lead, but winning that lead proved costly. We've seen this happen multiple times through this tournament. We saw Dancing Rob win that lead with 1 HP on the Ariados, but later that energy lead punished him throughout the game. So this is all about how you manage energy. It's also one of the things that I touched up on. Yes, you're now ahead, but what happens if Paula's Ariados is ahead towards the end game?
Yeah, exactly. And Paula played it so smart. There wasn't a lot she could do in that situation because she had to throw before that Drapion was able to throw off an Aqua Tail, or else that would have been able to make her go down as well. Unfortunately for her, wasn't able to get up to another lunge in time. Look at this. We're going into the next game. This could be a decisive game. If Boom 20 wins this, he will continue on into the winner's finals. Paula needs to grab this game back from him to stay in it on the winner's side of the bracket.
It's going to depend on which of these Ariados is win charge attack priority, and it's gonna be Polasha's Ariados that wins charge attack priority. The first lunge goes in, debuffing Boom's Ariados, so whatever lunges that comes back, all of them will be debuffed.
Yeah, now going through, this lunge will be able to debuff the attack of Paula's as well, but if you look at the health bars here, you definitely see that Paula's Ariados is a little more healthy, and that's because her lunge went through first, and now we know the charge attack priority. Looks like both of them content to play out this matchup.
Yeah, both of them are, because I think they know that they probably might have a polarizing matchup towards the end game here. Boom is known to make certain swaps that can kind of flip the game on top of its head. Let's see what he does here. Going again for that lunge. Both these Pokemon now in the yellow. It will still going to be really closely contested here.
Yeah, at this point, the lunge should not even still be enough to knock out the Ariados, but Paula's is still much more healthy, and Boom might even pivot after this point because he doesn't want to be able to do that. That's exactly what he's going to do. An interesting matchup. This is not great for a Azumarill normally to be stuck in an Ariados matchup. Paula playing this masterfully, going for the lunge bait instead of the Trailblaze, which would have done more effective damage, and Boom does not shield.
No shield indeed, but Paula can now bring her own Azumarill. This means that Boom's Azumarill is now going to do a lot less damage, but Boom did save that energy up on his Ariados for a potential flip in and then throw that Trailblaze onto this Azumarill. But that's one of the things that we see as well. The switch clock has been misaligned, so this is something Boom's been doing great throughout the tournament.
I mean, you saw Boom's eyes light up as the lunge went through that not very effective damage, barely chipping away at the Azumarill. He expected his Azumarill to be more at the halfway point, more about what it is now from that first attack from the Ariados, instead gaining a ton of energy. And like you just pointed out, Abby, that switch time timer is almost up. He's going to be able to drop out here, clear the debuff, and maybe gain energy on whatever else is coming in. It looks like the Ariados coming right back in here, but he's catching this attack, this play rough. Does he want a shield to be able to do anything? No, content to let it go.
Content to let it go, but what I'm interested to see which of these Pokemon will come back into the game. Will it be the Quagsire? Yes, it is. This energy on this Quagsire, these Mudshot gains energy so fast. It will definitely get to a Stone Edge before the Azumarill can unleash a move here. Quagsire looks like it's in the driving seat. The Stone Edge will be enough to knock out the Azumarill.
Azumarill not bothering to even shield it up here. Paula still has 2 Pokemon remaining. Wants to eat both of these shields for the Alola Marowak. Now that the Quagsire has been chipped a little bit, look how much damage these slaps alone are doing. She knows she has 2 shields. She knows these are super effective, but at the same point, she's caught on Boom a couple of times. I think there is a plan cooking in Paula's mind. Let's see if she's able to execute.
Yeah, she has to start prying these shields away from Boom here. First Protect Shield given to that Quagsire and Bone Club shielded, but the Quagsire is already at the energy needed for another Aqua Tail. Another one goes in, but the Quagsire is so deep into the red here. Can Azumarill do it? Can Azumarill have enough damage to get rid of this Marowak and also that Ariados at the back?
Look how much there is. There's a Bone Club and a half loaded here. The first one going through. There's only 1 Protect Shield remaining. Boom is at the Ice Beam, but I think he's worried that she's going to catch on the Ariados, and I wonder how they're going to play. You can see both of them looking. She's tapping. She's trying to get there, but he knows he's at 100 energy. First Ice Beam coming through. He needs 1 more bubble, and you see a complete undercharge.
Complete undercharge, but I think this is enough to still knock out 1 more bubble indeed. This is getting to the Ice Beam, and Azumarill gets it, and this will be enough to knock out this Marowak, and boom! Boom goes to the grand finals.
Taking it in, Ice Beam connects, even though there was something loaded. Boom just goes boom here in Lille, taking out all of the former champions, taking down many people here. His first tournament ever, sticking in the winner's side of the bracket. Well, I'll keep saying it, if you didn't know his name before, you definitely know it now.
What a way to announce yourself to the Pokemon Go PvP community. This is it, 1 game away. He's now another best of 5 away from being crowned the Lille Regional Champion. I think he'll be one of the first trainers ever to do their first tournament and be crowned as their a champion since the circuit started.
I mean, he definitely is well on his way. He went from the basically, 150 competitors. He made it on to day 2 to be top 16, top 4. Now he's top 2 for sure. Again, this only other similar run I can think of is Patoman in Liverpool, just basically coming in, having a name that is not well recognized within the circuit, but within the grassroots and PvP community. Very well played by him. And Paula still has another chance. That was the winner's side of the bracket. She's going to be knocked down to play against Colin 6. I believe another matchup that we've already seen today.
I think Boom's been setting up multiple grudge matches along the way. He's like, all right.
He's like, I would love for you to have a chance to play this person another time.
But it's also something, it's not just Paddleman, right? I think one of the names that comes back to me from the championship circuit is the human catcher Bugron with that Shadow Charizard into that Swampert meta where he recognized and put it in everybody's mind that Swampert is not a Shadow Charizard answer.
I mean, there's so many different plays. There's so many different players. I would love to go ahead and look at all the different matches because as you remember, most of these games came down to the absolute wire. Both of these trainers played out of their minds in this competition.
Yeah, this is game number 1 where Boom was able to launch this Ariados. It was a catch indeed, but it was a catch for a lunge, and that is not the damage that you want to catch here. Super close here, 2 Mudshots coming in to take out the Azumarill, and again, another 2 Mudshots coming in to take out this Marowak before it can throw that charge attack. What amazing game sense by Boom. He was relieved here. Game number 2, Paula brings it back with these back-to-back Bone Clubs from the Marowak, knocking the Azumarill down.
Yeah, Paula knew exactly what she wanted to do in that position, and that Marowak has been really putting in work for her, but unfortunately for her, it wasn't enough for this as Boom takes game number 3 as well. Paula had this fantastic catch that kind of shifted the momentum back into her favor, but in the end, Boom just had his calculated plays and was able to do a lot of damage, swapping out, swapping back in, getting this Ice Beam at the the very end to complete his journey into the grand finals.
Yeah, Paula, I think, was surprised that why did I throw that extra mud slap? I could have knocked his Azumarill down and potentially tried to pull this game. Boom put her under so much pressure. This is one of the first times we see Paula actually making mistakes.
I mean, this was the thing. When we were talking with Boom earlier, he was watching his matchups saying, I was watching my matchups even though I won because I wanted to make sure I was playing to my best form, because that's exactly right. Sometimes it's not about whether or not you play better than the other person, it's whether your opponent makes mistakes and you're able to capitalize on them. Boom just made no mistakes there. Paula only made a small, very, very minuscule mistakes, but it ended up costing her in the end.
Yeah, but it's all, I think Boom's been absolutely accurate on his energy management. If you saw in the penultimate game, he did those 3 poison stings on the Drapion before swapping into the Ariados. This made sure that even if he swaps the Drapion back into that Ariados matchup, Paula cannot overfarm. She will be forced to throw just 1 poison string before getting that charge attack type. Paula did not have the luxury of doing so, which meant that he could come back in with his Ariados, which had the lunge toad, and then take out Paula's Ariados. Very, very calm, calculated gaming style there.
Ariados, Dugong, like a lot of these Pokemon really have some interesting charge attacks that we've seen so often. Some of them boost your attack, some of them debuff your opponent. Do you know all of them off the top of your head?
I do know some of them, but we now have a video where you can watch all these attacks and what they do.
Hi there, trainers. Welcome to this video, where we will be talking about status-changing charged attacks. My name is Martijn. You may also know me as Inadequance. You may have seen them before in the Go Battle League or in the Show 6 Bring 3 format in the Pokémon Go Championship series. Charge attacks that alter the attack or defense stage of a Pokemon. What makes these attacks so good, and how can you use them to your advantage? To start off, how do you know if a charge attack can change the attack or defense? You can find this by selecting a Pokemon in your Pokemon storage and scrolling down to the fast and charge attacks that this Pokemon has. If you select trainer battles here, you can see not only the damage per attack, but also if there is a chance of changing the attack or defense of the opponent. In some cases, this is even guaranteed. Generally, these attacks are not strong in terms of damage, but they can be key to flipping a battle in your favor. Let's take a look at Dugong, for example. Dugong is a Pokemon that wins a lot of neutral battles, and that's mostly because it relies on the charge attack Icy Wind. When used, Icy Wind drops the attack stage of the opponent by 1 stage. This makes Dugong excellent in a battle that takes longer. You could even come out of the battle with another Icy Wind loaded to weaken the next Pokemon that is brought onto the battlefield. Having a Pokemon that can lower the attack or defense of the opponent is a strong and safe option to lead in your battles. There are also attacks that lower your own status upon using. The best example here is Deoxys defense form. It can learn the efficient low energy cost charge attack Psycho Boost, but this will drop the user's attack by 2 stages. Now you're wondering, is my Pokemon stuck with this attack debuff for the remainder of the battle? The answer is no. Status changes are cleared upon switching out of the battle. What you will see many players do is launch the Psycho Boost quickly into the opponent and swap into the next Pokemon to clear the attack debuff for when Deoxys defense comes back into battle later. There are also charge attacks that can boost your own attack or defense. Poliwrath, for example, can win the mirror matchup with Power Up Punch. This is not a strong charge attack, but it's low in energy cost and it raises the attack stats of the user by 1 stage. One last thing, not all status changing attacks are guaranteed. Some only have a chance to trigger the effect. Examples are Crunch, Scald and Zap Cannon. It's worth getting familiar with these attacks as they can aid you in building a strategy for your battles. Go to Pokemon.com/play to check out the latest news on nearby events and hey, give it a try!
It's getting interesting. The finals are ahead. The losers finals first and foremost. And then, of course, we have the grand finals coming up very soon. This tournament has been absolutely massive at display of so many Pokemon masterclasses.
These players are already so accomplished in this tournament. Paula and Colin, two very familiar names in that losers finals. Boom, awaiting them in the grand finals. His first play Pokemon tournament. That's crazy, no? He's already pretty well known in grassroots tournaments. If you are also getting to the top at the Go Battle League leaderboard, maybe you also could do that. Leo, did you ever get to the top of Go Battle League leaderboard?
I got to top 100.
Maybe you could win a regional.
Maybe I should try again, because the last 2 attempts were not very successful, but I won the cup in Utrecht.
Fair.
What did you win in Utrecht?
Yeah, I also won something.
Oh, well, very cool.
Maybe a medal or something. And these players also have a medal already. A great tournament so far. And we have Ariados in our top 3 on every team. I told you, it's Spider season.
Yeah, this Pokemon has been absolutely dominant. The name of the game, and also there is Dugong on both teams. This is such a strong core, protecting the Ariados from these flying types, as well as those, well, grass types don't really threaten, but the Ariados kind of protects the Dugong from something like a Superior. Superior is so incredibly strong, has the same type attack boosted Frenzy Plant, paces very fast, is super bulky. Not in this game, I'm just theoretically talking about it.
Leo, can you find a difference between these teams?
It's a mirror match.
It's a mirror match?
Yeah.
No. The exact same Pokemon. That's crazy. Shadow Marowak has been so impactful. It was great at Louisville last week. Now we're here again. We go to game number 1 of the losers finals. Paula's on the left with the Shadow Marowak. And guess what? On the right from Colin, this also is Shadow Marowak.
It is a mirror match, and I can't wait to see who comes out on top here. This is going to be a bone club. We're not going to see who wins the charge attack priority event.
It's possible that both players, or that at least Paula here, doesn't want to give away yet if she loses charge attack priority. It could be crucial in this matchup. Waiting a turn here to make sure that Colin doesn't catch a Bone Club on, for example, a Dugong or an Azumarill. No shooting this. That knocks out already. Bone Club is such an efficient attack now. Colin has that shield advantage. Going into the Ariados right away. And Colin doesn't really have that great of an answer. But he does have his own Ariados, which can soak all this damage. But not before Paula gets to that super effective Drill Blaze here.
Yep, Paula has used a shield up already. I think Colin can go for a debuff here and then go into the Ariados after dealing a significant amount of damage. What's also noteworthy is that the Marowak from Colin took so much more damage from those Mudslaps than the one from Paula.
This is just crazy. Not only do they have the same 6 Pokemon, they also locked in the same 3 Pokemon. Now the opposing Ariados is here, but Colin is going to get debuffed all the way, and I don't think that the Ariados from Paula is yet in lunge range, so it's likely that she will get to another lunge, which will severely chip Colin's Ariados, and that may be necessary because the Ariados from Colin is looking just as good. On the other hand, though, she seals the Kanto Marowak and swaps it in right away.
This one has a load of energy. Doesn't even have to go for the Rock Slide because the Bone Club is just so efficient and deals so much damage here. Together with the Mudslides, there is still so much time for Colin needed to get out into the Dugong right here. It's going to force another shield though with the Trailblaze.
But look, I think the clock on Colin's switch timer might almost be up. It's almost up, almost up, almost up, almost up. A few seconds, and he's able to switch. But Paula didn't throw the Bone Club, going for the super effective Rock Slide. This will definitely knock out, and I don't think you can poison stick down. You gotta shield this as Colin if you want to keep the Dugong here. And so he doesn't shield!
The rocks fall down onto the Dugong, and now we're going to see so many Mudslaps. This is not going to even reach an attack. The lunge could go through, does not. Mudslap down on the Ariados.
And Paulasha, the queen of PvP, takes the first game against Colin 6, the final boss. She didn't even have to reveal her 3rd Pokemon, despite that being the same one that Colin had, right? It was Ariados, Dugong, and Kanto Marowak, the Shadow version, all on the field there. There was 2 of each.
Do you bring anything else in this scenario? Because I feel like the Malamar is kind of good against this line, and yeah, basically the Malamar is pretty good.
It's very neutral. It's very neutral, right? That's play all over the board there. I just want to point out that even though Shadow Marowak has stole the show a couple times now, right? Also last week in Louisville. It's also that Dugong that has been so important with its coverage in ice and ground, plus its bulk and its ability to lower the attack of the opponent, making it difficult to play out a matchup that's not great, such as Shadow Marowak into Dugong. You don't want to stay in there, because if Dugong shields the first attack, it's just going to debuff your attack, and then your next one won't do as much damage, making it such a powerful pick, especially in this matchup here.
But you have seen Colin letting the Rock Slide go in the end there, because he knew the Mud Slabs do so much damage, you can't even farm the Shadow Marowak down, thinking that maybe he can reach the Ariados, but also underestimated the damage there in that matchup with those neutral Mud Slabs on that Ariados.
Leo, I'm curious if we're going to see a mirror team again. Here we go. We have game number 2, Palasha versus Colin. It's not a mirror team, but it is what you mentioned, Leo. It's that Malamar from Colin, and this time again versus the Shadow Marowak from Palasha in the lead.
And I don't know where I would like the Malamar the most here. I think it has super effective superpower against Dugong. It has those Psy Waves against the Ariados, but it is just very neutral against the Shadow Marowak. Also, let's go of the Bone Club. This deals a significant amount of damage. A few Mud Slabs will be enough to take out the Malamar after this, but first of all, superpower.
Wow, that's interesting, because this will debuff your stats, both your attack and defense on that Malamar. It usually shows that they want to switch out, but looks like Colin is just going for another one, getting the Marowak very low, and in this case, the backline is very similar once more. In fact, it's the same even, swapping into the Ariados right away to get an energy advantage. I love this play. I love this play from Palasha. She still has energy on her Dugong, plus you're a little bit ahead against the opposing Ariados. If she would lose charge attack priority, and she might notice. Actually, I don't think so, because she won charge attack priority early against Boom. Either way, you get your launch off first, and that ensures you that the launch from Colin does less damage against you.
Yep, that is true, and that is going to stay that way the entire time. If Colin wants to eventually switch out, he is going to be in energy disadvantage most of the time. It is going to be a matchup of efficiency, and I really loved how she went for that Poison Sting down on that Malamar, because that was kind of Colin's strategy, to let this Malamar go against the Shadow Kanto Marowak and then farm that one down.
And the weaker this Ariados gets from Colin, the better the Dugong from Palasha gets in the back. This launch still won't knock out. Let's take a look here how this is going to go. Colin doesn't have another poke, like he doesn't have the Malamar left. That was Poison Stung down. So he only really has a Dugong back left in the back there.
Oh, but I don't also think that this one is going to knock out. This is maybe the chance for Colin to afterwards swap out with a little bit of energy left on the Ariados to go into the Dugong.
Exactly what he does. Very good call, Leo.
We're going to see that there is still energy advantage on the side of Colin. This might not be over right here, because this matchup also takes time. He starts shielding off the lunge. He just wants to preserve that HP. You have to use your shields at some point.
Was double debuffed as well, I believe. Now comes in with her own Dugong, and this sets up her own Dugong so well into Colin. Do keep in mind, Colin does have his own Ariados to potentially catch a charge attack and clear his attack stats. This is going to take a while, this matchup, but it's going to get very close regardless. And I believe that there may also be a Bone Club still on Palasha's side. She wins a charge attack priority. This is very valuable information, because it might make the mirror matchup a little bit easier if you tend to fight for switch advantage from the start of the game.
Palasha is just playing all of those Pokemon with very high attacks, going for another drill run on the side of Colin. The Palasha Dugong is going to be slightly above 50%. There is another charge attack on that Ariados, clears those debuffs from that Dugong of his, and throws a Trailblaze, which is rightfully shielded here, because this is the attack that deals the most amount of damage. However, this is free farm for Palasha. This is more energy on her side now.
But they still shield on Colin's side. Don't remember, this gets really close. Another drone's coming through. If Colin knows that there's an attack on that Marowak, you can't shield this, because that would deal more damage. Colin is looking like he's a little bit in a pickle here. He's had some wins though, where he got away with 1 HP. This is the time to do it again in the second game of the losers finals. But no, he doesn't throw the charge attack just yet, and lets it go actually. Colin concedes game number 2, and Paula wins.
This looks like he went for his win con of the Icy Wind there, was hoping for it to be this double resisted debuff, called it twice, never happened. Paula just straight up went for Drill, knowing that if she gets the Dugong low, she has 2 Pokemon in the back that can potentially farm down.
Yeah, and just for those watching from home, keep in mind we are now in the losers finals, and just like the winners finals, this is a best of 5. So Colin, the final boss, still has 3 games to come back, but he would have to make that reverse sweep. He did this last time, however, when he won the Bologna Special event against Tomahawk UK, so he would be very capable of doing so, but it's gonna be tough. Palasha is not making a lot of mistakes here.
Also, random fun fact, I think both of these trainers have won a special event in the last season with the same team, or a regional on the Palasha side and a special event on Colin's side, both with a Shadow Magnezone, but was it the exact same team?
I think it was. I think it was at least it was very similar. I believe like the same 4 Pokemon at least. Colin's strength really is taking other people's team and just outperforming those players. I don't know if he can do it in this scenario as well, in this mirror team. I believe that the team of Colin was inspired by Lyle Jess, but he replaced one Pokemon with that Ariados. And Ariados has just been so good in this entire tournament against Pokemon like Dugong and Drapion. That core is just so strong together.
Yeah, what do you think, if we're going to think about the future, will players do to adapt to this Ariados dominance in this regional? Because what are you going to bring? More Shadow, Alolan Sandslash?
It may be the answer to those Pokemon. Dugong and Drapion is difficult to answer. Ariados just does so well with that Lunge and Trailblaze. Lunge drops the attack stage as well. Trailblaze buffs your own attack. It makes Ariados such a viable Pokemon in the current meta. Here we go. This could be a decisive game. We have Ariados into Malamar. This is a very neutral matchup. One Pokemon deals super effective damage with the fast attack, but the other one, if you land a Lunge on that Malamar, it's gone. And Ariados goes fast here.
But that also means that the advantage might lie in there for the Malamar when the shields are up, because of course you will have to shield those lunges, but your Psy Waves deal so much more damage than those Poison Sticks. However, immediately after the debuff, doing a little bit less damage with those Psy Waves. So first shield pull up from Palasha as well.
I think this is kind of good for Colin though, because he has the Ariados in the back and Palasha has double water in the back as well. Palasha can win the switch advantage here, but I'm not sure how relevant that is going to be. I don't think you want to let the full Malamar go here, but let's see. Colin does shield that up. Ariados does win the scenario where both Pokemon have 2 shields. It looks like Paula just swapping out immediately. This is double debuff this superpower, so she might not even shield it.
Yep, he goes for a little bit of chip, but what this does is maybe put the Dugong into one Trailblaze range.
I think maybe, or it gets close. See Colin building up to another attack, going for another superpower actually. I think he knows what Paula may have in the back. If it is Azumarill, you may want to bring in your own Dugong here. Superpower comes through, it puts Dugong into the red, and he brings in the Ariados. This may be what Paula wants.
Yes, and Colin has no shields left, and then Dugong still deals a lot of damage undebuffed against this Ariados. She also has one shield of the advantage, so you said the Ariados was really, really strong into the backline of Paulasha, but is it going to be utilized well here?
Do you want to shield this? If this is a Trailblaze, the Duron might knock out after, and looks like Paula is putting out a Protect Shield. She needs to get rid of this Pokemon. They're going for the Duron. This is not the same type of attack bonus, but it is a little bit more efficient in terms of damage than Icy is. This might knock out the Ariados.
He definitely goes for the knockout. Does not get it, but now the Farm Down with another Ice Shard gets some more extra energy. Has the full HP Azumarill, half HP Ariados in the back. There is going to be the Malamar, but Malamar's energy is going to be completely walled by the Azumarill.
And going for the superpower to stall the clock. This does some chip damage to that Azumarill. Now you can get out into your Dugong. You don't want to stay in there with that Malamar. And the Malamar still is so dangerous because Psywave is such an efficient fast attack right now that could be very crucial for endgame. Do keep in mind there's also still the Ariados from Paula in the back, but it has no energy.
Yeah, the timer is severely misaligned. The Ariados with no energy could become a liability for Paulasha, because this could be like a ramp for the Malamar to get more energy and farm down with some Psywaves. However, if she manages to sneak this Ariados into this matchup and get some Poison Stings in, you might reach a lunge against the Malamar later on. But first of all, we're going to see how much this Drill Run does.
I don't think the next one will knock out yet. And Colin's playing so smart as well. He keeps building up energy to make sure that if Paula swaps into that Ariados, she won't be able to get to a charge attack. That's what Colin's play here and his win conditions are. Let's see what he's going to do here. The bubbles don't do much from Azuma, so you have the time. He's building up energy. Paula is gonna try to... Oh, she does catch, but this is on the Pokemon you kind of want to have, I think, or maybe she wants to close with Azumarill.
This is very, very dangerous because now there's going to be the Drill Run in there. Is she going to go for a Peekaboo play? Is she going to bring in the Dugong? Goes for the Azumarill. The Drill Run is going to connect, throws another bubble. Drill Run will barely, maybe not knock out, but what can the Malamar do in the back here?
Well, the Malamar doesn't have a lot to do. It can come in here and farm everything down. Let's see, not throwing the charge, like hoping that Colin would swap out, make a mistake, but he doesn't make a mistake. Colin gets a point here. The score is now 2-1, still in favor of Paula.
Wow, that Malamar really coming through there. I thought, wow, why is he throwing those double, triple, quadruple debuffed superpowers into the Dugong? Why is there a Ariados with shield disadvantage, but he just pulled through with the Dugong?
Ariados has been so important for both these trainers, right? It really comes down to sometimes who gets the energy advantage there. But with the Malamar to try and core break that Ariados Dugong core, it just really made it difficult for Paula there to kind of play out of that, because she had to go into the Dugong, but Dugong doesn't have a great time here. You can't go into Azumarill because you know that Ariados is in the back, and Ariados does so well into Azumarill.
Superpower is a very, very efficient charge attack in terms of damage and energy. Of course, that is because it's going to debuff yourself in attack and defense. However, if your opponent swaps in a Dugong to soak some of that damage up, you're still doing super effective damage. If you chip the opposing Dugong with so much damage on that Malamar, because you had some energy left, you can go into your own Dugong, secure the switch advantage, and just take some drill runs. Who cares?
That could be the prediction, that could have been the prediction that Colin could have made, but I think he just wanted to try and play it a little bit safe with that Ariados there. Even if he can just get the chip damage, ramping up on his own Ariados is, I think, always a good choice looking at the team of Paula. And that goes also for Paula, of course, against Colin. I believe both trainers are almost ready. Paula looks ready, Colin's still thinking it through. I mean, he can't lose another game. He can't lose another game. He's still on his reverse sweep arc here, so let's see if he can do that. Both trainers are getting ready here. We had a mirror team, and we had a mirror team in game one. Here we go. Ariados into Dugong. This is a great lead for Paula.
Yes, that is very, very big. You want to throw your first Trailblazer and have an immediate pivot out into the Kanto Marowak. And Paula actually throws some Poison Sting, so there is an energy advantage on the Marowak. Is Colin going to be able to bait here, or is he going to flip the switch?
Going for the Rock Slide, that may be charge attack priority, shooting up the first attack here. This would definitely do more damage than after an Icy Wave, because that would drop the attack stage. And yeah, this keeps Dugong pretty healthy. Dugong is basically always handy, even though you don't really want to use energy on the opposing. Oh, and letting the Icy Wave through, Colin just giving up switch. Now you gotta deal with like a full Dugong here.
Now, Polasha is energy dry though, but I think the damage on the Dugong that has been done is not quite enough to put it in one Trailblaze range. Yes, you can throw after 6 Poison Sticks. You can actually throw after 7 because she tries to throw on very good timing. Does this Trailblaze knock out? I think it barely survives here, and that is going to be critical in this game.
I think Dugong hangs on just pretty comfortably still to get to another charge attack here. I would have liked to see Paula actually throw a little bit earlier before the Trailblaze from Colin, but also maybe hoping that she could sneak an Ice Shard here. But Colin going for perfect timing. This is very optimal for Colin. Can he get that Poison Sting down? He almost gets there, and yes, he gets the Poison Sting down. He got so much energy here, and you can't come in with the Malamar. The Malamar gets taken out by one single lunge here.
Polasha was upset about this full farm and was hoping that Colin had to throw energy, but he is going to lunge this Ariados. You can't catch here. And there is a charge attack priority won by Colin.
That might be crucial, because now the lunge from Paula is double debuffed. I think this might be the point where you want to go into Malamar as Paula, but I'm not sure if you can get the farm down with the side wave before you get to another lunge on Colin's Ariados. Do you think he swaps out as well?
I think if the Malamar comes in here, I think you swap out into the Dugong and try to debuff that one. And they're just going to play this. Are we going to see a catch? No, the lunge is going to connect, but these Poison Stings have put the Ariados from Colin very low.
Let's see, Lunge is going to take out the opposing Ariados, and I just want to mention everything seems to be shiny on the Ariados. In comes Malamar, swapping in immediately. This is going to be very tight. This might come down to a bait scenario. If Paula goes for that superpower, she will drop the attack and no shield immediately. This is a great call from Colin, the final boss.
Colin is going to take this foul play like it was nothing. Is he going to outpace to the next Icy Wind? Yes, of course he is. There is only the superpower threatening Polasha. He actually lets this go. Knows, hey, this is not the relevant attack that I need to shield. I need this for a possible lunge. If I get debuff, can Paula win this game against Colin 6? It is going to come down to the wire. Can she reach 2 superpowers, which are going to be crucial? But then you're so debuffed.
She's going for the foul play. She knows she needs health, because otherwise the Ariados in the back might Poison Sting her down. Going for another foul play here. I think as Colin, you need to get your Icy Wind off to drop that attack. Maybe even stall the clock. I think the clock might almost be up. Colin could even set up a catch here.
Colin could also deal so much damage with the Ice Charge and force her to throw. This is going to deal so much damage. Polasha is going to throw the next charge attack. Is this superpower? She is going to debuff herself even more. Is the Ariados going to be able to go for the Poison Sting down?
She is triple debuff on these sideways. Ariados versus the Malamar. And who goes down? It is the Ariados! No! Oh my goodness, it's the Malamar going down. Colin ties up the score. What an insane game.
Wait, what? No, I think that the Ariados... Wait, what has happened? No, what is going on? What is going on?
I think Paula didn't see that the Ariados hung on. She saw that the Malamar KO'd the Ariados. We all got bamboozled there. What an insane battle this was.
Colin always with those 1 HP wins in Lille finals. It's incredible. Everyone thinks someone else wins, but then he hangs on. Now the judges are checking the scenario. This was one of the clutchest games that we have had in the history of the PvP circuit here. This is crazy.
This was an insane battle. I know I could have been any closer, to be honest, right? That came down to the wire. Looks like that the score is 2-2. Paula thought she had won, but no, Colin ties up the score. This is crazy. Is Colin able to pull off the reverse sweep here? Chat, what do you think?
The emotions overcoming the Spanish battler there, but this was a tie-up scenario. It is 2-2. Two regional champions, two Magnezone pros are battling each other, and it couldn't be any more close. Polasha has dominated the first 2 games of this losers finals. However, Colin clapped back. He adapted the strategy. He brought his own Malamar, and then he dominated with the Ariados. Even in the last game, he lost the lead against the Dugong, brought in the Shadow Kanto Marowak. That was so crucial for him. Dealt a lot of damage, got the energy advantage, got a shield advantage. That was fantastic.
And then Paula tried to core break him with her own Malamar to try and surprise him, to try and surprise the Ariados, the Dugong that were brought over and over. We hardly see any Drapion from both players in this matchup, so Malamar is just so safe to bring out. On top of that, the Azumarill is also just risky to bring because Ariados on both teams is so good.
Yes, the Ariados is incredible against the Azumarill. We have seen it way before already, but these two trainers, they are so on par, and the stakes couldn't be higher. The trainer who wins the next game is going to advance to the grand finals and is going to face the end boss of this Lille, Boom 20.
Yeah, Boom, his first tournament. Actually crazy how he got there all the way in his first tournament. Here we go, decisive game number 5. It is Paula with the Kanto Marowak versus Colin with the Malamar.
The last time that happened, Paula won that game because the damage of those Mudslaps is just so good. There is a new addition to the team of Colin here. We haven't seen the Drapion before, and Drapion is kind of happy to avoid this matchup, I suppose.
I think that Colin might just play it out the same way, going for those double superpower. We saw how that went earlier, and he's again going for the no shield, just keeping the shield advantage for the Ariados in the back, and it has been working for him quite well in most of these battles. Do you shield the first superpower here? Yes, Paula wants to keep the shield advantage here for her, the switch advantage for her team.
Let's see if she also shields the second one, because this would mean that the Shadow Marowak has so much HP. No, it is actually going to go quite low after this, giving up the shield advantage here on the side of Polasha. However, the Pokemon in the back, they are having a hard time poison stinging down here.
That's going to be a big poison sting down. I'm not sure if Kanto Marowak might be able to get to 2 charge attacks here though. First poison sting comes through. This is a tough poison sting down. You gotta take some Mudslap as well, but the energy advantage for Colin is also so important. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point Paula just swaps out. Looks like she doesn't and lets the Marowak go down. Just look at the Mudslap damage indeed. But you get to the first lunge here, and this gives Colin a little bit of an advantage in this matchup.
That is true, but he has already been shipped. You know, this is about the damage that you're dealing with lunges one after another, and 2 is debuff. We're switching out immediately into the Drapion here. The Dugong is the answer. There's already a lot of energy on the Ariados in the back, but also on the Drapion on the side of Colin 6. He does not want to take a drill run, but goes for the crunch first.
I think I would prefer to see Paula throw that lunge for to ease this Drapion matchup, because it's so difficult, especially with the debuff here. This crunch will now knock out. This is going to be so tough for Paula. I think that Colin could even preserve this Drapion and deal so much damage to her whole team.
Paula is shaking her head. Can she pull this back? Because she needs double to take out this Shadow Drapion, because there's a shield. Maybe Colin lets go of the Shadow Drapion, but that would mean that Polasha has a high chance of debuffing in the next turn. No, he actually shields this one and wants to go for the crunch to knock out the Shadow Drapion, the Dugong.
Is this the play? This does give Paula the opportunity to farm some more energy that might give her a little bit of an advantage in that Ariados mirror, but Colin is swapping out immediately, making sure that doesn't happen. This is going to get really close.
The question is, does he get to a lunge before Polasha? Because he wants to just, of course, debuff this Ariados right here before it can face off the final opponent of this game, the Drapion. He's going to meet this lunge, wins the charge attack priority and debuffs Polasha. This is going to be valuable damage. Can he get to another lunge after this?
The thing is, Paula needs to get to 2 lunge, and you know what else is a problem? She can't clear her debuff. Yeah. There's a Drapion in the back. You need to knock that out with a lunge as well.
Yep, and this is going to be so critical. Paulasha was shaking her head about the debuff earlier. Ariados versus Ariados. We see those Poison Sting. Every Pokemon in this game now has Poison Sting. She actually does not throw the lunge on charge to take priority. Needs to overfarm on Energy Bet. How well can she do this when she's double debuffed against those Pokemon? Colin Simers now brings in the Drapion immediately. The first lunge is being thrown.
Lunge is gonna take this very close. This is debuffed. I think that Paula wants to throw Trailblaze at first to boost her attack, but here we go. Lunge goes through. It doesn't knock out. Drapion hangs on. Colin, the final boss, wins and goes to the grand finals.
Colin wants to win Lille again. He knocks out with the Shadow Drapion. What a match. He was smiling through it in the end when he saw how much damage that lunge did. And he actually took it away from Paulasha, who thought she had the game. She led 2-0 and then she celebrated too early in game 4.
We may need a new name for Colin 6. The Master of Reverse Sweep. He did it again. He did it again. How did he do this? Colin, tell us. Look at us. How did you do this? I don't think you can answer right now, but I would like to know, because that was insane. To keep your mentality when you're 0-2 down against a player so good as Paulasha. Wow. That's just... I don't have the words for it. I don't have the words to describe how strong that is. If you can do something like this, why hasn't he won a World Championship yet?
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe he's gonna.
Probably. I mean, he is the #1 predicted for every European, probably for every World Championships, because he keeps winning all of those tournaments, or at least getting to the finals. He is also kind of Mr. Top Guts. There are some events where he does not perform, where he goes, he still wins a lot of games. Like Colin never goes 0-2, but still, there's almost every time a Colin 6 in a Top Cut. And keep in mind, this was a best of 5 in a complete mirror match of 2 of the best trainers that we have in Europe. And there are so many little details, so many intricacies. All of these Pokemon kind of debuff each other or themselves. There was Malamar, Dugong, and there was Ariados. Everything is debuffing in this matchup. You have to take so much into account to play this out.
And can we talk about the Drapion that he brought? It really came through for him. Even against that Dugong, it is not that great of a matchup, but with the shield advantage, it was so fast and so strong. Let's take a look again at how this series went. That was an insane set from both players here, where Paula went 2-0 very quickly. In this first battle, going into that Dugong, she didn't throw the Bone Club into the Ariados, and in that case had the Rock Slide stored, and Colin's win condition was calling the bait. But it wasn't, and Paula took game #1.
That is true. The Dugong wasn't even revealed. Colin didn't know it was a mirror match, and then we're going to see the moment where Paulasha went for the KO. Smartly not throwing an Icy Wind, knowing I need every little bit of damage in this matchup. Doesn't get the knockout, gets the farm down instead.
Indeed. And then from here, Leo, the reverse sweep begun. A great catcher from Paula, but I think she had to catch his on their Dugong that had no HP, because this Ariados was so valuable for her still for the remainder of that game. Colin managed to get 1 game back, and then in game #2, the superpower from the Malamar knocking out that Dugong. And here Paula thought she had won by side-waving down the Ariados, but the Ariados Poison Stung down to triple debuff Malamar. The early celebration kind of hurts there.
Yes, and then Colin had to explain to her, hey, you know, I won this, you know, look at your screen. It's good effort on your side, but here we can see the last Aqua Tail that took out the Ariados. It was so close, a 3-2 reverse sweep on the side of Colin. It was insanity.
The composure is crazy, right? And I also want to point out, by the way, the grand finals sometimes is a grudge match. But Colin has not played against Boom yet. Even though that is going to be the same team as Paula, it is an entirely different player.
Yep, that is true. Boom has proven that he can beat this team. But as you can see, this was an exact mirror match, and both of these trainers went for different strategies after the first game. Both of them wanted to adapt and bring different Pokemon. There is so much flexibility in the meta right now. We have so few hard counters. There's not going to be a Toxapex versus a Azumarill situation in the grand finals as well. So I hope we get a bracket reset and we get like at least 10, at max, 10 games of perfection.
You're talking about hard counts. I feel like that this is about the most flexible as we can get in these kind of matchups. The thing is, you also need to take into account, and I think you said this earlier, the debuffs.
Yeah.
Right? If you lose the lead, you might get debuffed, and that won't help really. Now, that's enough about these strategies. Let's talk about our next players. We have an interview ready with our 2 grand finalists. Take it away.
All right, what a way to set up a grand final. All those 5 games were so close. Colin and Polasha going toe-to-toe, but the person who come out on top was Colin, and he's joined by our other grand finalist, that is Boom. How are both of you feeling? Colin, you go first.
I mean, those are some incredible sweaty games. My mirror rack seemed to lose a bulk point there in the mirror. So I adjust my game plan after that game 1. Went 2-0 down, you know, always keep fighting and managed to pull it off.
Did you also think that you're in game number 4, was it, that last sideway was enough to knock out your Ariados?
I thought I was winning, and then she started cheering, and the judge said it's 3-1. I was like, wait, hold on. I just opened my journal, and yeah, I won. So, right. Funny moment.
I think everybody was on their toes. Boom, you've had an amazing run here so far. I think only undefeated player. How are you feeling going up against the final boss, the previous Lille, actually 2 seasons ago, the Lille Regional Champion, Colin?
Yeah, I think Colin is arguably the best player in this tournament. So he's like the #1 player I did not want to face. And then he just makes a crazy losers run. So now I have to face him, and yeah, I'm not happy with it. But I did also kind of want to face him because like he is the final boss, you know.
I think this is going to be a very common thing that's going to be happening, is that every regional final we're going to see Colin at the,
that would be nice.
At the other side is like, all right, if you're going to win a regional, you got to go through me. So do you guys have, or I know that sometimes you watch the games as well, you make your preparations. So are you guys ready with those preparations? I'm not going to ask you if, what are you going to play, but you guys have something in mind?
I mean, I was backstage when Paula played against Boom. So I saw their games, took a little bit of notes, but to make my own game plan.
Yeah, Boom, for you a specific question as well. You played Paula before. I think you were also expecting or hoping maybe Paula comes back and establishes this grudge match. But now Colin and Paula use the same team of 6. So for you, it's going to be, let's say, trying to run things through from as before?
Yeah, it's like 50-50, right? I've already had some practice against it, but like Colin said, he was able to watch some of my games. So he knows like some of my strats I originally had planned, which I might have to adjust now. We'll see, but I think in general the matchup is very, very neutral. So yep, I think it really can go both ways. And
be a great final.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think it's going to be great.
Yeah, it's one of the great things about this meta is that all of these matchups are so close to each other, and these two are going to set up a great winners final for us. Over to the casters. Let's see what you got.
I cannot wait for this grand finals. And Boom already played against his team. Yeah. He already played against his team, and he said he may have to adjust now. Colin may have seen that matchup as well when he played against Paula. So might already have an idea of how Boom likes to play, but Boom is also a really good player. He knows this, and maybe he could pull something off. It's his first championship. If anyone's unpredictable, it's Boom.
That is definitely true, and even if he has been watched before, he has a full best-of-5 set to figure out Colin's approach to that matchup, because he is the one coming from the winner's side. He has been undefeated so far, a 100% win rate, as you can see here in the winner's bracket.
He defeated LurganRocket early on the day, being so weak to Shadow Magnezone, but still managed to defeat LurganRocket with correct predictions. And speaking of correct predictions, he outpredicted ThoTechtical entirely to defeat him 2-0. Then a convincing 3-1 win against Paulasha, who has the same team against Colin. Now, Colin also started on the winner's side of the bracket, but he lost his first match of the day against Galaxy Bolton. Yeah. He then dropped to the loser's bracket, and he had a crazy long run there.
That is true. As you can see, he was starting in losers round 2 versus Anikor, who also has kicked out the Gengar live before, and then he played versus Tonton, Batuz, and then afterwards a Dutch mirror match against ThoTechtical, just to then get revenge against Galaxy Bolton.
Isn't that crazy that you always, if you get far, you basically just always end up having that kind of grudge match, whether that's from the winners or the losers side. That is the case in this double elimination format. Colin 6, the 2023 Lille champion, defeated the 2024 Lille Regional Champion Galaxy Bolton in that losers semi-finals. An insane run from Colin 6, but let's not forget, all these players are so accomplished that have come here, and so many of these players can be picked if you were to guess who would win the championship.
Yep, all of these big names, most of them have already won a regional. Boom 20 is on his best way to do so for the first time in his first actual tournament, which is funnily enough something that Colin did back in Lille.
He did. When it was Colin's first regional championship, he also won. He had a 100% win rate at the time and also played against ThoTechtical there. Pretty good series.
It's all coming together.
It's all coming together there, yeah. Yeah, some discussion that I sometimes have with Colin and ThoTechtical. Who's the best Dutch battler? Colin making that name for himself right now, on his way to that I think it's the fourth regional championship win even.
Stuttgart, Lille, and Bologna.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, against Tomahawk UK in Bologna.
Not bad.
Indeed, but Boom is on the win side of the bracket. So that means that if Colin wants to win it this time, he needs to, how's that called again? Reset the bracket.
Yeah.
He needs to reset the bracket. He needs to win the first best of 5 and then needs to win a best of 5 again. While Boom only has to win one best of 5 because he hasn't lost in this tournament just yet. So he needs to win one set.
Yep. And what I really like is that Boom is using a Pokemon that has had very good usage stats in Louisville, then dropped on day 2, and everyone thought, hey, I might not need to include this Pokemon in my teams. It is a Pokemon that you made me fall in love with back then in Stuttgart or Lille. It was one of them, Dunsparce.
Dunsparce was at the time a very cool Pokemon to use into a meta full of Ghost and Flying type Pokemon. They're not around here, but there's still a lot of Poison type Pokemon, also Ice type, so Dunsparce still flexing that decent coverage into the meta. Bugs as well. Bugs, yeah, Ariados is there indeed. Just making it a really good pick, and looks actually decent into Colin's team, except for that Kanto Marowak. The thing is, Boom successfully countered the Shadow Marowak earlier, so he knows how to deal with it.
Yep, he has this Shadow Quagsire. I wonder, we call those ground and water type Pokemon Mud Boys. I wonder if it had a higher usage stat in day 2 than Gastrodon.
Perhaps it probably gets close. There were, I believe, I don't think so actually. There were 4 Gastrodon, I believe, to start the day with. Here we see the team from Colin 6 once more, that same team that Palasha had, and it has the Shadow Marowak. One of the ground types of choice, I would say, nowadays.
Well, what do you know? Ground and rock type coverage is incredible. Ground type is such a good.
It's like Dunsparce also has that.
Yeah. Offensive and defensive typing, and what do grounds not like? It is flying types and ice types, and both of those are being covered by rock. You almost hit everything for at least neutral damage.
But there is no flying type on the team of Boom, so it means that the Shadow Marowak is just so strong into his team. He has the Shadow Quagsire instead as a ground type Pokemon. If you look at the team for Colin, actually has a lot of play in there too. The thing about the Ariados as a poison type though, it has Trailblaze. You don't want to take that on your Quagsire. On your Quagsire.
That is a very good point. This deals a lot of damage. I think if it is unboosted, you are barely able to take the first one. Also with the poison sting damage, I think you hang on a little bit. This could come into play at some point. Most of the time, if you're playing out this super neutral scenario where both Pokemon start from scratch, you don't want to take the Trailblaze. I think you're rather shielded.
I think so too, and it also boosts the attack of the Ariados. So positioning the Ariados is just so important. You can have your Drapion to outpace with the Aqua Tail, but the problem is that once Ariados starts debuffing you, it just becomes so tough. Chat, let us know, who do you think is going to win this? Is it going to be newcomer Boom, or is it going to be the final boss Colin 6? Both players had an incredible run today, and I can't wait to see how this is going to unfold.
Yep, our new superstar with his team of 6. 2 water types, 2 poison types, a normal type, and another Pokemon that I just don't have in my head right now. But this is going to be Malamar.
Malamar. And it's actually pretty good for both players as well, right? There's only the Shadow Drapion, and even for that you have the superpower coverage. I love that smile from Boom to the crowd there. Like, yeah, this is gonna happen. We're here in the grand finals. Colin 6 wishing his opponent good luck, and I believe both players are getting ready here. The grand finals at the 2025 Lille Regional Championships are about to start. It is Boom versus Colin 6. Let's see how this is gonna start.
We're almost locked in. Let's see if the players are locked in their heads as well. Can you get into your opponent's head, or are you in your own? What are the mind games of this going to be? We're going to see the leads in very few seconds. It's Azumarill versus Drapion. That's very neutral.
This is a very neutral lead, simply because the Drapion, yes, has super effective poison sting, but the charge attacks are resistant. The more shields there are in play, the better this becomes for Drapion, just because you can get more of that poison sting damage in. That makes this a pretty decent matchup for both players to decide what they want to do. Does Colin want to go for switch advantage, or does Boom just decide to go for shield advantage here?
Critical moment. There is a defense debuff, which makes it way easier for Colin to win this matchup. Boom goes for an Ice Beam bait. He does not want to go for the heavier hitting play rough, and this will not put the Drapion in easy farm range. Immediate swap out into Boom's own Drapion, which is going to outpace the Drapion of Colin to the second Aqua Tail here.
And there's not really an answer on Colin's side here, so he's going for the Aqua Tail to debuff this. It still does decent damage. Then putting this Drapion into lunge range. I do like this play. Boom is now at 2 Aqua Tails, but goes for the crunch instead. If Colin thinks he's gonna go for double Aqua Tail, he would no-shoot, and he does! Crunch gonna land. This takes a huge chunk out of this spider. Rum, rum, rum.
This was a lot of damage indeed. The lunge is going to be fired off here, debuffing the attack of Boom, but Boom is already at more than an Aqua Tail, is going to be able to control the pace of the game here, to control the energy. I don't care about this debuff. I have all the energy that I need, and this is going to knock out regardless.
I don't want to jinx this, but here's the thing for Colin. You can't use shields. You cannot. Look at the back line. We have the Ariados here, and he actually catches the charge attack. The Trailblaze! This is double resisted even. It would buff the attack of the Ariados of Colin, but the problem is, this is all resisted. It doesn't do much damage anyway. Trying to get back into his Drapion. He needs to get the charge attack in immediately, because if any of this damage goes into the Malamar, Colin would lose, so he needs to be quick here.
And Boom throws the lunge here, but doesn't look too happy about it. Colin has some energy left on this Shadow. Drapion is going to farm up to actually 2 crunches almost. Can't throw 2 crunches. Is going to throw here. This will almost knock out. The shield is going to be used by Boom. We're all out of shields here.
Oh man, look at the back line. No shields in play. Aqua Tail comes through. Boom is not liking this. Leo, I want you to take a close look at Boom's face once he sees the Malamar come in. Because it's not going to appreciate that launch. Colin knows he might not even bring in the Malamar because he still has a little bit on the Ariados left. But there's energy on Boom's Pokemon as well, right? On the Ariados.
Don't forget, there's also, if you want to play out versus the Malamar, oh, this is very controlling for Boom right here. The question is he going to be farmed down? But there's also the Azumarill in the back with no shields. This is going to deal a lot of damage with Play Rough onto the Malamar. Can Boom take this game? Only 2 Poison Stings needed for lunge. This lunge is boosted. This lunge is double super effective. Colin puts down the phone. Let's get it.
Boom! 1-hit knockout. Boom takes game number 1.
I don't think that Boom needs a nickname. The name stands for itself. This is 1-hit KOs. This is pure dominance. Almost.
I was gonna kill 1 here easily, is what Boom's thinking here. He's 1-0 up in his grand finals. Do keep in mind, Colin's full power, it evolves when he's 2-0 down. So be careful of that as Boom, right? Otherwise you might just get reverse sweeped.
That is true. Also, little correction here, he does not have 3 medals. He has 3 gold medals and then plenty of others.
It's true, yeah. That's crazy, actually. He also was indeed the finalist at 2024 Dortmund. This is the time for Colin to try and make that comeback already. He had a tough time against Paula. Here you see again those accolades, and he needs to do it again to come back in this matchup. He's done it before. Let's see if he can do it again.
Yep, champion finalist. This is mighty impressive. Colin 6 is one of the best trainers we have in the entire world. But can he beat Boom? The odds are in Boom's favor. He is in the winner's bracket. He is allowed to lose a best of 5, but he's not trying to. He is 1-0 up, and this game was dominant. This was the 3 Pokeball flex.
It was. You know what I also like to point out, by the way? I think I heard the crowd going like Boom as well. I don't know if they were calling his name or trying to boom with us, but if that's the case, you know, we appreciate you. We like to get the hype in these battles. This is the grand finals at the 2nd European Regional Championship. And I think both trainers are ready again. Boom on the left side, Colin on the right side. Let the second game of this matchup begin. Here we go, we have the leads. It's a Shadow Quagsire into the Shadow Marowak.
And this is a good lead for Boom 20, but this is not as catastrophic as it seems when you just look at the typing. Immediate swap out from Colin into the Dugong, and that is going to mean that Boom can easily just throw a Stone Edge here, does throw it on perfect timing, which is sometimes a bit tricky when there is a switch out involved. Is this going to be shielded? Yes, this is a shield, but this is already a shield drawn out. There's an Ariados in the back.
There's the thing now, you can, I get you get on charge stack priority on the second charge stack here. So first Ice Wind going through, gonna put this Ariados a little bit lower, but this Dugong is not exactly in range yet of that Trailblaze, so it can hang on here. Is Colin going for good timing? Yes, he is, but that will allow Boom to throw this Trailblaze without taking a next debuff.
Yep, that is true. Colin thinking that would maybe go on charge attack priority, trying to get more advantage by sneaking in another Ice Shard. Going in with the Icy Wind here. This could be a shield applied for Boom. It will be close to knocking out the Ariados, but can it hang on with enough HP to get some more poison sticks in? It just needs...
Oh! The Marowak coming in, taking out the Ariados before it can do anything. In comes the Quagsire again. As you said at the start of the battle, this is not exactly the worst matchup for the Marowak because it can hang on to one single Aqua Tear here, and the Mudslap damage really adds up on the Shadow variant of this Quagsire.
The Shadow Kanto Marowak is so good, but look at the amount of this damage. So little energy, so much power. We're going to shield up the Bone Club. Is this the chance for Boom to go for a full farm down against this Marowak? And this is looking good for the farm down. Oh, goes for the charge attack priority.
He loses charge attack priority here. The Quagsire is just a little bit bulkier than the Marowak, and now all the energy is lost. It's going to be the Drapion, but it gets a good farm down here against the Ariados. This is still the Dugong as well, though, from Colin.
Yeah, sometimes, gotta say, this Mudslap still dealt a lot of damage, but there's so many debuffs, no way to clear them. There is still a shield for Colin.
The bait, the Aqua Tail bait. Is Colin going to call this? Last time he got chomped on by a crunch on his Ariados, and he does no shield. What a great call from Colin, the final boss.
Splish, splash, not much damage applied. Their launch is going to connect, and it's going to be even less damage in the future because those Aqua Tails can't knock out. I think a Crunch at this point would barely not knock out anymore, but we're going to go into the Dugong. Boom can farm up a lot of energy, but it comes as the cost for the damage of Colin. Colin wins this game, ties it up 1-1.
1-1. What a great play from Colin there. Calling that bait, the Aqua Tail instead of the Crunch. The Crunch would have done so much damage, but the thing is, Colin knows he can take one charge stack at least. He still had another shield as well, and he realized as soon as he landed one launch, he could just go into the Dugong because Ice Shard does more damage. It's not resisted like the Poison Sting is, so the Dugong could just take down that little bit remaining of the Drapion there.
Yep, that is definitely true. Dugong is... We have seen many Dugong farm downs in this tournament. Maybe we have also seen many of those because Dugong is in every single game, basically. As Ariados, so dominant is Dugong as well. It is incredibly strong. This meta is all about debuffing, and I thought we were seeing this with Scald in the last season.
I think so too, honestly. Now, what I want to point out as well, I was just curious. The charge stack priority between Marowak and Quagsire, it's super close. They have very equal attack, but I think that Colin might just have a little bit more attack on his Marowak, and that allowed him to win the charge stack priority. That really threw Boom off guard there.
Yeah, but that is crucial information for him to use in the next maybe 8 games that are going to happen. It is 1-1 in the first round of this grand finals. The bracket hasn't been reset yet. Boom is still undefeated when it comes to matches in this tournament.
And let's see if he can keep it that way, because it's 1-1 right now. Colin made a tremendous play there, bringing the Kanto Marowak. That's a Pokemon that ThoTechtical also relied on, and Boom was able to handle that. But this time it kind of threw him off guard there. Even though he had a decent lead where he had the Quagsire into that Shadow Marowak, Colin was still able to get through here. I think Colin is ready. Boom's still looking through his team sheet to see, what should I bring, and what is my opponent maybe not bringing?
Yep, that is so interesting because all of these Pokemon are so incredibly neutral. We have seen Drapion, we have seen Ariados from Colin. We haven't seen the Dunsparce on the side of Boom, which is very, very strong into those two specific Pokemon because of this Drill Run Rock Slide combination and of course the rollout damage. We're going to see the leads for the next one. That is Shadow Quagsire versus the Malamar. That's interesting.
This is a very neutral matchup between these two Pokemon. I think we're basically always looking at the Ariados in the back. Colin probably happy there's no Ariados to see here, even though that the Malamar doesn't do that terrible in it. A launch would do a lot, of course. The first foul play is going through. I believe this might put Quagsire very close to the red.
Yep, this could be a shield farm down range combination. Actually, not at all. We're still at about 25% HP on the side of Boom. And as the foul play was thrown, the Shadow Quagsire can outpace the Malamar to the next charge attack.
And no shielding the first one. The Stone Edge would have done much more damage, but it was unlikely that Boom would go for that immediately either way. Aqua Tail comes out so quickly as well, and Colin does decide to go for switch advantage. This Malamar could still be very important for him. And Boom decides to go into Drapion immediately here, going for the superpower. This is going to do a lot of damage if it goes unshielded. Oh no, not superpower! This is going to put it in... this is going to delete like 50% health.
But Boom must know that this is a superpower. There is no reason to throw a foul play in that scenario, because you're always going to swap out that Malamar in that scenario, because Psywaves don't deal a lot of damage. We're going in the mirror match. The Aqua Tail is being thrown by the Shadow Drapion from Boom 20.
This is charge attack priority again, but this time Boom wins charge attack priority, and that's also valuable information. I don't think you can undercharge this as Colin though, because Boom is one poisoning away from the Aqua Tail. Never mind anyway, because Boom puts him on Protect Shield here.
He has the shield advantage and he wants to use it as well, and he's going to throw the Aqua Tail now on a possible charge attack priority event again. Colin knows he's going to lose this, so why not just overfarm anyways? Puts up a shield, wants to keep this Shadow Drapion in play. There is Shadow Quagsire and Ariados in the back.
Oh!
No, Ariados trying to go for a catch here.
An attempt to catch, but you have to throw either way, otherwise this Quagsire gets to an Aqua Tail. Water is being splashed all over the battlefield here, taking out this Quagsire. What are you going with Boom now? Colin already has another Aqua Tail loaded, and both Pokemon really don't like to take that. Both the Ariados and the Drapion. In fact, you can't even farm down this Drapion, so you have to come in with one of those Pokemon to try and take it out. Let's see. Boom has to shield it, I think.
I think this Drapion is just being the next shield for Boom. No, puts up a shield. Wants to keep this energy in play. Wants to keep this Pokemon in play. Knows those Poison Sting are not going to deal a lot of damage. Throws...
Oh! The catch from Colin, predicting that Boom would throw as soon as he got the Aqua Tail, because Boom knows he wins charge attack priority. What an incredible play there from Colin, catching the charge attack.
But he has two, so that's fine for him. No, he throws another one. This is the Pokemon he originally wanted to KO, and now it all comes down to a little bit of an Ariados mirror matchup. The thing is, the advantage will be in Colin's favor in terms of pacing, because he gets to swap in the Pokemon first. So he throws a lunge in the beginning, but Boom has another advantage. He can clear the debuff soon.
Wow, what a turn of events here. Now looking so good for Colin, because he gets the first debuff off. But keep in mind that if the Ariados from Colin gets debuffed a lot, it might not even be able to Poison Sting down the Drapion in the end game, and then Drapion might be able to get to an attack from Boom. So this game is not over just yet.
We're going to see some Poison Stings applied. We know that Colin has the one-turn advantage. Waits a turn here, knows the timer isn't up, but just for good manners, throws another lunge, will significantly debuff the Ariados of Boom, and the timer is still not up, so I think it is very, very reasonable to go for another one here.
Another thing to keep in mind, Boom can switch out as well to clear the debuff, and then his lunge will do more damage again. I think it's for Colin, it's probably relevant to keep some energy, so he can straight up debuff again. Going for the lunge here again. Colin is building up energy. He needs to make sure that he has energy for Boom, but Boom didn't clear the debuff. This lunge doesn't do as much damage now.
No, Boom did not clear it. That is very, very interesting. Gets hit with another lunge. Colin 6 is almost at 2 lunges.
Out? It barely does. He needs to throw another charge attack here.
Yep, and he also gets to it. Now there's maybe a catch.
Oh, he tried! Can he get to an attack? No! Colin waits again, the final boss. You can't get past him this easy. Colin takes the lead here. He's now 2-1.
Look at his smile right there. There was a little smirk, Colin. Don't you think we didn't see it? 5 seconds of grinning, knowing I activated my final boss mode.
Yeah, there's that sweet smile, but behind that is the competitor that can take on anyone. Boom is now, I think this might be like one of the, it's just the first time that Boom is behind, isn't he?
Yeah, but I was just curious to ask, he gets outpaced anyways. Drapion will go down in 2 Poison Stings. Why didn't he just clear the debuff before he threw his last lunge?
I guess maybe he knows that he would lose charge attack priority, so it may not matter as much. But I do agree that it would have been more efficient for his lunge damage to swap in the Drapion earlier on, so he clears like the 3 attack drops, and then perhaps his lunge may knock out the Ariados from Colin. So maybe a little bit of an oversight, but he could have also known perhaps somehow that he would lose charge attack priority and then lunge wouldn't knock out either way.
Yep, that is also a possibility. There were some poison stings flying into the Shadow Drapion before it got farmed down, so that gave Colin even more of an advantage there. Might get to the 2 lunges that are necessary in this scenario. Boom won the first game, lost 2 afterwards. What can he do? It is game point for Colin 6 to reverse the bracket, and this is what he does best. But I mean, it wouldn't be a Colin show if this didn't go to game 5, right?
It's true. It's true. He also had it against him once, by the way. In Dortmund, Colin came from the winner's side of the bracket to the grand finals, and then there was Arceus Aurelius, who then reset the bracket and defeated Colin. So it's not exactly impossible to defeat Colin in a scenario like this, but he does seem to be exceptionally good at grand finals. He's a really good closer.
Yep, and I think he was really, really close at winning this last game of the grand finals in Dortmund as well. He was just very close to winning with an Incinerate against Registeel, but that doesn't matter. That's way in the past. We're seeing a very good lead for Boom. Actually, not very good, but it is slightly decent.
It's not spider season according to Boom, it's spider hunting season. In comes Malamar, answered by the Azumarill. What a great prediction here from Boom, adapting to the usage of Colin so far in this matchup. Malamar can actually win this as long as 2 shields are in play for both Pokemon, because the Psywave damage will add up so much that even this resisted damage is going to be very valuable. Let's see if that's what Colin wants to do here.
He's chipping down with those Psywaves. Of course, bubbles also do add up. A Play Rough would put it in farm down range or knock it out. It would be super effective. It is a strong attack. Colin puts up a shield, of course. Now there is 1 shield less. This is still a decent matchup for Boom.
What I like about Colin's lineup here is that he baits out the Azumarill with the Malamar. This will free up the Shadow Marowak in the back. But the problem is, or what I don't like as much about it, is that Colin doesn't even realize how good that Shadow Marowak otherwise with 2 shields would have been into the Dunsparce and the Ariados backline. Now he doesn't have shields anymore, and Boom's likely swapping out. He's swapping back into the Dunsparce, which is quite pro to superpower if unshielded.
I mean, he wants to maybe put it all on the back of the Ariados. No, goes for a shield. He knows this is going to debuff the Malamar. If Malamar wants to throw another attack, it will be debuffed. No, doesn't. Now we go into an energy dry. Shadow Marowak without any kind of shields. This is almost 2 Drill Run. Will this do enough to put it to half health?
It doesn't. And that makes this matchup so awkward, because look at how close it gets. Rollout, the fast attack from Dunsparce is also resisted. It's barely not going to do enough to take out the Marowak in 2 charge stacks here. And I think at this point, Boom needs to find the win condition in his Ariados, because he needs to get to a charge stack on the Malamar, but then there's also still that full Ariados lurking in the back. What looked so bad for Colin at first with the lead and the swap in is now suddenly a pretty good position for him.
Yeah, but the good thing about this matchup is it is put into farm down range. Oh, there goes for the Bone Club, takes out the Azumarill, but then there is still some health left on that Dunsparce and the Ariados as
See
well.
what he did? He didn't tap the screen because he wanted to get more energy. And Colin, undercharges, recognizes, makes sure that Boom does not get any energy on Ariados. What a high-level play that we have here at the Lille Grand Finals.
Yep, and now the Ariados is being sent in by Boom. Takes a lot of damage from those Psywaves from Malamar. You kind of want to shield that even though you don't know the last Pokemon on the side of Colin. What can you do here? You're going to be in the energy advantage in the mirror match. However, you take so much damage from those Psywaves. What a catch on the Ariados. This is resisted.
Plus, he snuck in a Poison Sting. Colin swapped and got in a Poison Sting. This will allow him to get to the next launch before, but it looks like Boom decides to swap in immediately. He needs to get the Rock Slide. This may be crucial in this matchup. Rock Slide's not going to knock out yet, but it's going to put Colin in a really difficult position.
That is going to be so big. Even an Undercharge really does not want to. Oh, Poison Stings, we're going to see. Are we knocking each other out? Oh, the Ariados knocks out the Dunsparce.
Hold up. How much energy is there?
Double
Almost no energy. How much energy is there in the Malamar? Because
after
these 2 launches, the timer will be up. If Colin can get to the foul play before that, that might be actually a very critical point here. The next launch coming through, I think the timer's up after this.
This is still decent damage. Can Colin go for the combo play? He still has 3 seconds left afterwards. Swaps in the Malamar. The Malamar's already at the move. Throws the Super Power. The Ariados is deep in the red. The Super Power is going to knock out and reset the bracket.
Colin 6 with those 3 wins in a row. Superpower goes through and Colin resets the bracket.
Incroyable! This player is just crazy. He once again resets a bracket in the grand finals. Colin 6, how many times have we yelled his name here?
Well, he's in a lot of battles, so I think that's very many. Wow, what a play from both trainers. You think that these matchups might take a while just because these Pokemon keep debuffing each other, but that's not the case. These are some of the best games I've seen in a while.
Wow, when timer actually, when timer. We had to sit down for a while. We were standing, crying, screaming at the screen this game. This was very intense, and it was a 3-1 even. We thought, okay, boom. There have been so many players who have been bracket reset by Colin already, but boom, he didn't have that intention. He straight up won the first game, but then 3 games in a row, Colin just activated the final boss mode.
Colin is just welcoming him to the Play Pokemon circuit. This is what the championship series are. It's gonna take the best to win all of it. Chad, I want to know from you, do you think it's gonna be Colin? Did he find his final form? Or is Boom going to make a comeback? Boom has proven to make incredible plays against incredible players and read their minds flawlessly. So even though he lost 1-3 in the first best of 5, I don't think he's entirely out yet here.
No, I think that Colin got a little bit into his head there in this best of 5, but then we have some time to clear our heads here as the players. We have some time to watch the highlights of the last game as well, see how Colin maneuvered himself to victory there. Boom, very well played in the first game, caught a lunge, which is also, or caught the Trailblaze actually, which was a maneuver that Colin did in the last game to secure everything there. And Boom is just outpacing here. Gets the lunge off, and this was a nice boom.
Yeah, that took out a lot of health from this Malamar. Boom, indeed. Honoring his name here, Malamar going down, and this looked rough for Colin, right? Because we saw him go 0-2 down versus Paula, and then he goes 1-0 down versus Boom here. But we see again the flexibility that Colin has and how he adapts to the gameplay of his opponent, recognizes the key points, how Boom plays, catches the Aqua Tail on the Malamar, which was crucial to set up his Ariados for a victory here.
Yeah. This was also a great not catch on Colin's side. He just waited there, knew that he's going to take out the Ariados with a lunge afterwards. And now we're going to go over. This was the 2-1 for Colin. Now the deciding match of the first grand finals here, with the bracket not being reset, the superpower coming through. It is double resisted, does not matter.
Honestly, I may have even doubted if this would nuke out because double resisted. But I think at this point, Colin was like, I can't take any chances. I need to get my charge stick off. If I don't get the charge stick off before the Ariados does, I lose this battle. That was an interesting end game because Boom gave Colin the opportunity to farm up more energy, and because he was able to farm up more energy, he stalled the clock so long all the way until he was able to swap out and get to the Malamar's charge stack.
And even if that superpower doesn't knock out, he has another Pokemon in the back. He just needs to put it in farm down range, and he did so much damage with those Psy Waves. Malamar was a little bit shy this tournament in the beginning, you know, it didn't come out that much, but now we can see the power of Malamar if it's in the hand of Colin 6.
You think that Azumarill is a good counter. Colin shows that Azumarill is not that great of a Malamar counter. The more shields there are in play, the better Malamar can be because it can rely on the fast attack pressure. But here we go. We have the grand finals reset. The first game is going to start. It's going to be Boom, 20 on the left. The final was Colin 6 on the right. It is the Azumarill into the Ariados. This is a fantastic lead for Colin.
Boom probably anticipating a Malamar, immediately save switching into the Shadow Drapion, which is really, really good. There is no direct answer on the side of Colin. Can still outpace here to the Aqua Tail. Nice backup strategy from...
I think there is actually, because Colin brought the Shadow Marowak, but probably waits for the Aqua Tail damage, because that is super effective on the Marowak, and otherwise the Marowak cannot get the Mustap down entirely.
Phenomenal observation, Martijn.
Thank you. I
missed that.
I'm watching the same battle.
That is true. We see Mudslap after Mudslap here. The Aqua Tail was used. Can he reach another one? No, he doesn't. Can't. It is the full farm down. This Shadow Marowak is loaded with energy.
And the good thing for Colin here is he didn't even need to use a shield, but because he took an Aqua Tail on his Ariados, that does leave the Ariados more prone to an Ice Beam from Azumarill. So I think Boom may be in somewhat of an okay position. The problem is though, with those shields up, that Malamar in the back is still pretty good for Colin into the Ariados from Boom.
Yep, that is true. However, when Colin goes into the Ariados as well to clear off this Azumarill, oh, we go for a Poison Sting. here. That is very, very strong. But now Colin has the option to go into Malamar, to use 2 shields against those debuffing attacks, and then in the end clear the attack again. Go into this Ariados to maybe catch a charge attack, but deal so much damage in the process.
Yeah, Azumarill's energy may be very important for later. It's for Colin important to get those shields down, so both Pokemon are prone to it. Let's see, first power play coming through. The Ariados is quite low, but with the next debuff, I believe that it will be able to get to another charge stack here.
Yep, there is going to be the lunge right here. We can see in this 2-shield scenario if Colin is going to be able to farm down, or if Boom is maybe perhaps switching out into the Azumarill. Timer should be down soon. Let's it go, actually. And I like this play because he knows what's in the back. He knows that he has a move stored.
Does it knock out? If it doesn't knock out, then you might get debuffed yourself. Maybe you have to shield something. Looks like Boom is going to put up his last protections. He needs to debuff this Pokemon and then land an Ice Beam. But this is not going to pull a shield, I think.
Oh, but this is going to maybe put this in bubble down range. Did Colin just overestimate the strength of his own Ariados? Is going to farm up a lot, of course. No shields on the side of Boom. Knows that he can win the charge attack priority. Actually lets him throw the charge attack here. Puts up another shield. Knows that the Azumarill might not have enough energy to get to a charge attack. And throws a Trailblaze here in this matchup.
I think he needs to boost his attack back so he can take on the Azumarill. But the Azumarill is too healthy and has that HP that can take on the Trailblaze. It goes into the Azumarill. It has a little bit of energy.
Oh, it has a lot of energy. Oh, it has a lot of energy. There is no shield on the side of Colin. The Ice Beam is going to connect and take out the Ariados.
Boom is going with the Ice Beam here and takes game number 1 in the Grand Finals reset. Despite a terrible lead against the final boss, he's able to come back. And now he's ahead in the Grand Finals reset.
This was shocking. I thought Colin had this easy, but then he just let go the Malamar.
He seemed to have all the answers, right? He had the Ariados into the Azumarill, he had the Shadow Marowak into the Shadow Drapion, but because he lost so much HP on the Ariados, he was just so prone to the energy of the Azumarill that he had to be very picky with using his shields. And because he let the Malamar go as well, the Ariados from Boom was just way too healthy to take out afterwards.
Yeah, I thought he had this. I thought we had a clear game plan, Colin. But Boom managed to come out of this game victorious. Now he's leading again. Keep in mind, yes, Colin won the bracket reset. But that, as it sounds, it just resets everything. Now Boom is in the lead again. The pressure is on Colin here.
How do you deal with that pressure? You need to make some good calls again, but do keep in mind that in the previous set, Colin was also 1-0 down, and in that set, he won 3 battles in a row. So how are you going to adapt here? Last time he did with the Malamar, but that secret is kind of out already. Maybe it's time for Dugong to come back.
Oh, Dugong would be something that I would like to see. However, we have seen Ariados, we have seen Dunsparce on the side of Boom. So Dugong is a little hard to bring sometimes, but maybe he finds a niche scenario where he can bring it. And we're seeing the Psychic Cup Slayer. This is Malamar Mirror.
This is an interesting matchup because the Psywave are a lot on the screen and they deal no damage at all. They deal no damage. This is triple resisted. We don't have immunity typings in Pokemon Go, so Psychic resisted single times and Dark resisted double times. But going into the Drapion, just keeping that energy, but now you have to take a superpower and it does so much damage.
Yeah, but the Drapion basically used like a damage sponge in many of these games because it never gets one-hit KO'd. It always just takes some damage. Oh, the Shadow Quagsire is being brought in here. It can take a charge attack as well. Can shield the other one and maybe go for a huge farm down because Mudshot got changed. It provides less energy but deals more damage.
And with that defense drop, you might go for an Aqua Tail to get a shield advantage here. Otherwise, I don't think that an Aqua Tail would have knocked out. In fact, he's letting it go. Is this Aqua Tail going to knock out? It's getting really close. This has been debuffed. And yes, it does knock out. Colin flips switch advantage, but it only allows Boom to farm more energy.
Yes, but it looked like a little bit of more energy, I thought, but the Psywave still dealt a lot of damage, even though it was resisted. We're going to go for a superpower here. Colin's switch timer must be up, right?
Oh, putting up the shield here. I don't think you want to switch out as Colin just yet because the energy from Malamar on Ariados does. Never mind, he goes there. But this is going to do a lot of damage as foul play. Let's see. Go for the first foul play. You gotta shield something as Colin right now. You have 2 protect shields, and there's the first one from Colin.
You have to shield at some point. He's going to go for a the lunge is not going to connect here because we're just farming up a little bit more. You have to lunge eventually as well still. So we're going to throw here. We're going to debuff the Ariados. So that is advantageous for Colin. However, the Psywave damage previously dealt so much, there might be a chance for Boom to win this Ariados Mirror matchup.
I don't know if that's going to play out entirely because the clocks are misaligned. That means that Colin at some point can switch out again into his own Malamar, and I think that is what he wants to keep his shield for, because otherwise that launch will take out the Malamar in one attack. Now, I think that Colin's Malamar is so low that even the opposing Malamar will knock it out with one charge sec as well. Valplin's power do like 50% there. First we gotta get through this one, and Boom is playing it very smart. He's farming up energy, because if he threw immediately, it would leave Colin easy to switch out.
That is true. Very, very far ahead thinking from Boom 20 right here. Goes up to 2 lunges, throws one. The question is now, how much damage, how much energy does Colin 6's Ariados have? Can you switch in your own Malamar? Yes, he goes for it. Colin also attempts to switch. Both have a superpower. This is similar energy on both, but the HP advantage is on the side of Boom. Colin is going to throw a superpower immediately. A shield is being put up by Boom. Can Boom win this? Is a foul play or a superpower enough after the debuff?
Who's going to win charge attack priority? Both Pokemon are at the superpower. Here we go. And Boom wins charge attack priority. Now you got to use a shield as Colin. This is incredibly important in this match. But here's the other thing. Maybe you may be able to farm down as Colin here, because the Cyrif do almost no damage. Boom is in a very tough spot here.
Yeah, the debuff from the superpower, because you won the charge attack priority, that's actually bad for you, because now the superpower knocks out. But you can't throw a lunge! You can't throw a lunge! It is going to knock out the Malamar, but how much HP is on the Ariados on the side of Colin 6? What is going to happen in this mirror match?
He has the launch! Colin ties up the score!
And boss mode activated once again. Gets out with the spider, jump scares Boom with another lunge to knock out and finish this game too. The game is tied again. There is no advantage on either side.
These matchups take a while with all those debuffs around, but with the shorter switch clock that we have in this new meta, after about 2 lunges from each Pokemon, you can switch out again and just clear the debuffs. Try to maneuver with energy on other Pokemon as well. These sets are crazy. Both players just dancing around with Ariados and Malamar. The highlights of the season are making an appearance here in the Grand Finals.
Martijn, you as an extremely proficient player who has been in many top cuts, do you just calm down in this situation? Because the game, in the end, it was very hectic. How important is it to breathe through here?
It takes such a toll on your mental, really, because losing a game like this is rough, especially if you were to win a lead like we saw in the previous game. But that was hard for Colin. Keeping your cool here, it means that you need to think of a strategy that could work. Maybe that your opponent already knows but doesn't expect again, or maybe something entirely new. Maybe you need to run a risky line here. Keeping your head up is what both players need to do here. Both players have lost one game and have won one game here. The pressure is high on both players. Boom wants to win his first championship ever, and Colin looking to add his 4th gold medal to his collection.
The stakes are getting higher every single game, because the match won't be finished after this one, but you have match point to be the Lille Regional Champion, either for the first time or once again.
That's gonna be it indeed. Both players are looking through these teams. At some point, I think you kind of can't predict which Pokemon come out. I bet the Ariados will be again on both sides because it's so strong. Colin has the Shadow Marowak, but there's no Clotsire or something. Here we go. Game number 3 between these 2 players. Chat, audience, I want to hear your support for these trainers. This is a great lead for Colin. Drop you into Malamar, but looks like Boom staying in.
Yeah, the backline does not look like it wants to get crunched immediately. We're going to throw a crunch on the side of Colin. Maybe Boom's strategy is to go up to almost 2 superpowers and then throw one to switch out afterwards. Try to get a little bit of damage onto the Shadow Drapion to get into a possible farm down range.
I think he wants to pull a shield advantage in case there will be a Malamar in the back, so he could take it out with 1 lunge in the back. Going into the Quagsire, going into the Poison type. You think this Poison type isn't good into Quagsire, but it has Trailblaze, and not even going for the Stone Edge. Wants to get that Aqua Tail immediately. I don't know if I agree with this play, because this doesn't pull a shield exactly. Never mind, it does pull a shield. Even though it wasn't as threatening as a Stone Edge, Colin wants to preserve as much HP on his Pokemon as possible.
Is that incredible mind games right now? A shield signalizing, hey, I want to not take this undebuffed damage. But Boom is not falling for this bait. He's going to shield up the Trailblaze. He's going to not get taken out immediately. The attack rose on the Ariados, but how important is that? Aqua Tail is going to deal a tremendous amount of damage, even though it's not super effective.
That does a lot of damage. I'm not sure if the Quagsire can actually flip this. I don't think so. It wouldn't need to knock it out in 3 much, but this Ariados is just barely bulky enough. Going for another Trailblaze, not taking any chance with a potential lunge bait. And this does leave the Ariados very low and very prone to take it out with... Big. No, he gets the Macho down. That's crazy.
If Colin had baited with a lunge, this might not have happened before. And now the Shadow Quagsire is in there. It's sitting big. It's not debuffed. It has 1.5 Aqua Tails, 2 Aqua Tails even against the Shadow Marowak. This only has 1 shield. This is going to deal so much damage.
Aqua Tail comes through, washes all over the Shadow Marowak. You need to catch an attack at some point, I think, as Colin. Is he going to try to do it? No, he's not. The thing is, if you know there's Ariados in the back, Rock Slide might be so important. What do you shield here as Colin?
Boom knows he's going to lose the charge attack priority. We saw that earlier. Takes out a shield, has the move. Colin waits a turn, swaps into the Drapion now. The Super Power is already loaded up on the side of Boom. There's going to be an Aqua Tail. How is this game going to turn out? Boom still has the Quagsire in the back.
This leaves Boom for an incredible farm down on either one of his Pokemon here, on both the Ariados and the Quagsire. Quagsire comes in, Quagsire is popping off, and it farms down the Drapion before we get to a charge attack. Now going for the Aqua Tail, but we know that he wins charge attack priority. Now you need to farm down with the Ariados, but if Colin gets to a Rock Slide, it might get really close.
Yeah, but the Ariados has so much damage with those Poison Sting. This is a slither of health, and this is going to be boom, boom, boom!
He wins game number 3 and is again in the lead. He's 1 win away from winning the 2025 Lille Regional Championship. And against who? It is against the final boss, Colin 6, probably the most experienced player in the Grand Finals. Is Colin able to make a comeback here?
The most prestigious regionals are the ones that you win versus Colin in the finals. So far, there was only 1 trainer who has beat Colin 6 in a grand finals, and that was Arceus Aurelius. Can Boom be the second one?
Arceus Aurelius not in this tournament, maybe even a blessing for Colin. But now there's Boom, and Boom is playing out of his mind. Yes, you can have all these accolades from Colin. They're incredibly impressive. Boom doesn't have any because this is his first championship.
Which is also impressive.
Exactly, because look at how far he got. Imagine having a 100% win rate. That's always something good to have, no?
Yeah, 100% seems kind of decent. To be honest, he has lost the bracket reset, so maybe it is not exactly 100, but I think we count the Grand Finals as a whole, right?
That is true. Well, let's just keep it in terms of Championship Series, and if he were to win. But again, we saw Colin come back in the Grand Finals reset as well. If anyone can keep their cool, it would be Colin. And Colin can make some really good team reads too. We saw a good adaptation there from Boom with that Quagsire. Quagsire was just so difficult for Colin there. With that energy advantage, it just won against Ariados when 2 shields were up at the start. That might be new information for Boom as well, and he could adapt that. He could use that. If I can just swap in my Quagsire at some point, Colin will have no answer as long as I have 2 shields up.
Yep, that is true. The way he played out this matchup versus the Ariados with those Trailblazers didn't fall for it. This could have, baits could have been huge on the side of Colin. This could have switched the entire game because he actually got a very, very close farm down on the Quagsire versus the Ariados. If he had lunged, I think he would have reached another Trailblaze and knocked out the Shadow Quagsire, but that didn't happen. Boom leads 2-1. This is match point for the regional championships here in Lille, and the lead goes to Colin.
Colin with that Drapion, but we saw this earlier as well. Looks like Boom is pulling off that same strategy here. This is a great lead for the Drapion. And here we see the superpower again. This time Colin doesn't throw a charge attack first, taking the charge attack here. If the Quagsire now comes in, it would have to take that crunch, which does a lot of damage. And let's see, going into the Ariados, instead immediately banking the energy. This is interesting. Now let's see if Colin is going to play this different.
Yep, we see Boom. There is a lot of energy on the Shadow Drapion. Didn't bother to throw even an Aqua Tail, but the Aqua Tail is being shielded on the side of Colin here. Goes for a Trailblaze or a lunge. We have seen how it plays out last time. Goes for the Trailblaze. Is Boom predicting a huge debuff here, or is he predicting the Grass type attack? Shields the Trailblaze up. Quagsire hangs on for another day.
Colin 6 is not taking any chances with potential lunge baits. No shooting this Aqua Tail. This looks like the previous game here. We know that Quagsire can get the full poison thing down unless Colin goes for a lunge here, but no. goes for a Trailblaze. And Boom knows that he can get the Mud Shot down here. But perhaps this might open up for Colin because the clock is up now. He can switch out into the Malamar. He swaps out, needs the energy here. This is going to be super crucial. There's not a lot of HP left on all the Pokemon of Colin. He's going to get really close.
Oh, it's very, very interesting as well that Colin didn't throw a superpower immediately. Makes sense because he would be debuffed in the next matchup as well. Aqua Tail is going to connect a foul play, almost going to knock out from this range. Aqua Tail looks like it might be able to knock out here if it goes unshielded.
It's gonna get really close. Colin puts up his last Protect Shield here. In goes the Malamar. Squid Game time. And now you need two foul players. Colin to knock it out. Oh, goes for the superpower instead. This costs a little bit less energy. I'm not sure if the second one will knock out though. And then there's still the Ariados in the back from Boom as well.
A superpower and swap? No, we can't swap. We are still locked in this one. Colin goes for the next one. The Malamar on the side of Boom is very, very low here. I think this might be a knockout, or will Boom get an attack of... No, it gets knocked out. He has the Shadow Quagsire. He has the Ariados. The timer is up for Colin. Brings in the Drapion that has to Aqua Tail. Goes for a crunch here. Is this going to knock out?
I think it's getting so close to knocking out. Drapion comes in with a crunch. Here we go. Chop, chop, chop. Knocks it out. In comes the Ariados. And it's going to get crucial. Can't get the poisoning down here. The crunch going to do so much damage to the Ariados. We've seen this before, but Colin still has his own Ariados as well. Can it take the lunge? This is gonna get down to the wire.
This deals so much damage, but the Ariados on Colin's side is so incredibly low. Defense.
He goes down with the Aqua Tail.
He has 1.5 lunges. Is that enough on the back of Ariados to win this game against Ariados on Colin's side? And the Malamar as well. He wants to bring no Pokemon in there. There is so much energy. He farms up a little more. He goes to 2 moves. He goes to 2 moves. Boom goes to 2 moves.
That means he has 2 Charge Sticks loaded. Colin has 2 Pokemon left. He has another attack. Ariados has a high attack, wins charge attack priority. Here we go. The launch of the Malamar goes to Boom! It's going to be your 2025 Lille Regional Champion.
One more time. Let's get it. Boom! 20 wins the Pokémon Go Regional Championships here in Lille. He's debuted on the competitive circuit. This is absolutely incredible.
Defeating 3-time regional champion Colin 6 on his first ever play Pokémon Championship. What an incredible performance from Boom. If you didn't know Boom yet, you will know him now.
He is absolutely on the page. He's on the stage and he keeps on winning. This is the best performance. People have been talking about him before the tournament as well, saying, hey, Boom 20, very well known in grassroots tournaments. He's going to have his debut there. He's going to be scary. Nobody wanted to see him in their bracket. And then he just came and saw, and he won, he conquered.
Look at this smile, going to cheer with his friends. I can imagine what a moment that must be. Your first time coming here, making it to the big stage, playing against such a scary opponent, right? An opponent with so many accolades. And he did it. He did it, Leon.
Yeah, Colin 6, also the 5th time he enters a grand finals of a regional championships or a special event is absolutely incredible. So many times he absolutely also reset the bracket here, but Boom, he just managed to overcome the final boss. Boom doesn't even need a nickname. His name stands for everything he does.
Indeed. That was crazy, right? And we saw the players celebrating with him. As we said, Boom is a well-known trainer. This could be you in any championship. If you do well in the Go Battle League, you might want to try out your skills as well at the Championship Series. Boom, well-known from the Go Battle League, from grassroots formats, his first time, and he wins.
I can't emphasize this enough. Come to these events, try to get better, play with other players, test for these events, build teams. This is just incredible. It's so much fun as well, and then you can experience what it's like playing on stage, have people cheer for you. But let's take a look at the replays of this grand final bracket reset. Let's experience it one more time. A Malamar knocked out, and there is going to be the lunge on the side of Colin after Boom already led 1-0.
Here, Boom was 1-0 up, and there was a tough position for Colin. He also was in the previous set 0-1 down, so it was tough there. And now, then he swept 3 battles in a row. But here, Boom actually was doing quite well, taking out the Quagsire there, but Boom still had that full Ariados here that would take out the Shadow Marowak, which has one of the highlights of the tournament as well. In that decisive game, number 3, the Drapion with that threatening energy. But Colin didn't have much HP on all his Pokemon left. The Crunch takes out the Quagsire, great for Colin, but then the Ariados comes in. The Shadow Drapion's too low, and the Ariados got way too much energy. went to 2 attacks and knocked out both the Pokemon of Colin.
Yep, doesn't even fully charge the lunge here just because he knows this is so much damage. This is a bug attack, and I think that Malama is almost, it is for sure one of the only Pokemon that quadruple weak to bug type attacks.
There's also Swatloon. That's a Pokemon that I've been using with. Actually, no, that's a grass and bug type.
Yeah.
No, I think there's another type. Probably has to do with the grass. Maybe Executor, for example. We don't see it a lot, but there is more.
Yeah.
Bug is an incredibly important type at the moment. There's many dark type Pokemon, and this poison type Pokemon are usually not like strong into Ariados, because if you think of Toxapex, if you think of opposing Ariados, if you think of Drapion, those are not exactly counters to Ariados. Toxapex is very slow in getting to his charge attacks.
Ariados is the Pokemon of the tournament, and that is because the usage of the supposed to be top Pokemon, Clodsire, especially with Stone Edge, has been significantly reduced, because if you're looking for a hard counter for Ariados, they're out there. Something like a Talonflame, Steel types in general, and of course this big Clodsire with the Stone type coverage, Rock type coverage. They can answer Ariados, but the call for so many trainers was to not bring them. But everyone brought Ariados.
I can't wait to hear from Boom about this, but let's analyze a little bit further into how far we have come now. Because we started with Clodsire and Dunsparce all over the place, and also the Feraligatr. Look at where we are now. It's mostly Poison-type Pokemon, mostly Dark-type Pokemon. They are dominating the meta right now, and it is because of that Poison Sting buff. It makes so many Pokemon so much better. And because Steel-type Pokemon have received a nerf, if you think of Registeel and Skarmory, Poison-type Pokemon just run wild.
Yes, but Skarmory has been used by Tonton and I think this is going to inspire more trainers to also run it, because it is just so incredibly safe in this meta. But we also have the losers bracket for you right now. Let's see how the trainers had their journey into this grand finals here.
As we can see here, Boom obviously didn't go through this, but Colin did drop out. Did drop to losers round 3 after losing his first winners round of the day. He defeated EUIC 2023 champion Tonton. He defeated ThoTechtical, the Lille 2023 runner-up, then defeated the 2024 Lille champion, and then Paula, who also has won 2 championships before. Wow, a crazy run from Colin, even though he started at the loser side and maybe skipped 1 round by dropping from there. Still had a gauntlet of opponents to get to the grand finals where he would face off against the only person being undefeated.
Yeah, he played 6 matches today. Actually, he played 7 matches, or is it 8 matches? Wait, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus the one he lost in winners is 6, and 2 best of 5s versus Boom. So that was 8 matches on day 2. You don't see that every single day.
I also want to point out, like, LurganRocket with that Shadow Magnezone is such a good call as well, right? Steel-type Pokemon are really making an appearance here. If we take a look at the winner side of the bracket, you can see where Colin started against Galaxy Bolton. That's where he lost, and he later defeated him in the loose bracket. But Boom didn't lose a single battle. He was so weak into the Shadow Magnezone, but made all the perfect calls against LurganRocket. LurganRocket overthought that matchup, thought that Boom would counter the Magnezone so hard, so he shouldn't bring it. And then it didn't happen at all. Boom went extremely weak to the Magnezone, and when that Pokemon is not there, if you can get into someone's head, that's how Boom won that matchup by 2-1. Incredible.
He could even bring the Shadow Quagsire without even thinking about the Chestnut, because his team was very decent against Chestnut as well. Chestnut is also a Pokemon that I find very interesting in this meta, because we have Dugong as a very popular save swap. You have great answers to that, even though you take super effective damage. Shadow Drapion is a poison type, but don't be fooled by that. It only has charge attacks that deal dark type and water type damage, and Chestnut is very, very safe against that.
But because Poison Sting now is a more formidable, has more formidable damage output as a fast attack, it actually doesn't really need Sludge Bomb anymore, making it even good into Pokemon like Chestnut, into Superior, into Azumarill. Azumarill resists all the charge attacks, so does Chestnut, but Poison Sting is better now, makes it a better Pokemon as well, and that's why we see Drapion on the teams of so many players here. I think Boom, though, ThoTechtical, Parasha, and Colin all had Shadow Drapion on their team. It has been the key in this meta.
Now I want to ask you a question. When we're looking at the top 3 teams, I know you have them ingrained in your head, you know. Where was Galarian Moltres?
Moltres was not there. It has made an impact on the North American meta a lot, and it had won the Dortmund Regional Championship as well. But this is the first time that Galarian Moltres in Europe and North America hasn't pushed as far. So I'm curious to see how that trend is going to continue. In Latin America, we've seen some Galarian Moltres as well, but that's where Malamar was even more important, and we saw Marto Galde win in Peru with Alolan Sandslash. So all over the world, trainers are playing a little bit different, and I can't wait for the next tournaments. I believe the next broadcasted championship will be Gdansk, and after that we will have the LAIC, where we see all those Latin American players. And they might be watching. They might be watching to see what is good in the meta, right? See if they adapt to that as well.
Yeah, I think that people should run more Shadow Alolan Sandslash or regular Alolan Sandslash. The little iceberg armadillo is just absolutely strong, especially into something like an Ariados. Guys, keep in mind, go to these events. It is an incredible atmosphere also for TCG and VG. We're sitting here commentating and we can hear the people freaking out over the games all the time. But speaking of freaking out, this was a heck of a final, and we are ready to crown the winner at the award ceremony.
With 150 competitors vying for the title here in Lille, the competition has been anything but little. Ariados have been climbing down from their web, Dugong have been freezing out the sky to add additional thrills and chills to this competition, but it is my pleasure to announce the top place finalists. Last year's champion has taken off his crown, but he hasn't gone too far from the throne. Using his signature Pokemon of the Superior with Leaf Tornado, let's give it up for Galaxka Bolton! Congratulations, Galax. Now I have to ask you here, you brought that Leaf Tornado Superior into a meta that has so many Gyarados. What were your thoughts? Was it your most valuable Pokemon?
Yes, it was my best Pokemon, and Leaf Tornado is still the best move in the game.
Okay, so you managed to do it last year, getting #1, you're 4th next year. If you come back to Lille, are we gonna see another Leaf Tornado Superior next year?
I hope so. As long as they don't touch the debuff chance, then I'm bringing it again.
Okay, you guys heard it here first. Take notes, because you're definitely gonna want to be wary of this challenger. Once again, let's give it up for Galaxka Bolton. Our 3rd place finalist has been knocking out competitors left and right to be able to make this podium finish. She is the queen of PvP herself. She is Paula Shaw 97. Congratulations, Paula. This is your first event for the season, and it looks like it's going pretty well for you. How are you feeling about your run here in Lille?
I'm pretty happy being here because being in top 4 is always amazing. So, yep, I'm very happy, and I'm looking forward to LAIC.
Ooh, okay, you're gonna be in LAIC, so that means you're definitely competing. You're gonna go for yet another Worlds qualification, am I right?
I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it.
Okay, well, we wish you the best of luck. I'm sure you'll be near the finish. We're going to keep our eye on Paula throughout this season. She will be at LAIC. She just said so. So, Latin America, take note. One more time for Paula Shaw. Our 2nd place finisher is a 3-time regional champion and now a 2-time regional finalist. Also, rumor has it, it's his birthday tomorrow. We have Colin 6, the final boss. Come on up here. Colin, you exude all of this confidence while you're playing. Everyone knows you're such a consistently good battler. Tell us about the team that you brought to this competition.
I took a little inspiration from Lyle Jeff's run in Louisville last week. Thought it was really safe, just didn't like toxic packs, brought Ariados. Was definitely MVP, so I'm very happy.
Okay, so you have the reputation in Europe. You are our only 3-time regional champion. Are you going for the 4th in this season?
Of course, I'll be at most of the events this season. I'm trying to go for a good run at an EUIC or LAIC in 4 weeks.
Okay, well that's wonderful. Let's give a little happy birthday to Colin as he exits the stage. Happy birthday! And finally, our grand finalist, our first place finisher, a newcomer to the PvP circuit here on the final stage. But that doesn't mean no one at home didn't know his name. He's been making an explosion here in Lille. Let's give a big boom for Boom 20! Boom, I've been saying it throughout the competition that if people didn't know your name before, they definitely know it now, and that was even before you got up to this stage. Can you give us a little bit of thoughts about this? Their first, basically competition ever, and you've made it all the way to the top.
Yeah, I never expected to get this far, but here we are, and I'm super, super happy. And I want to thank every one of my Belgian friends for helping me get here. And also Nickname, he's in the crowd there. He helped me build this team. PvP David as well. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here. Sankalor, a Latam battler, I think, also really helped me out with the team, and just everything building up really got me here, and I'm super grateful for everyone.
Do you have any words of inspiration? Because you are not a relative newcomer to the scene, but definitely to the Play Pokemon circuit. What would you say to anyone who's thinking about coming to a tournament?
I'd say if you can make it work, just try it at least once, and I assure you it will be. You will want to go to more after.
I bet you definitely want to go to more after. Tell us, I mean, you said you had a little bit of team composition with your teammates, with your friends. Your team is a little bit different than what we've seen in the other metas. Do you think that this might be the new meta 6 going forward in this current max out meta?
I don't think so. I think every team should have Ariados and Quagsire, but I don't think Dunsparce is that good. But I barely used it at all, and when I used it, it didn't really perform like I wanted it to. But it got me here, so I can't complain. I think the team was pretty balanced and really safe into basically every team. So I had neutral play into everyone.
Well, congratulations once again. We all loved seeing all of that fantastic gameplay. Everyone, one more time, a big round of applause for Boom 20.
What a weekend. This tournament was absolutely insane. Boom 20 came out of nowhere in the competitive Play Pokemon circuit and then won the whole thing against Colin. Guys, how are you feeling about this?
It was a crazy run. So many good players. We also saw Tonton with the Greninja, Charger Bug and Skarmy, but I think that Boom has really set the meta here. With that Shadow Quagsire, his team is so... It's like pretty easy to get as well, right? Pokemon like Azumarill, Dunsparce, Quagsire, those are Pokemon you see pretty often.
Yeah, those are Pokemon you can easily have access to even if you play less as well. But the Quagsire was such a great read into the meta. Not a lot of teams had that grass type coverage, and Quagsire, even though that Ariados had that Trail Blades, it was not enough to overcome the Quagsire.
Yeah, we saw in the finals, they're two shielding through with that Quagsire, calling those Trailblazers both times, really gave him some dominant matches against Colin 6. The final boss was actually put to work by another employee at this point.
Yep, that is crazy. Ground Grunts currently have the Shadow Wooper, so make sure to grind those. And by the way, we have a little more of a small celebration right here because we have had some caster fantasy picks, and I think some of us were victorious, and with some of us, I mean Amanda.
Look at this, boom, 20. Not only that, Paula coming in the third place as well. That was a really good run on that. Of course, I'm really excited for Boom. First tournament ever, and to be able to be called the champion is something that I imagine everyone would like to be able to do.
Yeah, but now that we see this picture of Boom there, I think it is time for something else, and that is updating the regional winner graphics, because we have another one amongst those.
Yeah, we have our first ever regional champion in Dortmund in Kazim, followed by the Lille regional champion Boom, and I can't wait to crown the next regional champion in Gdansk.
Yep, this was absolutely phenomenal for both of these trainers. Kazim with the back-to-back top cut as well. Really, really strong. But this channel also provides something other than only Go battles. We have a Twitch schedule for what is coming up in the next week. We have some anime in there, we have some old battles in there, so you can see the Pokeween thrills and chills on Tuesday from 2 p.m. until 5 p.m. I always love watching those. Then we have the Wednesday, we have the EUIC of Go and Unite from 2023, as well as on Thursday, the Pokemon Diamond and Pearl Sinnoh League victors. And of course, on Saturday, Pokemon the movie, Kyurem versus the Sword of Justice. And that is not the only thing that is coming up in the Pokemon circuit in our beautiful game, this beautiful franchise, but we have plenty of more regionals to come. Amanda, do you want to go through it with us?
Yeah, we definitely have to talk about them because Gdansk is coming up very soon. So trainers, I think, are taking note of how the meta is evolving. We might see some different Pokemon, even though Galarian Moltres was so popular here, maybe it won't be there as often, but the next big one, the International Championship in Sao Paulo, is going to be huge. We heard Paula say that she's going to be there. We heard Colin 6 say that he's going to be there. I know San Diego is planning on going as well.
That's going to be super exciting to see some European representation trying to take on the LATAM competition as well. Going to be a great time. And after that, we continue in the European Regional Championships. We go to Stuttgart in Germany, then to Birmingham in January in the UK. And in the UK will also be the EUIC, the Europe International Championship, the biggest tournament of London. And many of the top competitors you saw today will likely be there as well.
Yeah, following EUIC is gonna be that regional championship in Stockholm, followed by special event in Sevilla, or was it a regional in Sevilla, followed by Utrecht, and then
we have Utrecht, right? And Bologna and other special events in New Orleans. We'll have the NAIC again, and this will all lead to the most prestigious tournament of the season, the World Championships in Anaheim.
This is where Victory Road leads to, the World Championships. But the next stop is, of course, going to be Gdansk. And I just remember it like it was yesterday. It was a phenomenal tournament. We were casting the grand finals, and Pataman finally broke through, beat Tonton in that finals with his incredible meta call of Shadow, Charm, Alolan, Ninetales.
That was crazy. And then Tonton with that Seeking. Gdansk is going to be a great time again. And I think that many of those teams will be influenced by Boom's team. But I also think that top competitors are going to try and counter it. I see a lot of opportunity for Giratina.
Oh, Giratina. We might see some Giratina at LAIC. Now that you have said this, we have so many trainers going over to LAIC. Soon we have some European representation in there, and I'm very, very much hyped for that as well. So we're going to show you a little video about LAIC now.
And the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test. But when we go all the way, here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the goal, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home. We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Come on, travel from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win.
Fusion, Origin, a smile on his face, Prince.
He has the ball! Gabriel!
2024
Latin America International Champion.
LAIC is always A, really, especially when we saw Lindos, Rajev in there, but this time it's going to be twice as special because for the first time you're going to be able to watch a stream for Pokemon Unite as well. And you can find all of the coverage, all of the content about that on the Pokemon socials. This is going to be great. But next weekend, first of all, we're going to have, or not next weekend, we're going to have the regional in Sacramento. In fact, it's going to be at the 22nd to 24th of November.
That's going to be 1 week after the Latin America International Championship, and that's where the North Americans can take a try at this meta once more.
Yeah, it's as I've been telling at the start of the region as well, there's always going to be one tournament where the meta takes an inflection and goes in a completely different direction. We saw that Quagsire come in and shine today. I can't wait to see what the other trainers will cook up for other regionals.
Not only Quagsire came in and shine today, I don't know if you guys can see this, but on Avi's suit there is a Greninja, and Greninja was cooking with Tonton Bateuse today. It was so incredibly strong, even beaten Azumarill. That was one of my highlights. What about your highlights? Quick, give me one, Amanda.
Oh man, sir, how can you ask me to just give one highlight? A big highlight was watching Paula and Colin playing with mirrored teams, but seeing the differences in their playstyle and how they came apart through this different thing. It was so fun to watch.
Martijn?
I think for myself that was also Colin versus Paula, but that was the game where Paula thought she had won. But no, Colin won that battle by 1 HP. That was such a moment. And I think that's a moment that you can recognize yourself in as well sometimes.
Avi?
Ooh, in the hot seat right now, but for me, the best highlight of this game was that Greninja almost one hit KOing that Drapion when it got swapped into Tonton Bateuse. After that Night Slash buff, it was one of the most beautiful things to see.
Absolutely, and for me it was of course the friends we made along the way, casting with you guys, watching these incredible trainers. If you want more coverage of that, you can follow the channels, check out the social media channels of Pokemon. Of course, also when you're watching one of these tournaments, then you are on Facebook, on Twitter, post something about the tournament, add a hashtag #PlayPokemon, and if we find it funny or cute, or we just like it in general, we might as well have this on stream. I'm going to introduce ourselves last time. My name was Koning Lionheart. Sit next to Inadequence. There is Count Xevious, and Landberger is here as well. And this was it for us. It was a phenomenal weekend. I'm thankful for all the viewers, for all the people who are watching in the venue, and of course for all the trainers that gave us these amazing battles. We're going to see you soon in Gdansk.